brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, let's bring everybody in. We got a lot to break down. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is one Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Okay. How are you boys doing?
I'm pretty good.
We're good.
Yeah, all right, whatever.
Ready for the Field of Dreams game tonight.
Well, JC went to the celebrity softball game last night and said it was an absolute blast. I didn't see him when he came in because he was there pretty late, but he sent some video and photos of the early pregame stuff. Derek Jeter and A-Rod and Ortiz, all of them walking around just giving everybody a ton.
Was the game? I didn't watch it. I watched.
Did you see? I sent some stuff.
Series. I did see what you sent me. It was good, but did you? Was the softball game on TV or no?
I don't know. I looked for it and I didn't see it.
Okay.
But I got to tell you, I didn't look hard enough because I didn't sit down last night. I got home pretty late, and so I didn't really get to sit down and watch any TV. Yeah. And so, but he sent lots of video. I know Hobie. He took his two boys. They had a blast. So I'll have more of an update for you. But yes, you're right. The actual game is tonight, and it
St. Louis, San Francisco.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. And it's.
I wonder how they got chose.
Well, San Francisco got chose because of the Willie Mays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, and they broke that down last night. JC said there and gave the history and a lot of why they were chosen and stuff like that.
I think there's a lot of history that goes back to those leagues that, St. Louis and San Francisco.
Yeah. So anyway, but he said it was a lot of fun. I know some of you might have gone and already up and getting after it or listening on different streaming devices and apps and stuff at different times of the day. But right now, it's early on Thursday morning, and he said it was a lot of fun, and it was quite the list of celebrities that were there last night. Jameis Winston.
I saw him eating a crab leg and doing it big then.
He did. He was. He went ahead and took team captain. I can tell you that. He was
gave one of his speeches.
Yeah,
pretty much.
He said he was pretty funny, and JC said that he was really nice too. So anyway, there's your update.
Who's he with now?
I was about to ask the same question.
Yeah, he was.
Is he not anymore? I'll look it up.
I'll look it up. Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
You got it. Okay, good. You mentioned the College World Series.
3 games yesterday.
Exactly. Yesterday there was 3 games. It started at 10 a.m. Central, and Florida blew out Kentucky 15-4, and so they had a doubleheader. This all going back to Tuesday night, the 18th. Rain was coming through that area, so they just declared, "Hey, Kentucky, Florida, y'all aren't even going to try to play. We're moving y'all to Wednesday at 10.
No chance.
And so it was an elimination game, and Florida beat Kentucky, the number 2 seed, 15-4. Just had 7 runs in the first inning. Just
saw that,
with it.
and I was like, wow. So this one's over.
Yeah. And then Tennessee sent Florida State packing 7-2. So Tennessee
that got a little interesting about the 7th inning, but Tennessee just too much.
So Tennessee advanced to the championship series, and then Texas A&M and Florida. Florida had to come back and play Texas A&M. Texas A&M shut them out 6-0. So now they advanced to the championship series, and that starts on ESPN 6 p.m. Central Saturday evening. Texas A&M and Tennessee. So we once again know that an SEC team will win, and it's the 1 and 3 seed, and 2 of the front runners all year long in the SEC. So 2 of the best teams in the country for sure. Today is a big day for me. Leanne Morgan scheduled to appear in about 3 hours from now. And just to clarify a few things, last week there was some confusion,
Yeah,
and
there
it was
was.
all me. This was not Leanne Morgan's camp. Okay, so don't be mad at Leanne Morgan. It was me. I for some ridiculous reason, just got my Thursdays mixed up, even though on the paper it says Thursday, June 20th right here. I mean, it's as big as it can be. And I just got things mixed up, put it in the show prep for the day, told the guys about it. They promoted it, and then about 8 o'clock live, 6 minutes from the interview, I was like, uh-oh. This is why she hadn't called.
I told Greg.
I got the wrong date.
I told Greg
That'll do
yesterday
it.
during post show.
Which is probably better than the interview.
Just
It
well,
probably.
and I think it could
Good
even get
point.
better. I told Greg in the post show yesterday that I hope that she doesn't show up today.
Well, thanks, buddy. Appreciate
Well,
it.
yeah, I kind of.
Listen, you can go listen to Leanne Morgan anytime you want to.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
That's true.
she's
Since
well,
got
she's
specials out. You can go watch it. It's easy. We don't have to have her on the show for you to know who she is. It would be better for the show today if she doesn't show up.
Yeah, and you guys squirm a little.
Well,
Jameis is with the Browns, by the way,
Oh, okay.
which I can't believe he was so happy last night. Knowing
Right.
that he
Right.
I
was
thought it was a
I'm sorry.
1-year deal he signed. Is he going to stay with him or something? I can't remember. I just
His Wikipedia page says that
I got flickers of memory here. On
he
that.
is currently with the Browns.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
if he's not, I'd like somebody to update Wikipedia.
Okay.
Well, that's
Which you're not supposed to go there for sources.
I know.
Um,
Of course, they're right.
if today, back to Leanne Morgan, if today doesn't happen, now this one's on her. But
Oh,
I did.
But we will never say that here.
No.
We'll find something.
Oh, we won't.
No.
Okay,
No,
I
you know
will.
how it goes around here, Speedy.
Now I will say this: texting with her handler yesterday, she is scheduled and fired up. She's
Okay.
we're ready for today, so hopefully we're okay.
It should happen. What you're saying.
Yeah, it should happen for sure.
Which is going to make it even better when it doesn't.
Yeah, 2 shows in Huntsville. You heard us talk about this a lot last week, as we thought it was going to be that day. 2 shows in Huntsville, June 29th at Propes Arena. She's got that, and then right before that, another Rick and Bubba market in Chattanooga. She's got there the 27th and 28th of June, and then skips over to Huntsville June 29th. You can go to
Busy.
LeanneMorgan.com for more information. Yeah, she, my goodness, the Just Getting Started tour is. Hey, she's been traveling. I know the guys saw her in Birmingham, and so we'll check that out. Her Netflix stand-up comedy special, I'm Every Woman, was released in April, and it's doing really well. Hey, speaking of Netflix, I got a question to ask you guys. I saw a headline.
Got on Netflix last night a little bit.
Okay, it says Tom Cruise's blockbuster receives new life on Netflix. What is that? Do y'all know anything about that?
Tom had a movie come out nobody knows about?
Despite bombing at the box office, this Netflix says that it has given it new life, and everybody loves it. It's got great reviews.
What's it called?
I'm sitting here looking at it. I clicked on the headline. I had sent it to myself, but it looks to me like okay, I see what it is. It says despite receiving positive reviews following its release in June 2023, Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning was branded as the least commercially successful Mission Impossible film over the past decade, and it just did not do well at all. But I guess it's now available on Netflix.
Did it not do well compared to his other movie?
Yeah,
Because that's a
or was
pretty
it a
big
flop?
movie.
It is, according to you got Movie Web and all these other sources. As far as how it did in the box office, it was way down. So
And is that a reflection of just the box office? People
Oh,
are
right.
going now that
Or-
you can just
I
wait a
thi-
few weeks and watch it at home.
what it says is it was branded the least commercially successful Mission Impossible. So I guess you put all the
Well, that's
Mission.
got to be the best of the worst. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, and I guess this was did not do as
I-
well.
I've
But I
never
guess it's
watched any
been
of
given new life on Netflix.
I
Kinda
realize
like-
I've never seen any.
You
of it.
haven't?
I haven't either, by the way.
Really?
No,
I think
not
y'all
one.
both would like that.
I think I would too. I don't know
Yeah.
why. I watched part of the first one, but not.
It's kind of like talking about the company Apple. Year 4 might have been bad,
Yeah.
but anybody on the planet would want to be part of that year
Yeah,
4.
compared to their.
So
Right.
is that well? That's what I'm asking. Is
Yeah,
it-
basically, it's the least popular of the Mission Impossible.
Yeah, I guess so. They said that this
But
Screen
it's getting
Rant
new life.
bunch that I guess
news.
looks at all of this said that it was on Netflix and viewed 5.6 million times between June 10th and June 16th as Helmsy blows his nose.
Yeah.
And
I turned my mic off.
No,
No, I could
can
only
hear
do
you.
so much.
I know. It just on me.
I don't think anybody could have heard it.
Just looking over there and seeing you get it.
Really
so anyway,
running
so that's a lot. That's a lot of folks. So I guess it's been given new life. It's on Netflix, and the streamers are watching it. But yeah, here's my problem. I've never gone to a box office. Maybe I'm the problem, and sat down at a movie theater and said, "All right, I'm watching it." But if it's on, I'll stop and watch it. I don't know that I've ever turned a Mission Impossible movie
It's
and
just
watched
never
from the
grabbed me. I
beginning
don't
to the
know
end. I always catch it in the middle and try to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, maybe I'll give it a try.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should consider doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX, to get your discount. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/bigvox. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigvox. That's BIG, V as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We have got Leanne Morgan scheduled to be with us a little less than 3 hours from now. That's today. I know Rick was over at Philadelphia, Mississippi, speaking last night, and he said it went extremely well. Huge crowd. Cannot wait for an update from that. For those of you in town for the big baseball game today at Rickwood, we have got all of you, from last night into tonight, all of you here in town, and boy, it was a who's who of who is there as far as celebrities and former Major League Baseball stars as the Giants and the Cardinals play tonight. That's going to be pretty interesting. I think that's going to be pretty cool to watch on TV. I can't physically be there, but it's going to be pretty neat to watch.
It's going to feel weird to them because they're used to playing these big giant parks.
Yeah.
It's going to be strange.
Yeah, the renovation and everything, I can't wait to see all that.
They put $5 million into it. Obviously, a new field, surface.
Yeah,
which
they've
it
done
needed
some
bad.
stuff with they put a big jumbotron and screen and scoreboard and all that's out there now. So
yeah, you know what's going to be kind of neat if you have the luxury of going to Miles College to play baseball. That's where your home games are going to be, and that's going to be kind of neat. I think just to be able to go. So this is where we play. That's going to be our home. This is where they're going to play their games.
Play like state championship games there or anything?
I don't know. I just know that they said that's where Miles will be playing. I just think that'd be kind of cool.
Where are the state championship games now? Locally in Alabama, is it Montgomery?
They're at Jack State.
Yeah,
some of them.
Some of them at Jack State.
Chocolaca Park in Oxford, Jack State.
Are they on a rotation? Because I know they used to all be at Montgomery.
Yeah, they always played
they
in
sure
Montgomery,
did.
right there in Hank Williams, where he's buried.
Lost 2 heartbreakers there.
With
Tyler and then JC.
Yeah, because now they
Game
play
3.
some at the Biscuit Stadium, right?
Yep.
And then they used to play Patterson Field.
Patterson
Field is normally where you start on Friday night, and then Saturday's games were there.
So Chocolaca or Jacksonville State got it this year.
Sometimes they would switch.
Yeah, this year the Jack State.
And then so I guess it is on a rotation.
Yeah, probably is.
Yeah. I don't know.
Did we discuss that Auburn, Alabama's out of the football rotation?
I don't know that we discussed it, but I saw that too. So So
right
UAB's Birmingham progressive.
They're looking at others to rotate, and the Mobile's getting some talk. USA built a new stadium.
Yeah.
But Auburn, Alabama, they said it could be a conflict between them and the playoffs.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yeah. That's a good. Yeah, that's a good point.
UAB, I don't guess I have to worry about that.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, it's reality, guys. It's reality. Of college sports.
I think the setup, Protective and others. I mean, that's a better setup, But I think for
more
the kids,
centralized.
for the kids, though, I know it's kind of cool to play. I'm playing at Alabama and Auburn. But as far as seating and how big the stadium is, it's always been too big.
I tell you
I think you have a better atmosphere at Birmingham.
Yeah,
you do. Remember, they used to play it there every year at the Old Gray Lady.
Yeah.
But to me, imagine that game in a Jack State. Of course, they've done come out and said they couldn't host it either because it conflicts with theirs. But then the crowd would be intense because you go, like I've gone to them, and there's a big crowd, but it looks like nobody's there because you're in the 80-something thousand, 100,000 seater.
Yeah.
I like a smaller facility with where the crowd looks better. You know how about atmosphere.
Yeah. And I think that South Alabama Stadium fits that.
That'd be perfect.
Like in the third.
And I got to think these Mobile folks are tired of having to drive everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, your Mobiles, your Fairhopes, your Satsumas, they're all having to come somewhere and play and never get to kind of host. I'm sure there's somewhere in Huntsville, too, that the way they're booming, they can host.
Sure.
Baseball, for sure. They've got a minor league park. And
that's true. But anyhow,
Rickwood. So anyway, we got that's tonight. If you're going to be checking out some TV, then check it. The Major League Baseball game will be tonight.
Will you send everybody a Team Rick and Bubba text and just say, "Hey, reminder, the game's on"?
If I can, I don't know that I.
How's the moving? How's the moving?
I don't know if I will have
going?
sat down by then.
How is that going?
It's going.
Huh?
It's going. Terry's parents are moving, if you don't know, and so we're just kind of flying cover and helping.
How many more days you think you got of that?
Well, I've got the blue light tomorrow. So post-show tomorrow, I've got to get the blue light on my head, and so I'll be out of commission over the weekend.
Blue head.
So the rest of today for me, and then I can, as I told Nanny, I can pick back up on Monday.
Okay.
When you say blue light, I picture you being with the blue men.
I do too.
Like it turns you into the blue man. And it don't.
Yeah, I know.
I picture like for 2 days you got a whole blue head.
Yeah. Apparently they've changed the way they do it since the last time I did it. And it used to be that they would paint you up with this solution, okay, and then you go away for 2 hours.
Oh yeah.
And then come back, and then they zap you. You sit under the blue light for like 15 minutes or something. Think of this big dome helmet that they slide over you, and
kind of like you're getting a perm.
Yeah, and it just completely covers you.
How long
Front,
that
back,
thing?
around, and they go right here, just below your ears, right around there, and then there you go. Now, if those of you that have hair, they normally just do your forehead and your face, but because of my baldness, they'll do my head and my face.
So you don't have to go anywhere anymore for the 2 hours, or what?
No, so the new thing is now they paint you up, and you immediately go in there.
Oh, yeah.
But the problem is you don't stay for 15 minutes now, you stay for 30.
Ooh.
And guys, I'm just going to tell you right now, and I don't know why it is. The ladies, y'all have they said the more complaints come from the guys than the ladies on this. And I don't know if we're all just candies or if we just affected differently. I have no idea. But imagine somebody getting you with like little needle or something, and then just kind of poking around you want to itch your face so bad.
I see what you're saying.
And so
Is that a no-no?
Oh, no, you can't reach up in there. You can't do anything.
Oh,
so
no.
I've sat there.
Why I don't go.
I've sat there, and the administrator, the person that's doing the whole thing, I've even said, please talk to me. Like tell me tell me a story.
Someone,
tell me a story.
I can't read nothing.
Are you like Tom Cruise in Days of Thunder when he's in that tube getting
I have a guy
MRI?
that talks to me when I race.
Yeah, because all I can do right now is think about how bad I want to scratch my face and itch,
I bet.
and I can't, and so it's
So you just
miserable.
go ahead and scratch your rump to get it over with?
Yeah, and so I'm like, please just talk to me or something, or play. We'll start a song, play music, play some music, and tell me a story. You remember I used to tell that to Hoban when we were running. So because sometimes when I go running, I think I'm running. So that's all I think about is running. So somebody tell me a story, and then before you know it, 2 minutes have gone by because you told me a story.
I can't participate in the story because I can't breathe.
No.
So when you the way they did it the old time, where you would have to go away for 2 hours, would you actually physically leave the place and go get something to eat, and come back,
or pound a few? What?
Yeah, go grab something to eat or whatever, and then I would normally come back and. But you don't want the sunlight to hit that face because it activates everything, and so I know y'all won't think about me, but that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering 20% off all mattress orders plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's the new promo code, BIG, and then V, like in voice, OX. Helix has a lineup of 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. How will you know which one is right with you? Well, then go to Helix and take their sleep quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix also knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make the mattresses and ship them straight to your door for free. Go now to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order. Debt. Woo, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now more than ever we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought, and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So you woke up with a scratchy throat, congestion, a runny nose, and a cough, and you know you're getting sick. Well, you could tough it out, get worse, or take time off work, or hope the doctor can see you in a month, or wait 2 hours at an urgent care, or you can do what I'll be doing with my new medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to the doctor-recommended prescription and start on the right meds to nip it in the bud. This kit comes with doctor-prescribed meds to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly what to take and when. It includes antibiotics for strep throat, UTIs, bronchitis, and more. No waiting to see the doctor, no waiting at the pharmacy. It's all in the kit, and your medical emergency kit is not a first aid kit. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. You want to order yours in minutes? Get 15% off at urgentcarekit.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, and get 15% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we got, 25 minutes until top of the hour. And we thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Oh, look at he. This portion of the show is brought to you by our friends at helixsleep.com/bigbox. If you are in the market for a new mattress and you're like, man, we're just not sleeping good, or you just know sleeping okay, but we need a new mattress, let us suggest Helix mattress. This is top quality, luxury, but also very affordable, which I know everybody likes. Unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns their own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. This keeps the prices down, and they've got a lineup of about 14 unique mattresses, too, including a collection of luxury models and mattresses for big and tall sleepers, even mattresses for just kids. To find out which mattress will work best for you and your body, you just take a sleep quiz. And I know Greg and Lisa have done this. And Greg, you say it takes under 2 minutes, and they personalize the mattress for you.
It's nothing to it. It's easy. Tell them what way you like to sleep, what mattress you like. And they tell you this one right here works for you.
Yep. So then your personalized mattress is shipped straight from their factory to your door, free of charge. And what we like about the company is there's no better way to test out a new mattress than by sleeping in it, or on it, I should say, at your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night risk-free trial. You have nothing to lose, so check it out. Free shipping, 100-night risk-free trial, sleep quiz to get a mattress that you know is a premium mattress that's kind of just absolutely made exactly the way you know you sleep and what you need. So check them out right now. Save 20% when you visit helixsleep.com/bigbox today. Your new mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll save 20%. helixsleep.com/bigbox and get a truly amazing night's sleep. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, I have just a little bit of audio here, and I'm going to see if y'all can tell me what's going on.
What do y'all think about this?
Yeah, yes. What do y'all think happened here? What do y'all think? What about
What's
this?
going on at this point?
What do y'all think about this right here? And this is a lady talking here, and they can't believe what's happened. And I'll tell you this much: it's in Jacksonville, Florida.
Love Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay, yeah, Jacksonville, Florida.
The girls were shocked. A couple of them got here before me, and they were like, "Melissa, what are you doing with the playground?" And it was.
What do y'all think happened?
Say it. Play it one more time.
Okay. All right.
The girls were shocked. A couple of them got here before me, and they were like, "Melissa, what are you doing with the playground?"
I'm going to say decorated the playground for transgender something.
That's not bad.
That's not really.
I'm just going
really not bad.
The way our world
well,
is
it is
these
June.
days. It's
so
Pride Month.
Yeah.
And
that's not bad, Helmsy.
Oh, I mean, it's just I thought it might be something that, like, when we got the transgenders that go in and read in our classrooms.
Okay. So
we're doing it at a park. We're doing something at a park that has to do with transgender.
Okay.
That's my guess.
What about you, little man?
I just think some lady was on the playground and she put tape around these dangerous stuff so kids couldn't play.
Okay, that's not bad either. I don't like
society.
That.
We're just guessing our society.
Right.
Well, you're both wrong, but those are good guesses. An entire 30-foot playground structure was stolen in Jacksonville, Florida.
So they show
on
up,
Monday.
it's gone.
It was taking. It makes it even worse too. It takes it from an organization that works with autistic children. That was the
Good job.
That was the executive director talking about. They just showed up and they're like, "Where did our playground
Kids
go?"
ready to play.
Be easy to find.
Yeah. Let's let her.
You would think someone would have seen them take it.
Right. Yeah. Let's let her finish.
It was just gone. I don't know how you take a 30-foot playground. They took the swings. They took the slide. They took the monkey bar. Like everything. It's just gone. It's really bizarre.
So the entire thing is gone. The entire thing is gone.
First thought was maybe the city moved it somewhere else and bringing new in or something like that.
Yeah.
But the fact that they've gone this far with this story, I don't think that's the case. They would have surely checked with the city.
So Growing Together Behavioral Center just installed a playground at its new location at Art Museum Drive there in Jacksonville, Florida, and it disappeared in the middle of the night. Gone. They're just sorry people out.
Yeah.
When the staff came to start the week, all that was left of the playground were the studs that went into the ground.
You need this bunch helping you move.
That's right.
Woo!
Some
You're
people.
kidding.
I mean, this had to be somebody who was familiar with this type of equipment, because to get in there and get it out that quick.
Yeah. And here's another thing to let you know that it wasn't just some weird mistake that the city made or whatever. Somebody had put duct tape, looked like pink duct tape, over a surveillance camera so that you couldn't see what was going on. So they obviously
they knew what they were doing.
The cameras
Smart.
show some figures wandering outside the new playground around
Those shady characters.
What a playground heist.
Around 3:30
What are you gonna do with it?
Around 3:30 a.m. Monday morning, before the tape blocked the view of what happened next. They took swings, they took slides, the monkey bars, as she said. It's just bizarre. But to y'all's point, I guess nobody goes down that road, or maybe it's hidden from the road,
let me ask you this,
or
too.
something at 3:30 a.m. But you would think some activity around there would create a little bit of interest.
And let me ask you, what are you going to do with it? Is there someone out there? Is there a black market for playground equipment?
I don't know.
That you're going to, or because if you go try to set it up somewhere, people are going to go, well, there it is.
Are you selling? I would look at Facebook Marketplace
I'm
and
just
see
saying, who
if
buys
somebody's selling it.
It's pretty easy to. They can block that camera all they want, but they had to drive with it somewhere.
Sure.
And so they're going to pass multiple cameras, and you know these police officers. FBI,
they're going to get them.
They're going to go look. Hey, I need access to that. You'll
That's
figure
right.
out where they went. Eventually, they'll be called.
Yeah, I agree. They'll end up getting them. But karma is you know what that is. So what's going to happen is somebody's going to get this, and they're going to get hurt playing on this, and bad.
Yeah.
At least that's what I hope. Not a kid, but because
Why-
they're just innocent. They don't know where it came from.
Yeah.
They're
Most
but-
grown-ups don't play on the monkey
Well,
bars.
I don't know.
You never know.
I've seen a few. Greg could get out there on them.
Sure.
How were y'all monkey bars?
That's pretty good.
Owned it.
Were y'all?
Yeah.
I'd get on top of it and stand.
Oh, you a stander up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Took me a while to work the nerve.
Were y'all a every one, or did y'all skip?
I could do both,
I
but I
skip.
preferred to skip.
Mm-hmm.
We go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like a monkey
Showing
flying,
out.
in the
Oh,
woods.
showing out.
Yeah.
But like I say, then you're done. You climb up on top and you would stand straight up and be just your feet. You're okay.
Could y'all hang on to one and then throw yourself and do a backflip and land?
No, I couldn't do that.
Buddy,
We
of mine-
weren't gymnasts.
But Buddy of mine could. He
he
would
was
show out.
king
Well,
when-
he'd get going, and then all of a sudden he'd
Yeah,
flip.
I couldn't do that.
Yeah, I couldn't either.
How
But
about your hands? Well, they felt good.
well, yeah, they did. They did.
We didn't care back
some
then.
people's grip, they just couldn't hold on. How long did y'all ever play the game where you see who could hold it?
Oh, yeah,
hold
and
the
that hurts
longest?
under your
Yeah,
arms.
it does.
Wrist.
Woo! That's some memories there. But an entire playground stolen at a Jacksonville school there, and we that was just a little bit of bizarreness there. Golly. All right, some other news today. We've got some great Biden footage that the Trump campaign put out. How long did
Probably faked it.
Oh yeah, right. Jean-Pierre, she even tried to double down.
Unbelievable that they have come out to the public.
Yeah, I know.
And said that the right wing conspiracists and conservatives and all these people that are against the Democrats made it all up.
Made it up.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We were sitting down with.
We're
Terry
not idiots. Like what?
There's so much evidence
So I'm supposed
out
to
there.
buy that from
Yeah.
you.
These aren't things that are happening. You go, well, that's surprising that happened. We
Yeah.
know. I mean, we've seen
Well,
it coming.
Well, the Trump campaign not missing a beat here. There's video of President Biden struggling to climb into an SUV, and it has been shared by Donald Trump's campaign in response to the White House mocking similar clips as cheap fakes that we're talking about. The Trump War Room X account posted this video.
I guess they have no other
If-
route to take.
And
K-
hey, by the way, it took him a long time to get in that SUV.
They said
KJP
20 seconds. He's stood there.
today, and I hope that they do this, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, it should not matter in that room.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't go at her today about this and explain, hey, these are not fake videos. I don't know what you're talking about. They're not fake videos. If you don't go at her with that, then none of you,
that's where you're going.
none of you can be trusted on any front when it comes to
Well,
the news.
you know, it's funny
Or
because
anything for
it's
that
funny
matter.
you said that, Helmsy, because the left wing media they'll just repeat whatever she says as if it's fact. And there's talking heads now on MSNBC and CNN that are backing what she's saying. Oh yeah, there's video that makes social media. There's no context around it. Whatever. Yeah, but that's still original video. When you see him at the G7 wandering off like an old man lost,
Yeah.
and other leaders having to pull him
Deep
back
fake.
with the crew. I mean, that's not fake. It's actually what happened.
And there's witnesses,
and it's
people
original,
saying it.
Yeah. It's original video. And so she'll say something like that, and then everybody repeats it as if it's true. And there's only a few that, like us, that are like, yeah.
But then you have the other side of it where they're actually putting out fake videos. We showed one yesterday from this Democrat. Completely fake, completely altered in every way possible.
It's unbelievable.
But nobody asked them to hey, what about that disinformation?
Greg Gutfeld with Fox News, he said, the left only says things are fake unless they put them out.
Yeah.
And he listed about 20 things that have been fake about Trump that the media has pushed from the Russian dossier, whatever, from there all the way down the list. And they're like, see, all that's not fake because they originated the content. So anyway, there's that. That'll be funny to show. The reason I brought that up is for the main show, we'll have that video of him trying to get in to the SUV. Some other funny stuff. Did you see this donkey or whatever that had been lost for 5 years and showed up with a bunch of elk like it was in their pack? Have you seen that video?
No,
That's crazy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Attention talcum powder users. Have you had ovarian or gynecological cancer? A proposed $8 billion plan will pay those who believe they got sick from using talc products like Johnson's Baby Powder and Shower to Shower. Johnson & Johnson maintains its products are safe. You have until July 26, 2024 to vote to accept or reject the plan. For more information, visit officialtalclaims.com or call 888-431-4056. Paid for by LLT Management, LLC.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. This July, as we celebrate the birth of our nation, it's important to reflect on the freedoms our forefathers fought for. But today, some of those freedoms are under attack. Look no further than the treatment of our president, Donald Trump. Now, if the left can go after him, they can also come after you. That's why now, more than ever, we need to stick together and fight back. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. Now, you'll enjoy money-saving benefits. The AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. Learn more about how AMAC is actively fighting for our freedoms by visiting amac.us/bigvox. Join me and thousands of others that are proud to be AMAC members and get in on the election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years. Visit amac.us/bigvox today.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
All right, 8 minutes until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we thank you for hanging out with the Good Time Gang. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. That's always an option for you. They'll be on screen, but if we jump out, that's the number. When we answer, we'll be live. There's a story today that Greg cannot get off of, and we have in our show prep for the main show. But if we don't mention it right now, he's gonna explode.
No, I didn't realize that there was a mime at SeaWorld. He's been there for 36 years.
36. Well, not anymore.
First of all, let's talk about mimes. That's a weird bunch.
Mm-hmm.
You better watch them son of a guns.
Yeah.
Anyway, this guy.
I'll give you that.
His name's Lynn Fry. But get this, he's known as Lynn the Mime. That's creative. And he's been 36 years.
36,
and it shows him
y'all.
up there, he would entertain the crowd, I guess, between, acts or whatever.
Right.
But he said he claimed he parked his car and he got his bicycle that he always rode his bicycle into the park.
Right.
And the security guard told him he couldn't ride the bike in there anymore. So
was it a new security guard?
I don't know. And so they get in a big argument. And he goes on, but then the security guard goes and tells the people in charge that the mime cussed him out and threw his bicycle at him. So
I don't know about the bicycle part, but
Lynn's denying that.
Was it really a bicycle, or he go?
The bicycle might, but you can't talk.
That's true.
So if he's a true mime,
I don't know if maybe he didn't have his white face on.
Yeah,
yet.
maybe he was just riding in and then gets dressed
then
up.
He gets his white face. Nothing more. How about this? And it shows him standing in front of the crowd. How about when you're the person like in the row and he's right next to you and he's doing all that weird? Mimes kind of creep me out, man.
I don't understand their purpose.
Who grows up and wants to be a mime?
I don't understand a mime.
Speedy would have been a good one because he does it. He can physically mock stuff. Now I'll give you that. You missed your calling.
You think?
But it's just that white face and I can't talk and I get trapped in an invisible box. I just, But anyway, so Lynn the Mime.
Have you seen him?
36 years he's been entertaining the crowds.
Have you seen him not dressed up?
Yeah,
He looks like a normal dude.
He does. He looks like Lynn the Mime. And then, hey, he said that guy's lying. He said, people that know me know I don't cuss people out.
Right.
Well, like I say, most of the time he can't because he can't talk.
So are they just wanting to get rid of him? Because I think if I've given you that many years,
36 years,
I probably deserve just a little bit of credit here on what I say. Yeah. Because I think I've proven myself I'm a pretty loyal employee.
His statement was, I don't cuss at people. I don't have that in me. It's not my nature.
Well, so, I mean, we can't take his word?
Well, he said they never listen to his side of the story.
Well,
somebody was done.
Somebody
with
was done with it. That's what I'm saying. Somebody was done with it.
Took us 36
Had
years.
hey, new management.
New management. They don't like Lynn the Mime.
No, they don't.
We about fish. We about we can't. Well, of course, we can't do the killer whales anymore, right? Are they out?
I think
ever
so.
since Blackfish.
Yeah, we don't want that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been there. Y'all?
He said that he's always rode his bike on the back road, getting in and out of the park. He said he's in. I don't know.
Well, what do you do if you've been there for what's your next move?
Well,
How do
that's
you
what
make
he
a
said.
living?
He said he's
head to the mall?
devastated, but he's looking for a new adventure.
Well, I think we're all in agreement that somebody wanted him out of there.
Well, let me ask you this: why? So I'm at SeaWorld. I'm watching animals perform. Where's the place for a mime anyway? Where's he fit in?
If your income is based off silent art,
for lack of a better
gestures, facial expressions,
term. Yeah. Very,
movements,
very animated.
Right.
What is your next step if you get fired?
I don't know. What do you do?
You get hooked
I'm
up
thinking
with like
birthday
Carnival
parties.
Cruise Line, or
That's a good idea.
I'm thinking
Minor league baseball games.
I'm thinking birthday parties.
Birthday parties.
Yeah.
Or is he going to shake it up and go, you know what, this has been a good run. I'm moving into the next chapter of my life, and I'm not going to do this anymore.
I would like to know, is this the only thing he does for a living, and what does a mime make at SeaWorld?
I don't know.
36 years?
I don't know. I said, can you take his word, but maybe he wasn't
I don't
talking.
know if they got a pension.
You can't take his word if he's not.
Not if he's
talking.
got the white face on.
No.
How much can I make?
Well,
as
you
a
feel
mime?
better after talking about it?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
they done Lynn the Mime wrong.
The average mime salary in our state.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Don't see a lot of mimes in our state.
Is about I said annual salary, not average, but the annual is around $80,000.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, they make about $40,000 an hour. Not $40 an hour.
Okay.
That's a lot of hours though to be a mime.
So if I'm SeaWorld, I mean, I'm probably paying him pretty decent, right?
Yeah.
He's been there that long, correct?
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe you even bump that up to 85, 90 maybe. It's not
Wow.
too bad.
I don't know.
He rides his bike, so there's no gas involved. Maybe.
Well, no, he drove there, and then he gets his bike out.
He rides it in.
Yeah,
My bad.
But this
Gotcha.
one security guard suddenly decided today he was not riding it.
He wasn't riding that one in. I can
So
tell
he
you
was
that.
probably making.
It's a big story, like on a lot of the outlets.
I just thought it was funny that SeaWorld had a mime.
Well, the fact that
beloved
it's,
mime.
And picture a mime mad.
Right.
he probably made $100,000 or more doing that every day.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on with it.
Looking good.
I don't do well. Mimes, clowns, that whole world. I don't.
I'm with you on that.
It's a bip. It's a big bip to me. Whole deal.
You don't want to be the one.
No.
What about people that do magic tricks in front of you?
No,
How you feel
don't
about
like that.
them?
Don't like that either. Don't like that either.
Can
Hey,
y'all
pick a card.
I
don't really want to pick a card.
Have you ever learned a magic trick of any kind?
When I was a kid, I kind of wanted to do magic tricks.
I did too.
And I
I
had
used
a
to love
magic.
this.
I had one of them magic kits.
Yeah.
And it had little stuff in it. Never could do it good.
Of course, you know me. I get embarrassed halfway through it because I'm worried about what the other person's thinking, so I stop. I don't get through it.
But did you ever practice with it? And I never could get it
right.
to look right.
What about that one right there?
Yeah, about you. Oh, wait a minute, didn't work. Yeah.
I had a.
I would do that.
It was either I don't maybe great uncle or something. I don't know. It was like I don't even know how he was related. May have just been a cousin. We'd see him a few times a year, and every scene as a kid, like when I say as a kid, like anywhere from 4 to like 9, 10 years old. And every single time he had that quarter, and he'd act like he got it out of our ear.
Yes.
And for some reason, I would buy it. Like I'd just hook, line, and sinker. I thought, well, my God, what's that quarter doing in my ear?
How'd that happen?
so
Well, I mean, how did he do that?
I do appreciate good sleight of hand. People that can do sleight of hand.
But as I got older, obviously, I mean, listen, that's fun for kids, but I don't like when people do stuff like that to adults. Like, you know what I mean? I'm a grown man. I know what's going on. What are we doing?
It's really not a quarter of my ear. I
No,
know that.
right.
Yeah.
Hey, and you didn't get my nose.
Right,
No, you didn't.
Right.
That's your thumb. It's not my
Correct.
nose.
Yeah.
Correct.
If you were a mime, what would you look?
Burgess for him if he'll just hang on. And
I'm calling to let you know that we have finished the upgrade to the home phone service in your area.
And
which means you'll now have unlimited local calling and unlimited long distance, along with, excuse me.
You all right? What, you got a cold or something?
What's that? Yeah, a little bit.
I'm going to tell you something. You need to be concerned a little bit because, you know, that's, what is that stuff called? Sardis?
Yeah, I'm
going
telling
around.
you. Yeah, I'm telling you. I got a friend.
Hey, you got Chinamen around you? People of Oriental descent?
No, not around here.
I'd be careful. What's a funny? Sardis ain't funny?
No, I'm out here.
All right.
But I have a friend that just went to Canada, and they're having some problems over there, I understand.
Don't trust Canadians, never have.
All right.
And I suggest you do the same, sir.
Okay. Now, what I was calling
Ask your friend when he gets back.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I want to get around him when he gets back.
Plus, I had him washed off real good.
I'll let him wait for a while.
10-4.
Okay. Now, also, you're going to have free...
What have y'all done to my phone?
Okay, we haven't done anything yet. I'm trying to tell you we've...
Because the phone is personal to people, and you just shouldn't be calling them up and tampering with it.
Right.
Do you follow?
We're trying to save you some money here. I'm trying to tell you we have an upgrade to the home
So you've got out there and upgraded my phone without even asking me or my wife, Phyllis?
Not yet. The upgrade...
Are you outside my yard right now, sir?
Are you kidding me?
Well, where are you calling from?
I'm not even in your state.
Well, that's awful forward of you then.
Okay.
You ever been to the great state of Bama?
Of Alabama? Absolutely. My grandparents both live in... Our company is based out of Birmingham, Alabama.
So
my grandmothers are from Birmingham. One's from Birmingham, one's from Remlap. I used to live in Huntsville for years.
Well, you're talking. You don't sound like you're from here anymore.
Well, it was a long time ago.
Sure.
I can talk just like they do up there.
You talking down to me, son?
No, that's how my relatives talk.
Right.
Not talking down to you at all, sir.
You familiar with Bear Bryant?
Absolutely.
All right, then. We'll proceed.
Okay. One of the greatest coaches alive.
Well, he's dead now.
Oh, I mean to ever be alive.
I follow.
Okay. What we're going to send out to you, what we want you to try is you're going to get unlimited long distance and local calling, okay, along with free three-way calling.
Do we get one of them touchstone phones? Because we still got the rotary.
Well, you had to purchase that on your own.
Y'all don't provide a touchstone phone?
I don't believe so.
Okay. What is that?
I don't know. Somebody in another room. Also, call waiting.
Have y'all got children there at work with you?
Yeah, well, we do have a daycare.
Okay.
Call waiting deluxe, caller ID deluxe, call block, call return, anonymous call rejection.
Oh, what is all that?
Everybody's having a good time here on what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm talking about
This is the best thing since sliced bread, if you let me finish, sir. This is all going to be on one bill. Your phone number will not change, and everything stays the same on your new bill.
Yeah.
Now, the only difference you will notice will be the savings on your Momentum family bill. What we've done, sir, is we have combined...
Now I feel like you're shouting at me.
Am I shouting at you?
You sound somewhat of a shout.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I find myself, I wish I had call rejection right now.
Well, you're going to like that. You won't be getting those calls.
I'd be rejecting your butt right now.
You would.
You follow?
I wouldn't be able to get my call. My call wouldn't go through.
Reject.
That's right.
Follow. Okay.
Now, what this is going to do is...
Who's laughing?
It's going to give you free long distance, basically. What we're trying to get through to you here.
Well, there's like noise all around you, sir, and it's somewhat distracting.
Okay, yeah, it is a little distracting.
You got children?
Everybody's having a lot of fun here.
Okay, y'all drunk?
No, there's nobody drunk here.
Okay. Y'all been getting in the shine?
No, nobody's getting in the shine here, but I do have a friend that went out to Kentucky and got in some shine.
You know, there's no hangover with it because it's clean and pure.
Is that right?
Yeah. Ask your mima on Remlap. She'll tell you about it.
Oh. So we'd like for you to try this out. What it is, it's going to give you unlimited long distance. You can call anywhere. We've combined your local and your long distance together. You can call anywhere in the United States.
Here in my family, the Nadmeyers, we don't believe in long distance.
Okay, well, I'm sure, situations
We
do
figure if
require-
you don't live in the neighborhood, we can't trust you. You might be Canadians or something.
Right? I might be connected to what?
I said, well, you never know.
So here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour has begun. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've knocked out the kickoff hour for you. We start this hour with the national anthem. So here we go, a brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new show. Eddie Van Adler now joins the fray. Hello to the YouTubers, whether you're catching the live option on our YouTube channel or the archives of today's program. We're thankful that you are here. Maybe it's a best of hour because you're a Blaze TV subscriber. There's all your YouTube options, live and archived. Maybe you got us live on America's boldest radio stations. Maybe you're catching us on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, or maybe you're catching the podcast archives. So live or archived, video or audio, we'll take you any way we can get you. As I mentioned before the national anthem, the kickoff hour is done. We've got a couple of things looking ahead today, including the elusive interview with Leanne Morgan. And really, we're still on schedule from the beginning. We just had the schedule wrong last week. So that is scheduled to be back with us again today. A Wednesday Bible study archive is now available from yesterday. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be recorded today. Lord willing, it'll be out this weekend. So that kind of gives you an idea of all the things that are brewing on a Thursday. But we're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
There's Jimmy. His version of All Along the Watchtower, the Bob Dylan original.
Oh, yeah.
And as usual, we probably would rather hear someone else sing it.
Yeah.
So there you go. Bubba, we do have that Leanne Morgan phoner. There it is. There it sits in front of us.
No fault of hers. Completely on our end,
like
but
we
we're going
said,
to try this again.
We're going to try it again today, and so that's
Lord willing.
So she is in Huntsville coming up this weekend. Is that right?
The 29th.
The next week. Okay. Yeah. So the 29th, and we'll let you know if there's any tickets available to that. You can find out. So we'll talk to her as the Just Getting Started tour plows across America. Bubba and I both had really the pleasure of seeing it when it rolled through Birmingham, and it is a great evening to go out and just laugh your head off.
Yeah,
funny lady.
You will laugh a lot. She is very funny.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward. In my mind, I think we had her on one time a long time ago when she first started.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and admit something, even though to me,
I may be totally wrong.
The cream eventually rises to the top in the entertainment business. Usually, not always, but I think there were. Well, how do you say this? I don't know the way to say this. Well, you and I have been mistaken for other shows before.
Yeah.
I think, there has been some attempts at this style from other comedians that remind you of her.
Mm-hmm. That's very possible.
But she's by far the best of that crew, and you can see that now. So I know there were some that were in the same genre.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I know one of them you're talking
right.
about. Yeah, and I know we had her on.
We did. Yeah. So it's possible that, but it could be. I can't remember.
The reason I think this, and you're going to think this is funny.
Okay.
Because Leanne Morgan, the name is very close to Lori Morgan, who was a big country star at one time.
Oh, so
and I thought when we had her on, wow, her name's very close to Lori Morgan.
Well, at home, because both of our wives are.
I may be totally wrong. I admit that up front.
Are big fans of Leanne Morgan. I have called her and been corrected by my wife. I've called her Leanne Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
I've called her Lori Morgan, the one you just mentioned. And I've been corrected, husband, it is Leanne Morgan.
Yes.
And then I've called her Leanne Rhymes.
Right.
And I was corrected again.
So she's really made up of two pretty big country stars.
She is. So it is. I need to go get Leanne. I need to put it with Morgan, and I try to take those two names and associate it with other names. But
Hamzy thought we had Morgan Wallen on.
Yeah,
he heard Morgan,
and he was really, really excited. Yeah. So anyway, we'll see. She's a very funny lady, and we're honored that she would give time to the show. We do apologize that we had the date a week off, but today's the day.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Better late than never, right?
And as Speedy,
that's what I always say about dinner.
Yeah, as Speedy has said, in the past we've had some people let us down. They did not, and have not. That was totally on us.
Yeah, it was on us.
Yeah, it's not on their end. So
right here.
Right. So the good news is, and I know you've said this, Speedy, and I agree with you. If I am the promoter, I've dug it.
Oh,
because I got 2 weeks of full promotion about our dates in Huntsville.
That's right.
Yep. Yeah. So they win on this. So
they do.
So we'll do that today. We were kind of kidding around off the air. I didn't know they would go all in on this, but apparently the new strategy from the Biden administration is that we don't see what we see. These are doctored videos. They're AI something. We do not see what we think we see, and I have to give them props. In the times we're living in, since that does happen, there was a time that wasn't available to you to say, well, that's not what you see is not what you see. Now that's available to you. You can say, well, everybody knows that there's deep fakes and all kinds of things. So this is just Trump and all them trying to make the president look bad. I mean, you don't see what you see.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I give them props because you can go there and really explain away everything.
Yeah.
Of course, unless I'm live there, you'll have a hard time with that one. But as far as me watching videos, you can claim a video's not video anymore.
Yeah.
And that didn't happen.
Yeah. It's strange concept to deal with this.
Sure.
It would be easier just to stop people from coming over the border, I think. And then you would get coverage of that, and people would say, well, that's what we've been wanting all along, and that would probably help you in the polls because 62% want mass deportation of all the illegals that are here.
Yep.
So, we saw the CNN anchor about cry when that came out. And it was a CNN poll, so it wasn't...
almost to tears.
Yeah.
So also on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, we'll delve into this very topic, the Mel K Show. Hundreds of thousands listen to this show weekly, and some of the topics we have to talk about, and I think it's the one we all want to know, will Biden actually be the candidate in November for the Democratic Party as it continues to fall apart? And we'll talk about the border.
So does he do a podcast?
It's a she, actually. It's
what
a
is she?
It's
a podcast?
You probably knew her better when she was in the Spice Girls, but
that's
good. This is now her radio host named Mel K. Not
Tell
B.
me what you want. What you really want.
And but anyway, so it's it's a show that talks a lot about politics and what's going on in politics. I think it's based just outside of Philadelphia. So we'll talk with her this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So look for that. And then next week, your old buddies Rick and Bubba are on vacation. So it'll be best of Rick and Bubba shows all next week. So there you go. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up as we jump into the topics of the day. We review things that happened since the last time we were all together. When the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you a Mason, sir?
Have you ever been to Birmingham?
Yes, sir, I have.
That's where my grandfather went. My grandmother.
I thought you said Rimlap, Alabama, where people drink moonshine and we don't call long distance.
We don't drink moonshine in Florida, was where I am.
Oh, my gosh, Southern Yankees.
Southern Yankees?
That's all you are, a bunch of Southern Yankees.
Oh, that's what, well, my mom wanted
Let me tell you what the problem,
from the service.
Let me tell you what the problem with Florida is.
Yeah.
Yankees go down there, and they're like hemorrhoids. They come down, they won't go back up.
It's the truth. The further south you go to Florida, the further north you get.
Yeah, I understand.
You go up to Jacksonville, you're back in the south again.
I follow. They get much further in the Panhandle.
Nah, well...
I ain't never been there, but I hear it's nice.
Well, I live right on the beach, so I kind of like it.
I understand.
Like the Gulf of Mexico.
Is that where you calling me from?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly am. I can walk outside and see the water.
Sounds like you walk outside and you can hear the beach.
Walk outside and what?
The beach is everywhere.
Yeah, there are beaches everywhere.
Well, son, I don't think I'm interested in your product.
That's all right. It was nice talking with you.
And
you have a nice evening now.
You want me to tell your mama hello for you?
What's that?
You want me to go tell your mama hello if I run into her down at the store or something?
No, my mom has passed away. It's my grandmother.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Your mama. Your meemaw, your mama.
She passed away also.
Oh, they're both gone.
They all passed away.
Well, if God willing, they've seen Bear Bryant.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time.
You know, they must really deal with some dandies to stay with that long.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm just amazed they don't hang up and move on.
Yeah. Because at one point, you can tell he's rattled.
Yeah. Do they get paid by how many calls they make? And they got to finish the speech?
Must be. I think it is. I think you got to say.
We need a telemarketer. Let's have some telemarketers call. I'd like to know what's up. And we're asking you to call for a change.
We're back 32 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. You let me hear on your way. Shed some light on this. Dan, you're a telemarketer?
I'm a reformed telemarketer. I got out of the business.
Right. Well, look,
they said I talked too Southern.
We all got to make a living, okay? And it's just not... if sometimes you're there doing that on the way to somewhere else, or you're real good at it and you make a lot of money. I don't have a problem with that. It's not illegal to be a telemarketer, but why would these people stay on with Dickie as long as they do?
Well, basically, the way it was for the company I work for, we used to sell home security systems. I'm sure you've got one of them calls before.
Sure.
Out of Atlanta. And basically what it was is once we realized the sale wasn't going to happen, we got such a score. The longer we could keep somebody on the phone. So actually, you're doing them a favor by keeping them out there.
Okay, good. So
because you're looking for holes to try the resale, basically.
So are you telling me statistically the longer you keep somebody on the line, the more apt they are to get the answer they're looking for?
Believe it or not, yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but yeah, basically that's what it was. Now of course we had the quota. We had to make so many calls a day. Had to make so many sales.
Daniel, let me ask you this. Just give us some round figures so we can understand this. How many calls a day did you make?
Anywhere between 150 and about 300.
Oh, how many sales would you get out of that?
We was required. Ours was a weekly quota of like 100 to 200, depending on which system you're selling, what area you was calling, so on and so forth.
And then you got paid based on sales?
Basically, yes.
Well, how much would you make if somebody bought a system?
We got like a 20% commission or something like that, but it really, time, everything was taken out of it, and it went through the channels. It wasn't a whole lot.
Look, they're bringing our cookies. They got them chained up now for everybody trying to get our stuff. That's funny. Well, Daniel, thanks for shedding light on that. So if you're good at it, you make a good living at it.
I wasn't no good at it. They told me I talked too country.
Daniel, how did you get points for keeping them on the line? How did you get paid on that?
You basically all the phones had a call timer on them, and it went back through the computer system, and ever so often some egghead up in the top office would sit down and say, okay, this caller's averaging this amount of time, with this certain area, and what they would try to do is see which area.
21 minutes now, past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, working our way back. Thank you for being with us on another edition. Hey, everybody is here, and we're going to start running down the stories of the day. Bubba,
I didn't know you were playing romantic music.
Well, I didn't want to get y'all in the mood for love stories, but there's one of Bubba's favorite love songs of all time. Miss You by the Stones, it does pull at the old heartstring.
It does, Rick.
Yeah,
it really does.
Especially the part about the Puerto Rican girls.
Yep.
But last night, beautiful Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Let's go.
This bunch, and I never know if I'm saying the county right. The Neshoba.
That's good.
Effort. Neshoba
Stay with that.
County.
Good effort.
And
I think
we're good with it.
Yeah. And if you've ever researched, their county fair is just this. I don't even know how to even describe it. I would just Google NESHOBA County, Mississippi Fair. The people, like last night they were laughing, says, if you want to buy one of these houses all these families have owned for generations, we've got one, available right now for $250,000, and you get to live in it for 8 days a year. And they go for that big county fair, and they go to those houses just like you'd go to a cabin or a beach house or a lake house, but they only go there during the time of the fair. And there's just tens of thousands of people, and country artists come and other artists do concerts, and it's just this wild experience. And so about this is the fourth year, I guess. Yeah, about 3 years ago, the entire Baptist Association wanted us to start coming over there, and they talked about every single church in that association doing for their men's ministry the curriculum and the strategy from themanchurch.com. So that's how I met everybody there. And so for the last 3 years, one of our members of the team goes over there, kicks off the new curriculum. All the churches meet. They cook catfish and hush puppies, and they all plug in the new curriculum, and they go. So you know how I don't pay attention. So when I was contacted by Billy James, who usually contacts me, I thought he was talking about me doing that again, and I was like, well, this feels a little early for that, and I've already done that the first year. Then it was Wingo, then it was Varvutis, and I thought, well, I can just send somebody else from the team this year for the next curriculum. He's like, no, this is different. Could you come and speak at this thing we do? And I mean, they're one of the most. I mean, you talk about an association of churches. I'm not talking about huge churches that just get after it. He said we do a whole week where we go out through the whole county and we just serve. We go out and we paint people's houses. We go help widows, with their landscaping. We clean up yards. We bring food. We bring whatever. We just serve the entire county. All the churches go out. And part of that week, they call it Love Out Loud, I think, yeah. So in part of that week, we do a community worship service where we all come together and worship, and then we bring in somebody to speak. Okay, cool. That sounds great. So they have the historic Ellis Theater. Ooh. Now, I found out last night, everybody I think is familiar with country music artist Marty Stewart, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So Marty Stewart actually
Not the late legend, the singer.
Right, has taken over this theater, refurbished it. I guess he has ties. Is that his hometown?
Cool.
Is that where he's from, I guess?
Maybe.
And so throughout this theater, you see all this really cool country music memorabilia from Hank Williams and, just all kinds of cool stuff in the lobby. And so they refurbished this theater, and there it is, the Congress of Country Music.
Mm-hmm.
And so really, really nice. We all love those refurbished theaters. But I thought it was cool that this is a project that Marty Stewart took on. So, and they have concerts and stuff there. So it was free. Just open the doors, first come, first serve. I felt good about the evening when I picked up Rich Wingo and Pastor First Baptist Tuscaloosa, Gil McKee. They traveled with me because I could just pick them up through Tuscaloosa. And we were all going to sit on the front row. I don't like when the praise and worship comes out to be backstage because you can't hear it.
Right.
Can I tell some of y'all out there, this obsession with backstage, it's the worst place to be for an event.
Oh, yeah.
It might be neat for a minute. You can't hear, you can't see, you don't know where to stand, you're in the way. So we went front row, and there were some steps. I said, we want to hear the praise and worship, then I'll just walk up on the steps, when it's my time and talk. Well, they basically came down and said, "Hey guys, y'all got to move. We need these seats." So I was like, "Okay." So I certainly don't want people going. Well, I could have got in if Rick and his buddies would have got up.
Right.
So we went off to the side of the stage, and the place packed out. I hope everybody who wanted to get in could get in. They said they thought we had some that got to the lobby, and we just ran out of room. But it was a great room to be in. It was a wonderful night. We saw incredible things. I just can't get over the job this association does serving there and being the hands and feet of Jesus to their community, to their Jerusalem. It's incredible. And so
Marty Stewart was born in Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Well, there you go.
He's 65 years old, was born in 1958.
I thought there had to be a tie. Yeah. I mean, you don't just run to some random city and say, "I'll take over the theater."
Right.
But anyway, so this was one of those things where the Holy Spirit was so moving that when we got out into the streets to go home, we had 4 more people make a decision for Christ on the sidewalk. Wow. They were just saying, "Hey, I was in there. I didn't come forward." And in those places, it's hard to come forward, and the theater's set up anyway. But so it was just incredible. Wow. And I will say, on more of the lighter side, and we've all seen this before, is and I felt bad because I could tell the Pastor Gil McKee was like wanting to. He didn't want to go down the road that Rich was taking us when it comes to sweets. Rich has a real problem with sweets, and when he goes off the deep end, and in the green room back there, they had like these homemade cookies. And at one point, I couldn't believe what I was doing. I mean, here sat a pastor, and Rich keeps coming over, and I said, "Rich, he keeps saying he doesn't want any cookies. Why are you doing this?" I said, "You're almost like if those cookies were sin." And he goes, "Oh, they're not." I said, "What? Just the man doesn't want any cookies." He's come on, Gil, have some cookies. And I said, maybe he does. Maybe he's made a commitment. He didn't want any more cookies.
He wanted a running buddy.
Yeah, and he just overwhelmed us with these cookies. And then we're sitting off on the side of the stage, and there's a little table back there. I look, there's more cookies. I said, "Did you get more cookies?" He goes, "They're just little small cookies."
Yeah. What kind were they?
They were like these little lemon cookies with frosting on the top. And
Rich and I got off
bring any of those
homemade.
home,
I mean, hey, the service is started, and you got a plate over on off the side of the stage, Rich. I said, "Come on, Rich, come on now." And
now, Rich and I got into them at Sanford pretty good. There were some good ones at that at the man church.
He's got a weakness.
Oh, and I fell right in it.
Oh, don't run with him. Yeah. You know how Greg is for you, Bubba?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I hope you never have Greg on one side and Rich Wingo on the other. And there's homemade cookies on the ground.
When we'd go hunt down there and his wife Sherry would make stuff, I would stand there and eat with him for an hour.
I've been craving some chocolate oatmeal cookies.
There you go.
Go drop.
Ooh, yeah.
Hadn't had any of those.
So thank you, guys. Great night last night. Thankful so much. It was great.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
is staying on the line, seeming to be more interested or whatever, and then they would focus on that area.
So basically, the Dickie Nightmare bits are bringing calls to where I live. Okay, thanks, Daniel.
All right, appreciate it, buddy.
Bye. See you, man. Let's go to Larry in Mayhall, Georgia. Larry, how you doing?
Oh, just fine. How y'all doing?
We're good.
Monkey grass to you.
Larry, welcome. It is Dickie Nightmare. He's called on his own. Larry, well, go ahead, buddy.
All righty. I had a telemarketer call me one time and want to sell a magazine.
Yes, sir.
So I told him I couldn't read. And then he said, well, you can look at the picture. And I said, I'm blind.
Yeah.
And he asked me, was I married? I said, yes, sir. He said, well, get your wife to read it to you. I said, she's mute. And he kept on doing all he could do to try to sell me some magazines.
Oh, they're tenacious. This is what I want: inside information from a telemarketer. There's got to be something we can say to them that will make them think that we're telemarketers too. You know, some term or you refer to, and when you say that, they'll just disengage. You go, okay, all right. You know what's up. Juanita, what do you say? Juanita is a telemarketer in Georgia. Hey, Juanita. Dahlonega, Georgia. Yes.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I knew I recognized your voice somewhere. Juanita, now you're supposed to be good on the phone. We can hardly hear you.
I'm sorry.
What do you sell?
I sell vacation packages to Hilton Head Island.
You do?
Yep.
So what is there some kind of phrase that if you call my house I could throw back at you and you'd know that I knew the gig?
Nope.
Not one.
Not one.
Juanita, are you successful at this job?
I'm great at this job.
Give us a sales pitch. What do you push?
Okay. Hi, I'm Juanita. I'm from Hilton Head Customer Service. You purchased a vacation back in '99. Well, you didn't get a chance to go on this vacation. So, I'm calling you back to see if you're interested in this vacation or if you just want to lose it. That's when they usually hang up.
Juanita, do you...
That's when they usually hang up!
Juanita, do you... Let me ask you this. Do you call on the same phone you're on now, or is it another phone?
It's another phone.
Yeah, I would hope so, because that one is awful. Well, maybe you need to borrow one from the office. Juanita, I'm about to make you feel like you're at work. There you go. There you go. Yeah, all right, let's go to Chris in Montgomery. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
I'm fine, Rick. How are you?
We're great.
Hey, I like the earlier caller said, I'm reformed telemarketer.
Yeah.
But some companies, what they'll do is you have to, if somebody tells you no, then you have to, come back with a, well, why not?
Right.
You have to rebut it like 4 or 5 times, and they monitor your calls, and if you don't rebut it, you don't get paid, and if you don't rebut so many calls, they'll fire you.
Yeah, so I've noticed that. Boy, you can say, I don't think I'm interested. No, wait a minute. Now, why not? Now, look at this. So that's what they're doing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they rebut you trying to, well, why not? And, you give them a reason, and they're going to come up with a reason to just sort of like a car salesman, well, I'm not ready to buy today. Well, why not? They're just trying to qualify you and see if they can't change you. Mine, but like another caller said a minute ago, the longer they can keep you on the line.
Well, that explains it. Chris, is there something we can say, like if we're talking to somebody in the radio biz, and they talk about how goofy a program director is, we immediately I go, okay, I know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
So is there something in your industry that we could say, or a term they use or something?
Well, you're talking about to get off the phone with them?
No, here's
So
the thing.
they
would think that we work as telemarketers too. What is it called when you won't let us say no? What's the term for that?
I've been out of it so long. I'm not.
See, we need that term. All right, we'll go. Oh, you're trying to. Yeah. You're trying.
Yeah, you were asking though a few minutes ago about a good way to get off the phone.
Yeah.
With them.
Now tell us that.
Now the best one I've come up with is you got like Bell South or somebody calling up. Is so and so home, and you say no. Well, or is anybody there? They can make decisions on the household. Me and a buddy of mine use this one all the time. Says we're just here feeding a dog, and that just winds it up.
Oh, so that's it. I'm just here. If you're not the decision maker, see in sales, you want an audience with a decision maker. You don't waste time with somebody else.
That's right. As soon as you tell me I'm here just feeding the dog, okay, see you, bye.
Can I ask Chris a question?
if you just hang up or whatever, you don't want to do that, right?
Pass the gravy, please.
All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, as we work our way back, Relief Factor, yes, sir. Love it. Got to have it. And this is that time of year we're all getting a little more active. We're moving around a little bit. And so if you are looking for a natural approach to the inflammation issues that you may be having, I know inflammation is a problem. You know, we got certain foods that your body sometimes reacts to poorly when it comes to inflammation. And so when you're taking the over-the-counter stuff, man, watch out. Those are not designed to be taken every day. We've seen it even in our own family, have the adverse effects of that. But Relief Factor is all natural. Now we got someone, Paul, who listens to us on the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, and he said, "Hey, I was a big softball guy. I loved it. My knees got where they were bothering me so bad I couldn't enjoy softball. I heard you guys talking about Relief Factor. I tried it, and I'm writing to say thank you, Rick and Bubba. That's a game changer. I'm playing like I'm 35 again." So. Well, if you'd like to find out if it's going to work for you, over 1 million people have tried it, including us. ReliefFactor.com. Or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. Listen to the show. You want to mention the show. You'll get some savings there. Also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, you have been a little, I don't want to use the word lax when it comes to Skinwalker Ranch, but you know, I see emails. I know people call the show. They want to talk Skinwalker. And you were telling me, have you caught up? Are you current?
Well, yeah, I'm current now, and I was just one behind this week.
Okay.
But, you know, the amazing thing about it, and you know, I love the technology they have on there, and they've been using a device called a SLAM scanner.
Say that again.
SLAM scanner.
Say that again.
And it's a LiDAR device, which is a laser measuring device.
Did you know that Roto-Rooter has that same exact piece of equipment?
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
And of course, I was just looking around to see, you know, what some of these pieces of equipment cost. And
you gonna get one of these?
It was about $11,000. So I don't
for
think
a what? A SLAM detector?
SLAM scanner.
Scanner.
Yeah. And it uses LiDAR, which is laser measurement, and it creates a 3D image of things. Like if you walked around in this room with one, then you went and downloaded it in the program and all, it would give us a 3D rendering that we could walk around, and it's measured by lasers bouncing off everything. And it's pretty cool. But, you know, one of the things, and they've used airborne, they've used these handheld LiDAR things. There's this one place on the ranch they think is a portal. And
you just say that casually.
They've done different scans.
You say that like they found a place where they think one time there was a warehouse.
Yeah, listen, they've got, and there's a big hole in the middle. It's like a donut, and they've scanned above it, on the ground, and below it, and they're getting this same look. And now they think there's actually a cone shape over it, and it's pretty interesting because they had done a test. Some of the radiation is higher there than it should be. But they can carry out this device that actually measures and gives you a printout of what kind of radiation you're seeing, what elements. And one of them they've isolated as an element that does not occur on the Earth naturally, but in space. And from time to time, the molecules will fall through the atmosphere. You know, so we get a little bit of it here, but not a real high level. And they're seeing high spikes in that, which would mean something probably came through space to get there to bring it.
So you're just going to throw that out there?
Yeah, I mean, and but this is also funny about the LiDAR stuff. So they are getting images below the ground with a LiDAR that they shouldn't be getting because it won't go through the ground.
Right.
So the way that instrument works is millions of times a second it shoots out a laser beam, and then it measures how long it takes to come back. Well, that's the distance, you know, involved. That's how it measures things. Well, if it thinks it's seeing something below the ground, that means it took longer to come back than it should have. So it's being delayed coming back, which means you could have a time warp effect involved there. Only milliseconds in what they're doing, but is that a signature of something bigger there?
Is it true they put a LiDAR on Hunter Biden and it went through the roof?
And here's the funny thing, too. The signature of radiation they're getting. They have also, in one of the other spinoff shows, and that's really what I was going to tell you, beyond Skinwalker, at this Wilson Ranch, they have found the same signature. They laid them over each other. Now, Rick, that would be, and Travis was pointing this out last night, this is like we have a fingerprint of a crime at two different locations that's the same fingerprint, and it's a radiation fingerprint. And that is kind of wild. And this is on that bridge I told you about at the Wilson Farm where there's been like 30 wrecks on it, and it's straight as an arrow. There's no reason people ought to be wrecking on this bridge. And 15 of them have been fatalities. I mean, it's unbelievable. The statistical data on people wrecking on this bridge versus all the places around it is off the chart. You look at it and you go, something is wrong with this bridge. It cannot have this many wrecks. It's straight as an arrow, wide open viewing, but they're getting the same type of radiation and LiDAR delayed scans in this area. It is kind of the center. So there's no liquor store near the
No
liquor store near that we can tell. All right. But I just thought that was interesting. And not only I mentioned the Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, they also have one now called Behind the Gates of Skinwalker Ranch.
All right, let me stop you right there. Is this necessary? I mean, I'm having a hard time watching one. Is there a need for now 3, the original and 2 spinoffs? I mean, is there? But it's overwhelming me. I mean, I'm having a hard time just getting Skinwalker original.
I think Behind the Gates of Skinwalker would be perfect because it's Travis and he's giving a summary of what happened.
Now, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah,
so really, this is like NFL Red Zone for Skinwalker.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, now Beyond that gets my attention.
Beyond is 2 other guys. They have a former CIA agent and a former investigative reporter.
I dabbled in that.
And they go out and do their thing and come back and report to Travis. But anyway, Travis...
Do they still go in that saloon on that other one all the time?
Yeah, at Bigelow's old place. Yeah. It was an old Wild West saloon. Yeah, and they go in, they stay in it
right,
now.
They're just hanging out in it.
Oh, listen, in one episode of that, this was really crazy. They had a thermal imaging camera. And they're staying in a room... Robert Bigelow, who was the owner of both of these.
Sure, we know about Bigelow. Bigelow's deep in all this.
And he dropped all this like a hot potato.
Sure he did.
And went away and won't even talk about it. And everybody's going, what happened with Bigelow? Why did he do this?
Bigelow.
Well, part of the reason is he was staying in this room and he claimed that he was visited by an entity.
Not the Indian.
No,
not the old Indian.
He said it was a 7-foot-tall entity that told him to leave it alone.
You're telling me that Bigelow said a 7-foot-tall, unexplainable creature told him to get out of here?
From this hotel room that they put these guys in. Okay.
What? Not the Wild West Saloon.
And he left. Well, it's real close.
Is it in that same building?
Same place.
Okay.
They are playing with their thermal camera, trying to get it ready to go.
In the very place.
In that room. And you see a guy walk in front of the camera.
You do not.
Okay. And it's the guy in the room.
Okay.
And against the wall, there's a guy standing there.
No, there isn't.
And he goes, guys, there's somebody standing in the corner.
No, there isn't.
Bubba. And then it disappears. Well, the cameraman was recording over his shoulder, and you can see it as plain as day. There is a guy standing in the corner on that thermal camera.
No.
And he is not in that room.
No, there's
not. And they went nuts, Rick. They went bonkers,
crazy,
jumping around.
All right, I'm out of there at that point.
Oh, yeah, I can't go back. That's the end of that.
And they're like, is this the thing that Robert Bigelow saw? And, of course, the Secret Service guy, he wants to stay in there. The CIA guy, he wants a shot at it.
All I can hear right now, because I'll go ahead and I'll just assume, and I admit this is stereotypical. I remember when Don Juan DeMarco Williams worked on this show, the day he just watched something like what you described.
Yep.
And he looked and he said, ain't nothing but white people.
Yep.
And he said, white people are brave.
Yeah.
And he just said, black people, we wouldn't do this. And we don't understand why y'all do this.
Not all white people would.
No. But I mean,
that'd been when that's when I get the rolling suitcase and going, I'm staying in the camper.
But let's just be honest, okay? Coming off Juneteenth. Let's just be honest. When you hear this, you don't have to have ever seen one episode. Never in your mind does it even enter that there's some black people involved in this. You know in your mind that if you go to watch this, it's all going to be white people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is with white people.
Well, the CIA
and refusing
agent,
to get away from stuff like
this. He's not
is he
what
Latino
you call
or
Western
something?
European.
Is he Latino?
I don't know. He's a little
Would you
bit
call him a
darker.
person of color?
Probably. Yeah. probably. I don't really pay attention to all that. I know
I don't
everybody's
either.
caught up in that. I don't really. I've never thought of people that way.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to describe people.
Well, I love stereotypes.
I mean, if you're tall, you're tall. You're fat, you're
Yeah,
short.
sure.
You know, white, black, whatever. I mean,
but I just laughed. I remember the first time this, and it's wonderful in comedic circles. Stereotypes are funny.
Yes, they are.
And the point was made. Ever seen a black Bigfoot team? Never.
No, I ain't going
you
there.
you ever seen on the haunting shows black folks going into haunted houses? You don't see that.
Hey, when y'all had us doing that, and Don, he ruined so many of my
Well, he
shirts.
didn't understand.
He pulled on
he
my
was like,
collar.
I don't understand why white people do this, and it's a great point. I don't either. So there it is. So now we got not one but two spinoffs.
we got mysteries everywhere and radiation signatures that appear to look exactly alike.
There you go. There's for those you've been wanting a Bubba Skinwalker update. He's
There
caught
you
up.
go.
There it is.
There
He
you
even
go.
went online and tried to buy a slam meter.
You know, I would like to just go visit. I don't want to get involved in a show and all that, but I'd like to go see it myself. You know?
No.
What do you think?
Are you supposed to ask them to take you off the list?
Yeah,
and,
now
and
that
send you a
was
letter?
some. Yeah, if you just hang up on them, usually on most systems, or the systems that we used to use, which was the automated dialing system, most of the telemarketers will just sit there like at a computer screen, and then once that automated dialer hits, a name, address, and all that will pop up on a computer screen for them. So they, hey, Mr. Burgess, how are you tonight?
They always say Burgess. That's what I know.
Which is such a common name here in America. All of us know families called the Burgesses.
Yeah,
don't we?
yeah. Why they
but
keep
not a
missing
Burgess anyway.
Why they keep missing that one?
But when they're just sitting there and it pops up on them. So that's sort of how it works. But if you can just hang up on them, all they're going to do is hit a redial button.
Right.
Throw you back in the system, and somebody else is going to call you back again.
So, Chris, we have to tell them, take me off your call list?
And send me a letter.
I'm sorry, I lost it.
I think you're supposed to say, take me off your call list and send me a letter verifying you have done so. And they'll stop calling.
Well, see, here's the one that gets me. What about this one? You pick up, and you go, hello? There's always that pause of silence. And then you hear, stand by for an important message. I go, are you nuts? Has anybody ever heard that recorded message? Oh, I got to hang on, man. This is going to be something good.
Second only to getting an email from an African princess wanting you to hold their $20 million, and they'll give you commission. And now they even put on the letter on the beginning. Have you seen them?
Yeah.
We're very upset this letter's being made joke of. This is a real offer. I don't know you. I have $40 million. Will you hide it for me, and I will give you $40,000 commission. Okay, sure. That happens every day.
Yeah, every day.
Let me have a list of people that's worked with.
Here's my account number.
Yeah.
Quickly, Brian, I got to get to break, but you said you had the answer to what we should say to let them know that we're on to the telemarketing deal.
What do they do, Rick and Bubba? How are you this morning?
Good. What's the phrase?
Well, it's not so much a phrase, but if you've ever got the call and they say hold, and they tell you that the call may be recorded for security purposes. Have you heard that before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, usually if they ever do sell something to you, they usually have an ID number where it's like they give you my name's Bill Jones, my ID number is 232, please refer this to my manager. Well, if you get that initial call, guys, and you say, if you act really interested, and say, what's your name and your ID number, so in case I get disconnected from you, I can ask for you again.
Okay.
When they give it to you, when they give you your name and ID number, tell them you're also selling something. In return, say, oh, by the way, I'm a telemarketer also. I'll buy something from you if you buy something from me.
Okay, yeah, that's what we do.
Well, let me ask you this, Brian. Do they call it commission? Is that the term for the override, or do they have another phrase for it?
Well, it is commission. Some people do commission, and some people do as they call it a bonus, maybe a bonus pay structure.
Bonus pay structure.
So what will happen if we do that? Will they take us off the list and type something on the screen?
Well, if they don't, they're a fool because they're going to think you're bugging them the rest of the time. You may be calling back 2 or 3 times a week.
Rick and Bubba. Gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on
we're back.
blubber.
We're back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
877 We Be Big. Ryan Greenwood, webmaster, joins us, and his number is 74.
You know, you speak about telemarketers while we're getting Ryan set up here. You know, it is amazing to me how many calls you get about long distance. Is that not amazing?
Oh, yeah.
Is that more than anything?
Could you even follow what this guy was doing from the beach? I mean, he was going to revamp the whole system.
Look, how many companies give you phone service? How many?
A bunch. Here's Ryan Greenwood, webmaster. And
I like to research it on the internet myself, don't you, Ryan?
Yeah, radical, crazy, priorities out of whack.
Internet, computer guru.
Oh, no.
Rabid Dolphin fan.
Yes, now that I am, yes.
And it is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We have Leanne Morgan scheduled to be with us, and we've all looked at our press sheet, and it looks like it does say June 20th again, and today's June 20th if you're listening to us live. So
those kind of match up
They
this
do.
time.
That's a good
It's
sign.
something, isn't it?
They
That's
match
a good
this.
sign.
I think we're off to a roaring start there. Adler Video 2. You know how you remember in Ghostbusters when they said never let the streams cross. Don't cross the stream.
not.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then when they found out what it was, they're like, "Wow, that's an important safety note."
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
And
not just something guys holler around the campfire.
They're right. There's a little moment of terror every day here when we do our show live, because right as it's ending, we look to what we call TV4. And on TV4, we have to watch the scary beginnings of another edition of The View. And there can be, and yesterday I looked up and was just completely terrified. I could not believe what I was seeing. It was something that we all hoped would never happen. The View had Rachel Maddow on.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought to myself,
You're right.
oh, Lord, help us.
Can you put that much in one room?
I didn't know that this was even allowed to have Rachel Maddow.
Look what it did to her hair.
On The View.
Oh, that's
Rick,
right.
she was so off the wall. Even the View, she even shocked the cast of the
Did
View.
she really? Well, here's one, Bubba, ours, as Donald Trump would call it. Here's a butte. So Joy Behar and Rachel Maddow are having a serious discussion.
Yeah, listen to this.
If President Trump were to win, what would happen to her and The View? So here we go.
So you said recently that you thought that you, as an outspoken critic, could be a target yourself. Some people think that sounds overdramatic, but I'm right there with you. I think that he is so vindictive that he will go after, however he has to, through the IRS maybe, or even, or through sponsors to get us off the air maybe, or you. Yeah. How seriously should we be taking that?
Well, so I was asked, am I worried about me? And my answer was, I'm worried about all of us. I'm no more worried about me than I am worried about everybody in the country. I think it's bad to have somebody saying, give me as much power as you can in this country so I can use it to go after other Americans. So I can use it to go after these subhuman internal enemies and I'll destroy them. Like, that's just not a good system for anybody. And I don't think anybody's safe if that's the sort of basis on which he wants to get more power.
Well, remember when Nixon had an enemies list? That was a proud moment for a lot of people if they were on the enemies list. Maybe we need to turn it around like that.
Well, I think that if he decides that he's going to go after you or me or anybody who's well known, we have resources. We'll likely be fine. But I think there's a pattern where he picks out individual people and effectively terrorizes them.
But
Guys, where have they been?
No, that's just classic them.
they're doing that now to Trump and the conservative, line of politicians, and that's what they're doing now.
The only documented case of political get back in this country to the highest level is the prosecution of Trump.
Absolutely.
That's the only one we've had. Now, they are telling you they're worried about this when that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, classic.
It is classic.
Accuse
you always
of what
watch,
they're doing.
And let me give them a heads
what they're worried about, because that's usually what they're doing.
Y'all ain't that important.
Well,
you're giving yourself more credit than you deserve.
And also, don't forget what else she said, and everything y'all said is 100% accurate. That's exactly what they do to people that disagree with them, and they're thinking Trump's a problem. First of all, you have to come to the conclusion that the executive office can even do these type of things.
That's true.
But the other thing is, if we look at history, y'all hit on some of it, but let me add to that. What party in recent political arenas has used government agencies to go after their enemies? The Democrats. We know they've sent the IRS after people who politically oppose them. We know they send the environmental agencies,
EPA,
the EPA after people they don't like. That we know that the Patriot Act, it was revealed to us, the Democrats were using it to just simply spy on Americans and their political opponents. So everything that these two women just said, and I think most of you did make the point, only Joy would draft with her, but she did so gladly. They are talking about the very things that their political party and themselves have done to people who disagree with their worldview. Yeah. Down the line, using government agencies, canceling people, destroying. I love when they threw in go after sponsors. They might go after our sponsors. They do that. They do that
daily.
To this show.
Yes,
right. They do that to
and
this show.
And we're a nobody.
I have an emailer that emails every now and then saying we monitor y'all every day for things we can call your sponsors about. Thank you.
Yeah,
and
Media
believe it or not,
Matters.
they're not conservatives.
Media Matters is a national organization that does that on behalf of the left to every conservative outlet out there. A conservative outlet will say something. They'll go to the sponsor and say, "What is your comment about this? What is your comment? What is your reaction about what this person that you sponsor says?" In order to stir up that controversy, in order to defund those conservative news outlets.
Yep.
They're the ones that, if they could, live in a world that has no opposing view to them. They love tyrannical governments as long as it's the tyrannical government of their choice.
Sure. Right.
And they've proven that. It's not a theory. This is not us theorizing. They've done it. We know they've done it. And so this is, and then, of course, let's face it, Rachel Maddow pretending that she's a threat to anyone with that audience that she garners. I don't think, if you were going to go, if we were strategizing against a team, she would not be a player we'd be concerned about.
No,
we'd go.
I think she thinks she's more important than she
right.
is.
Bubba, go ahead.
And Trump, Trump will throw zingers at these people.
Of course.
He will say things.
Of course.
But when you look at his actions while he was president, I've said it before, he's one of the most transparent presidents ever. He talked to the press every single day. Meanwhile, we have Biden calling on pre-selected lists of press people. He would never sit down face to face with anybody that could be potentially combative with him because he couldn't stand up to it. Right. This is crazy.
But in a shocker, with all the things we know, and we've got another thing to look at with Biden today that we're being told, of course, is a deep fake and edited video. This is their new thing. Bubba and I just talked about it. Fox News poll. Fox News. Okay, Fox News has a poll that Biden is now leading Trump
by 2 points.
Fox News.
That's a flip of a couple of points. Do you want insight on that poll? You got time?
We can come back.
Let's come back. We'll talk about it because I saw that and I thought, well, no, that doesn't wash with what we've been seeing, but it does wash with what we know.
Yeah,
and what we have been saying for years and years, but. Yeah. I just don't know. I don't know. I understand some people don't like Trump. I got that.
Of course, yeah.
But if I would just have a hard time voting for Biden with his current mental status, no matter what. If it was reversed, I'd still have the same problem.
Well, yeah, but he has this, but I also look at the state of the effect of his policies, and so his current cognitive state, and just how well his administration have done is enough to vote against it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you in part by our friends at First Cup Coffee. Let me tell you something. Freedom to make, choices is something that we all celebrate. But where did all this freedom come from? Well, if you're a subscriber to First Cup Coffee, you'll get all these different roasts. All of them have moments in Rick and Bubba history that you can study together with your family while enjoying delicious coffee. Become a subscriber today by going to firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba. Get 10% off your first order. Become a subscriber. Get an additional 10% and free shipping.
Lead guitarist for our band.
Brian Greasy, too. The backup. That's a good backup to have.
The world's greatest garage band. You'll see him at Fat Fest coming up in August.
Have you seen this website, Ryan? So you can just research your own long-distance bill, saveonphones.com. Have you seen that?
I have not. I need to check that out, though.
You know what my new thing is? And I get emailed, you know how I hadn't paid a car payment in, 5 years?
Yes.
My new thing is I'm going to keep switching phone services and never pay.
I want the 30 days free and just keep switching.
Ryan Greenwood, as y'all know on the air, is a very big laugher. He is. This is recorded, Ryan.
That's back when I could laugh.
Yeah. Okay, so that's...
And Ryan has asthma.
Yeah, and he has asthma, so
he has a breather.
Get a breather.
And, sometimes when you're talking to Ryan on the phone, he gets tickled, and you lose Ryan, and you hear that breather going...
Yeah. You've heard it on the air, some of you. We understand.
That's back when I could laugh.
So now you...
And live.
You can't laugh without...
Well, I've got this cough. Everybody's got the cough that's going around. The
SARS?
Whatever. I feel like I do have it, maybe, but we got the kids checked, and we're okay. But you get this coughing. I've got the coughing so bad that it's taken my breath to where I thought I was going to pass out. It's kind of concerned me. So now I figured out I can't laugh. I can't go into a full-blown laugh without triggering this cough. And so, and if I trigger this cough, I mean, seriously, I've got the coughing to where, like, you get real numb. Like, I thought I was driving. I ran off the road.
Well, I hope it was this show you were listening to.
Well, it was, sure. And,
was it about my shorts?
The shorts got me, too.
Well, let me tell you, so in other words, you're going to sit here and not laugh about the fact that
I could smile. No, I could smile.
Speedy's wife brought home 2 cats, and they've already given birth in his garage. So you're going to sit here and not laugh about that?
No.
And Speedy's house of cats? Speedy went from I hate cats to he's a cat dealer.
Rick, you understand how
You're not going to laugh at that?
I think this is the first time. This is the first time ever. Documented case. We're trying to get somebody a...
He really did pass out. How about he really did pass out? Lay down. How about he don't kill Ron? How about this? He's really got asthma, though. He's that bad. I thought he was just kidding around. He's okay. He really did.
Speedy has saved many people.
Look, Speedy is doing his work again. Yeah, he's all right.
He's good. He's good. Don't worry about it. He's good.
Ryan, you're good.
Good.
Don't laugh
That camera's right over you there.
Yeah. He's good. He's fine.
Is this in worst case scenario? Does anybody know?
Hey, Ryan, he's good.
I'm good.
Okay, all right.
Speedy here with cats. I'm good.
Okay, don't laugh anymore. Don't bring the cats up. That's what put you on the floor. Okay, don't. All right, how about this? He's got.
Coach Speedy's got him. We're all right.
Hey, look, he's got to have. Hey, he's got me water. He's got to have medical help. Ryan, you need to go see a doctor about this. How about this? It's pretty serious.
Tell him, Rick. Shut up.
Well, he really does, though. You have to agree with that.
Speedy, I don't know that mouth-to-mouth is needed here. Okay.
Yeah, he's good.
I'm good.
Can I tell you, though, seriously, that's what I was trying to accomplish with the stun gun. It never happened.
How about he passed out quicker? I thought he'd at least take next segment before we could get him to pass out.
Well, all right. Well, how about this? Ryan's telling the truth. Y'all have a good day on TV. Radio, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. As you've heard, the gang all here today. So things that you need to know, Leanne Morgan scheduled to come be with us 1 hour from right now. If you're catching the live show or trying to work through the archives today to hear that. So she is scheduled to appear. Yesterday's Bible study archive now available on the YouTube and podcast channel. Then Bubba and I record a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, that'll drop this weekend. And then next week, Bubba and I will be on vacation, so there won't be a RBU next week or a new Bible study next week. So if if you're behind on catching the archives on any of those, go back and grab those, and you'll get best of shows while we are away next Monday through Friday, hosted by one of the Good Time Gang. All right, so Bubba, we went to the break. We left America just confused because a Fox News poll this week shows that Biden has now moved ahead of Trump by 2 points.
Yes, for those of you that will occasionally email and say we only give Trump positive news,
that's right.
We only give Biden negative news. No, the news goes where the news goes. We just share it.
What about the news?
The Fox News poll, which was published Wednesday, showed that 50% of the respondents said they would vote for Biden in November, and 48% would vote for Trump. It's a 1 point improvement for Biden in the poll over last month's figure, where Trump actually led by 1%. Now, has the conviction on the 34 felonies affected a margin there and that? They don't know.
They don't know.
If you break it down even further, Biden was receiving the backing of 73% of black voters. The poll also showed that nearly all partisans remain loyal to their party. 95% of the Democrats said they would be supporting Biden, while 95% of the Republicans said they would back Trump. So that gets you to about that number that we talked about before.
That old number.
Where you're going to see just right out of the gate, doesn't matter who the candidates are, how pitiful, how good, you're going to have 48% about vote Democrat, 45% vote Republican. The middle, the Republicans have to win.
And so this shows the middle has moved a little bit, is really all this shows, right?
Yes. It's the middle has basically split.
Right.
And that's about where you're seeing 50 to 48. You still got 2% undecided. When third-party candidates are in the poll, Biden leads Trump by 1 point, while independents, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Cornel West, received 10% and 2% respectively. Green Party candidate Jill Stein got 2%, in the independent voters, Biden actually has a 9-point lead over Trump, according to this poll.
Yeah, now that's a Fox News poll, so that you got to take a look at that. Does any of this stuff that we'll cover, and now they're saying we don't see. Now the independents, that's a different deal. You don't know how many of those actually are independents when you watch.
And I don't know how many respondents this is, but they are reporting it on their broadcast outlets today too. So I don't know.
To be fair, if you want to try to understand this, and I'm going to ask you, Bubba, what you think, and guys, y'all too. So there was a time, and you can disagree with me. This is me honestly just trying to work it out in my mind. There was a time that it felt that the chasm between the two political views wasn't as wide as it is now. The right is more right than ever, and the left is more left than ever. And that's the reason why. And all you have to do is look at yourself, as Michael Jackson told us to do, but apparently never did himself, looking at the man in the mirror. Would you, for any reason whatsoever, if you're a conservative, for any reason, vote for the Democratic candidate? For any reason?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, anybody. Yeah, anybody that's conservative.
No.
Okay, so the Democrats aren't going to vote for conservative either.
Right.
No matter what their candidate looks like. It's a worldview. It isn't a candidate.
So
it's a political worldview.
It gets down to a very small slice of about 5 to 8% in the middle who flip-flop or consider themselves independent and flip-flop on who they support.
Well, and then you have to go with this, because you're right, because as Greg would weigh in, you have people that claim to be independent because they think that's being sharp.
Yeah.
But if you were with them, you would find they're actually leftists.
Yeah.
Or they're
Right.
conservatives, one of the two. They're not really independent. They're saying that because I think that makes them sound mod, makes them sound important at the banquet or the dinner. But really, if you watch their lives, they do have a party or a worldview that they live out that isn't truly independent.
It's
kind of hard to be independent. I mean, you got to.
Well,
have some
the
sort of
reality
conviction.
is you can't. You got to go back to your mind. It's almost like a mid-major in a sport. The reality is you're not going to win the college football national title. You're not going to get there. So now I want to be a part of a winner eventually.
Right.
So I got to go with one of these two parties that actually have so much out there.
Yeah.
Which one? If Trump was in the position, if everything Trump, just label everything that's gone on with Biden we have seen over the last year, really you could just take the last few weeks, the gibberish, all the things that have been happening. If that was Trump today, I'd still vote for Trump.
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
And the reason I would, and I think many people are like this, well, he's not going to be in office long. They're going to replace him with somebody that I can get on board with.
Right.
If I give it up and go the other way, then I'm giving it up to them. And I mean, honestly, if I'm a Democrat, I'm sitting here thinking, you know what? I'm going to vote for Biden because I've probably got 6 more months of this.
Well, and
I'm being true about it, and then they're going to bring in somebody else that I can actually, whether it's Kamala or whether it's Gavin Newsom or some no name we don't know at this point, it's better than Trump. That's what they're saying.
Of course it is, and you're all that's right. And what they're looking at, honestly, if I was a Democrat, which is hard to imagine, but if I was,
it's hard for me to imagine me.
But if I was, I would actually be comforted by the fact that Biden's not running the country. I'd be like, well, good.
Right.
But our party's still running it, and I'm glad it's not him.
I do think many people go there.
Right.
They're like, well, I'm okay with Obama running it behind the scenes.
Of course. I'm actually more okay with that.
I am too.
But the problem is, and I think when we don't understand it, you have to ask yourself a question. If you have true convictions, things you're immovable on.
Yeah.
Well, leftists have convictions they're immovable on too, and they're voting for their worldview, not the candidate.
Right. Correct.
And we as conservatives do the same thing.
Yes, we do.
We would vote for Fetterman if we were in Pennsylvania and he was the conservative candidate. We would.
We would.
That's sad.
Because we'd vote for that worldview, that political view.
Right. It's not the person, it's the view.
And we would vote against the Democrat.
Right.
There is a theory, though, that if your candidate appears to be a good one,
right?
Okay,
sure,
that it doesn't energize the base, so you will not have the turnout you usually have.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
you're talking about because I don't care, I'm not voting.
Yeah, it's like,
It's a good point.
I know my guy's an idiot, so I'm not going to worry with it, whatever. And we've seen that in other elections.
But now, if Rachel Maddow and Joy Behar are telling me I can't be apathetic because how dangerous Trump is, that energizes some of those people to go beyond my candidates.
Well,
I'm not saying that's accurate. I'm just saying that's what they do.
But I think, too, on election day, which, by the way, I really do think we probably need it to be a national holiday because it's difficult when you work.
Everything else is, why not?
Yeah, we're just throwing them out. Let's have another.
It's not a priority to us. I try to go. I do too, but
I try to make it a priority.
I do too, but if I got a kid sick or I've got something going on at work, or life happens, guys, and we only have a small window.
That's why early voting is so important.
But I would say this: I was not near as energetic to go vote for, say, a Bob Dole or a McCain as I was for a Bush or a Reagan.
No, you're right about that. Yeah, no doubt about that. So I don't know.
Trump.
Now,
Or
every
Trump.
now and then, and our parents were examples of this, over time, you can have somebody say, well, I've looked at my worldview, and I've looked at the party that once represented that, but they don't anymore.
Right.
And I can't be for where they've headed, and I switch parties. And that does happen. That takes time. That takes a lot of time. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show.
Good gosh almighty, she looks so fine.
There, Timmy Wilson.
Good morning. Bubba, how come you never pass out when I'm here?
Well, you know, we try to limit that to one ratings book.
Somebody told me that you bit the carpet dirt or whatever it is.
Well, not completely. Technically, it was a gray out.
Yeah, it was a gray out. Bubba's still claiming he did. The lights did not completely go down.
It was black and white, and the screen was getting dim, but it didn't go out.
I'm telling you
now,
this.
I could hear Rick saying, "Hey, buddy, you all right?" In my mind, I was answering him, but my mouth wasn't moving.
Let me tell you something, Bubba. I've been around show business quite a while, and I realize that once people get on TV, they have a tendency to change. Okay? Rick hasn't changed at all. He looks exactly the same as he did when y'all weren't even syndicated, when y'all were straight out of Oxford, Alabama. He looks the exact same. He almost looks like he did when he was in high school going out there to play for his daddy.
And?
You? I don't even recognize you anymore.
Oh, come on.
Let's get over here and look at some of these pictures. Let's get the pictures that way. Let's get the pictures out over here. I mean, you remember when Bubba had an Anniston, Alabama haircut? one of them helmet head thing with a mustache, and
yeah, sure.
Looked like he'd been working at a Hardee's or something, late shift.
Sure.
Well,
the mustache comes and goes. It depends. A miscut and it has to leave.
I get here and Bubba's got a whole new set of teeth.
Yeah,
I don't recognize. He's got Hollywood hair, and he's wearing James Gregory clothes. Stardom just affects some people differently.
Yeah, I never thought that chef pants would be considered an uppity move.
Yeah.
Now, I've worn those for a long time.
Yeah, chef pants. Yeah. You had a lot going until you got into his clothes. His clothes haven't changed much.
I'm telling you, he's going to be quitting you pretty soon and running off with Kid Rock.
How you been? All right, let's get this out of the way. Those of you that love Tim Wilson, those of you that are intrigued by Tim Wilson, those who are just wondering about Tim Wilson, Nashville, Tennessee, he is on the way to see you as we speak. Zanies, you'll be there this weekend.
We'll be at Zanies tonight through Sunday. We are doing a heathen show Sunday.
Oh, wow.
So you could be out with your associate pastor improving yourself spiritually, or you could be sucking down a Budweiser listening to me. Sunday night. So it's tonight through Sunday at Zanies Comedy Club in Nashville, Tennessee. And I'm here basically, self-promotion.
You're hawking something.
I'm hawking something.
Look, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that we hawk on.
Well, here, hand it to me, and
I'll handle it.
I'll
handle the hawking.
You're going to do it.
Tim, it was 3 years ago that Tim took me out to his truck, and he said, I've got together with some legendary musicians and songwriters and singers, and I'm going to put together an all-star CD of the kind of music that I just enjoy. And I listened to it, and I told him how much I liked it. I wanted a copy of it. He wouldn't give me a copy of it. Said it's coming out soon.
Tilt it down a little bit.
All right, that was 3 years ago.
That was 3 years ago. It was back when Bubba had Anniston helmet head.
Yeah. That far back.
And so now you put it together. But now, once again, this is one of the things in the entertainment business that sometimes we do, confusing the audience, thinking that Tim Wilson, this is a Tim Wilson comedy CD. It is not.
No, this is not a Tim Wilson comedy CD. Let me explain what this is. This is a bunch of songs that I like with my favorite singers. It's got Greg Allman on it. It's got T. Graham Brown on it. It's got Jimmy Hall from Wet Willie.
Oh, yeah.
It's got Levon Helm from the band. It's got Bobby Whitlock from Derek and the Dominoes. It's got Amy Helm, Mike Stewart, and Russell Smith from the Amazing Rhythm Aces.
Sitting at a tiny table in a ritzy restaurant.
And Ronnie Hammond from the Atlanta Rhythm Section. Those.
How did you pull this off, Tim?
It was
the contracts alone.
It's
how did
what
you
me
get
and you
that?
talk about all the time. God did it.
Oh, okay, good.
It was one of those deals where I asked God, and God sent me the people to do it, and they just sort of walked by my table. It was weird. Like Jimmy Hall, I was sitting there going, who am I going to get to be able to sing this People Get Ready song? And I look over at my manager. I'm eating, spaghetti. I'm eating
pasta.
No, it was fettuccine Alfredo up there at the Trace in Nashville. Real good. So I'm sitting there.
We call that spaghetti where I'm from.
Well,
uppity spaghetti.
Yeah.
We call those James Gregory pants where I'm from. Anyway, so I'm sitting there eating, and Jimmy Hall walks by my table right as it came out of my mouth, and I went, boom, there's my guy, and I went over there and talked him into it. But my friend Steve Melton is.
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. Leanne Morgan scheduled to be with us next hour. So a couple of things. First of all, in the world of the real Greg Burgess, a special marker today for his daughter and my niece.
That's right. Not only is Rick and Bubba Show 30, today Chandler turns 30 years old.
Chandler!
My youngest.
Big 3-0, huh?
Yes.
Mama.
Look at there. Yeah. Look at that.
Chandler.
That's awesome.
Chandler, she teaches school. She's at Pleasant Valley, back home.
That's cool.
And got 2 children, Pace and Mary Hollis, and all grown up. And I guess I'm officially old. There they all are.
30 years
and her
old.
husband, Riley. Yeah. That's gone. You remember, Rick, about the first 3 years of her life, she didn't give you much.
Yeah, she was. And then one day, didn't she announce
She
today's
declared
the day?
it.
Today's the day I'm going to be nice to Uncle Rick.
Yeah, he always would mess with her. She'd hide, And then one day we were going to Mom's, and she goes, "I'm gonna hug Uncle Rick today." I said, "Okay."
That was it.
From that point
Been
on,
hugging me ever since.
Isn't that sweet?
Been hugging me ever since.
I don't know what the first 2 or 3 years. I don't know what it was about.
I think that it's wonderful, and they should, women taking their husband's name, but Chandler Jones is weird to me. You know what I mean? She'll always.
Sorry, Riley.
She's Chandler Burgess to me.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, I love Riley. He's
Happy
awesome.
30th.
And
That's a
good
big
family.
one.
Yeah.
And
it gives me an excuse to sing Mrs. Jones to her, which she loves.
Yes, she does love it.
Mrs. Jones.
But yeah, it just wow.
Yeah, that's 30, Greg. Baby's 30.
Yeah.
Wow.
How about does this bring it home? I was about her age when I started the show.
That's weird. Wow. Thanks for making it weird.
How about
is
that?
crazy.
That is nuts.
And you remember, you stayed at the house when I think when you were doing football games, and me, you, and Chandler, for some reason, we were in the vehicle riding around going somewhere.
We went to like Taco Bell or something.
Was she high school or college?
We really did.
That's weird.
She was in college. I think she was in
college or high
college.
school. She may still be in high school. I don't know.
Wow.
But I do remember us. We went to Taco Bell.
Oh yeah. And she was like,
She would
She was
have to
making
have been
fun of
in
you.
high
yeah,
school.
she made fun of me the entire trip.
Hey, hilarious.
Oh, she's like him a lot.
Yeah.
She's really a lot like him.
yeah.
She's got that sense of humor.
Yes, she does. And she loves Daddy in a Handle, too.
Oh, she loves
yeah.
it.
She loves that.
If there's something
Well,
going
who
wrong,
doesn't?
well, we all love that.
Yeah.
And so she's.
But happy birthday.
You guys have
30.
done well with her. She's
Yeah, we're very proud of her.
and she is a woman of great character and solid woman of God, and a lot to be proud of there.
Absolutely.
All right, so then also Speedy and Greg, it's in show notes today.
Watch it.
It's called Nashville to Birmingham, Stories Behind the Songs, songwriters in the Round Experience. We love this organization, Rainbow Omega. I was asked about this Sunday at church. Somebody asked me about Rainbow Omega, and I said, oh, yeah, we've done work with them and for them quite often, and it's a wonderful organization. And Speedy and Greg will be there emceeing this, and you can help this wonderful organization and hear these incredible songwriters in a cool setup. So if you want to get tickets to that, they went on sale today. It'll be July the 19th, and you can get those tickets right now by going to rickandbubba.com and just looking in show notes. There you go.
And we have a month, Speedy. We may write a song, me and you, between now and
Yeah, I think so.
Debut it.
Yeah.
Debut it that night.
Please do.
Songwriters night.
Rude Tourette's and secondhand affairs.
So, Bubba,
name of a band.
That's good, by the way.
Speedy, how about this? I'm red in the face over you.
That's a good
I
one.
like that.
Boy, that's
I
good.
I'll take that and run with it.
That's
Again,
good.
you're on my mind and in my heart.
So,
I don't know why.
That's I don't know where that came from. We have a flashback that showed on YouTube a minute ago.
One of my favorite moments ever, Rick,
So
by the
Ryan
way.
Greenwood and Helmsley, you're going to find this insensitive. He really has asthma bad.
Yeah, he's asthmatic, just like Helms.
And he was having a bad asthma day, and he was telling us that he didn't need to laugh hard because he does laugh hard, as we all know. He said, because I might pass out. And I said, I bet I can make you pass out. So I tried to come up with something that would make him laugh hard, and he did pass out. So Speedy rushes to his aid, and he did, and it went much worse than I expected. As my wife keeps asking, how many of these type of things are going to go badly that you'll stop doing them?
Yeah.
And that's a great question. But anyway, so
can I say one thing?
Yeah,
and then
sure.
we'll move on.
Yeah.
If anybody's ever experienced someone passing out where they like have no control,
it's not
they
good.
hit and it's like boom, bam. The way he hit his head, it did for a second. It did concern me because he hit really hard.
Your body hits, then your head
and that was my concern. It was, buddy, are you okay?
Yeah. So here it
I
is.
can't laugh. I can't go into a full-blown laugh without triggering this cough. And so, and if I trigger this cough, I mean, seriously, I've got the coughing to where, like, you get real numb. Like, I thought I was driving. I ran off the road.
Well, I hope it was this show you were listening to.
Well, it was, sure. And,
was it about my shorts?
It was, the shorts got me, too.
But let me tell you, so in other words, you're going to sit here and not laugh about the fact that
I could smile. No, I could smile.
Speedy's wife brought home 2 cats, and they've already given birth in his garage. So you're going to sit here and not laugh about that?
No.
And Speedy's house of cats? Speedy went from I hate cats to he's a cat dealer.
Rick, you understand?
You're not going to laugh at that?
I think this is the first time. This is the first time ever. Documented case. We're trying to get somebody.
Guys, that was legit. I didn't know it was that bad.
That was legit.
He hit his head so bad.
Guys, I didn't know it was that bad. I was going to accuse him of faking it, but I can't.
I love y'all are just still.
Bubba
The show has to go on.
It does.
That's right.
I thought he was just kidding around.
Look at me trying.
Speedy's right on top of it trying to say.
Mouth to mouth, not as necessary.
Look, Speedy is doing
Bring it back, Speedy. Bring him back.
Yeah, he's all right.
Look, Ryan's like, get off me. What in the world? This is worse. This is worse than passing out. This is worse than passing out. Imagine when he woke up and he saw that.
Is this in worst case scenario? Does anybody know?
Hey, Ryan, he's good.
I'm good.
Okay.
His eyes.
Wait a minute, time out.
That angle, by the way, that's a terrible angle.
Speedy's spooning him.
You see Speedy's hand running through his hair?
Now it makes me look back again. I think maybe Speedy might have led Richard Simmons on.
Only this show would make fun of the guy that tried to help the person and not the other two.
Well, I will say this.
The show had to go on.
I was ready to accuse him of faking the pass out.
No.
He was gone.
Well,
Speedy, under the Hippocratic oath of radio host, we could not leave our microphone.
Thank you, Bubba.
We
You
had
could
to
have tried to
finish.
catch him.
Yo, when all of a sudden that camera view, he's laying
Yeah, that's a terrible
caressing his
camera
head.
view. It was not kind of like
Here's
that.
Ryan's face.
Yeah, no. Ryan wakes up, starts trying to push him away.
Can we see him in the floor one more time, Adam?
All right, so
look at Speedy's hand going behind his ear here.
Wait, no, because there was
That's
the
weird.
way the hair was like
caressing him
through his eye. It was weird. So y'all didn't see what I saw on the floor, and this looks terrible.
It
looks
we just see what you
right here.
Somebody, get your pointer out. Get the pointer out.
He did pass out.
Speedy would have done.
Get ready to stop it, Adler. Get ready to stop.
Hold on. Time out. Can we go back 3? Let's go back. Let's time out. Okay, we got to go. But look at Speedy. What?
What happened?
You ran to him. You ran to him. Kill Rod.
Do y'all remember the?
He's really got to ask with that
Hey,
man.
you're laughing real
I
hard.
thought he was
do
just
y'all,
kidding around.
Do y'all remember the sound his head made?
Yeah, you can hear it. Look right here. Look right here. Oh, Speedy. Watch his hand. Watch Speedy's hand.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's good. He's good.
That's a terrible angle. That's a terrible angle.
I don't know how any of that was helping him. How was any of that helping him?
Oh my gracious!
I was talking him back.
Yeah, it looked like it.
I'm
caressing him back.
Yeah. Hell, I guess I should have moved out of the way.
Rick and Bubba.
My co-producer on this, and I mean he's the engineer, and he's sort of the. And Melton is a brilliant, genius, technically He worked with Bob Dylan. He's worked with Bob Seger. He's worked with everybody. He's the man up in Muscle Shoals as far as engineering and producing and stuff. And they just opened a new studio up there called Big Daddy Rabbit is the name of that studio that just opened in Muscle Shoals yesterday.
You know, we're on there. We're on in Florence, Alabama, on the Big Dog.
You are?
Yeah.
Well, if anybody up there wants to do any kind of recording, go to Big Daddy Rabbit Recording Studio. It's right over there next to Fame. It's over there behind that McDonald's out there on that stretch.
Well, Tim,
but ask for Steve Melton.
So he's the genius. And Capitol Records
He's the genius, and I'm the car salesman. I'm the guy who got all the singers to show up. He got all the musicians to show up. And then we got in there and just kind of hashed it out over a period of it took about 2 years to...
It took 3, Tim.
Well, it took a year to get it out.
Yeah.
This is Jimmy Hall doing People Get Ready.
From Wet Willie's Street Corner Serenade. He said, "Ooh, let me feel all right." And this is his version of People Get Ready with you guys. And musicians, you put all this together, Tim? With you and I know Steve.
Well, me and Steve did. Yeah.
Now, what cut is First Baptist Bar and Grill?
The Radio Goob area, everybody has used his weekend song as their Friday kickoff thing.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Weekend, yeah, Jonathan, coming on back. Weekend, 5 o'clock kickoff. Going to be playing your favorites on the way home. And so now you've got him in his element, though. I mean,
yeah, Jimmy did that in one take. He's doing that with the band playing.
So yeah, that's just a live. Let's make the mics hot and let's rotate.
He's the most professional singer I ever met in my life. You walk in there. He had the lyrics written down on not to that song, but on the Ramblin' Gambling Man, he had the lyrics written down on a legal
He
pad.
does Ramblin' Gambling Man on there?
Does Ramblin' Gambling Man.
Cue that one up, Rick. I want to hear that
Cue
one.
that up.
Okay, all right.
This one right.
Now, how did Greg Allman still got all these people in there together? Man, what a...
Oh,
yeah. 6.
Internet yet, or is it still too new?
I think hopefully it's too new for them.
It's all right. Well, Tim, I love it. I'm a little hurt since you said I got 16 songs that I like and thought would work. Not one Mr. Lucky song on here. That's a little disappointing to us.
Well, it's because y'all grew up listening to all that Kiss crap and all that kind of stuff. And what I was actually trying to go for here was about 1970 to 73 kind of feel to it. And
it's available everywhere, I guess?
Well, you can get it at Walmart's. You can get it at Best Buy. You can get it at Tower Records. You can get it at Media Place. And you have to look in the country section of various artists.
Well, how did that happen?
It's called All Night All Stars. What happens is anytime you put together a bunch of people, everybody gets all confused. And, oh, what are we going to do? Where are we going to put it? I thought, well, just give it its own little All Night All Stars thing in the record store. But everybody always panics and everything. So you're going to have to look for it. You're going to have to get your acne face kid at your record store to get out from behind the counter and actually go help you look. But it's in various artists section of any Best Buy, Walmart, Tower, or Media Play, hopefully in America.
Greg Allman, to name a few, Rodney Hammond, as you mentioned, Amy Helm, Levon Helm from the band, Russell Smith, Mike Stewart, Bobby Whitlock, Kim Carmel, all featured on here. And there are a lot of covers, as you've heard, but also some original stuff, too.
Yeah, that album kicks butt. That's the best album made in Nashville, Tennessee last year.
All Night All Stars, look for it. Tim Wilson and Steve Melton put it out along with these great artists that got together and said, yeah, we'll do a little jam session. It's basically a jam session of your dream.
Make it easy. Go to Walmart, go to Amazon.com or Walmart.com and get the thing.
All Night All Stars. We'll be playing some cuts off it as we come back from the breaks. We'll come back more with Tim Wilson, and we have to discuss Bob the Bachelor last night. Tim, I know it's painful, but we have to. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
16 minutes past.
Various artists in the country section.
Yeah, so All Night All Stars, and it has some classics on there. Now, Tim, I know that you'll have to indulge us. You're a working man, and you may...
The Real Greg Burgess taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you and find out what's on your mind, America. So it's your call. Lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. North Alabama, what a beautiful place. You ever been to our home state, a sweet home, Alabama? Beautiful, beautiful outdoor experiences. And here's a good one. Have you ever went bass fishing in a kayak? I know that Helmsy has. And we've got a guided tour that we're giving away to beautiful North Alabama, along with our friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. If you're looking for a great summer trip, this is a good one. It's about a $2,000 value trip. We get you a Yeti prize package. You're going to go in a kayak and you're going to bass fish with KBF founder Chad Hoover. You get a pair of Wiley X sunglasses, a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors. You get $500 just to spend however you want. It is the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing getaway. Why don't you register now to see if you could be the winner? Go to alabamaroadtrips.org. That's alabamaroadtrips.org. Enter, and maybe it'll be a summer that you can remember because you'll win the prize. There's also a link, if you're looking for that, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we're going to the phones after watching that flashback. I think there were two ends of the spectrum that we are not good. I think Speedy needed to settle down, and I needed to care more. So to me, those were two ends of the spectrum. I think we all should have landed somewhere there in between.
I thought my response was fair.
Getting out of the way where he
I moved so he wouldn't hit the chair on the way down.
That's right.
That's nice.
And I made room for Speedy to jump on top of him and perform emergency services.
Yeah.
There's some things that you
and a lot of people don't understand the call on us, like you said, professionally to keep the show going.
Oh, it's the Hippocratic oath of radio hosts.
Yes.
We cannot leave the microphone.
Terrible angle. It looks like we're laying.
Horrible.
In bed. It looks like we're laying in bed together.
It does.
Can I say one thing? The reason why I'm getting his hair back is because for the hair from his mullet, you don't see it, but it was in his eyes, and it was all. I was trying to pull it back and get it back where it needs to be, and he was not coming back.
Well, here's the
at
problem.
all.
Nice of you.
I mean,
It's
can
nice.
I give you?
And then when his eyes finally opened, I could
what-
see. I mean, the eyes were rolled back in the back of the head, and he hit his head so hard. I thought he might have had some type of head
He's
problem.
trying to push you away. You know,
and that's terrible. Looks like we're laying in bed together, and I'm rubbing his hair.
It does.
And that's
Two
not what
problems.
happened.
It does look like
Looks
that.
a terrible angle.
Here's the problem.
Man.
I'm not exaggerating in the least.
Gosh almighty.
I got in late last
one
night.
of my favorite moments.
I got in late last night. I'm married, by the way, to a woman. Okay, now 28 years.
Here we go.
I got in late last night from Mississippi.
Would you stop that,
My wife
Adler?
was already in the bed. I climbed into the bed and had the exact same experience with her. I pulled her
Okay.
close to me. I moved the hair out of her face. I gave her a kiss. And we were lying as husband and wife exactly like you two were.
Stop that.
That's good,
And
Rick.
that's not good.
Could you
That's
could-
marriage
Would
building.
you stop
That's not
showing
good.
it, Adler? You're not helping.
It's slow motion though, so it's better.
Is it?
Yeah.
Perry,
Do the slow motion of Bubba moving out of the way so you hit his head.
you talking about trying to save him?
You
Let's
know
go
what?
to-
I may be guilty of moving out of the way. I'm all right with that.
Today, yes. That's a better place to
As
be.
compared to that.
Yes.
If anybody needs to critique my movement, I'll take that one.
Yes.
You're just
I will
helping
too.
everybody.
You know,
Moving somebody's hair so that you could stare in their eyes, not so much.
I'm owning the
His
fact.
eyes weren't open.
Listen, I'm
Okay, he was
owning.
passed out.
I'm owning that I literally said I think we may have just killed Ron. Okay, and kept the show going.
Yeah, I just got a text from Kevin Derryberry. He said, "Boy, those two guys sure do look like they love each other."
That's good.
Perry,
Terrible angle.
Fort Payne, Alabama.
It's just the angle.
Perry, go ahead.
Guys, for Speedy's sake, I'm so glad the Me Too movement wasn't around back then because Greenwood would have had a case. At one point, I thought I was watching the Cinemax late night.
Me too.
It's so much worse than I remember.
Oh yeah, me. Well, Speedy too.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to please stop showing that. Okay,
Can I have it as a screensaver?
It's like a deep. If you're doing what you're doing, it's a deep fake like they do for Biden.
Yeah.
You're not showing the whole thing.
All right, all done.
Kyle in
Can
Alabama.
we make it our new logo for a month?
Kyle, go ahead.
Rick and Bubba, we care.
Talk about Rick being a handful at a fainting goat farm, but Speedy's the one you have to watch out for.
Well, there's no doubt about that.
Again, I was the only one that cared in that room, and I might have shown a little bit more of trying to talk him out of it.
No, what I'm saying is, I told you the two ends of the spectrum.
Right.
I needed to care more. You needed to care less.
I guess I should just let him lay there.
Just be. It's all right. There's no need for that. Okay. I would like to correct everybody too. Can I correct everybody on one thing that everybody keeps saying? Adler has said it. You said it. Just because people have long hair doesn't mean it's a mullet. A mullet is when your top of your hair is cut short. Ryan's isn't.
Yeah.
And nor was mine.
He's had
I had headphones on, but our hair was long all the way down. It's not a mullet.
Yeah.
A mullet's when you do short up top and party in the back.
Right.
If you just have long hair, that's not a mullet.
Right.
It looks kind of like one though.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, the fact that Speedy's moving hair out of his eyes means there's hair where the mullet would normally be short.
It was. I still am a little confused how that hair on the back of his head was in his eyes.
Well, but because you wouldn't know because you moved out of the way. But when I got to
can
him,
I say this? I had as good a view as anybody.
Here, let's watch it again.
That's my view
No,
right there,
stop.
sitting in the chair.
Stop.
Let's watch it again just to be sure.
I thought, what's going on here?
Oh my goodness!
Pull in the pull in.
It's okay, buddy. I'm here.
The fingers through the hair is what gets me.
I'd like
That's
for y'all to
right
stop.
there.
Look at me.
Sherry, I'm home.
thought my buddy was bad.
Don't worry, I'm back. Come home.
Thought my friend was hurt. I thought my friend was really bad hurt.
Sherry, I'm home safely.
Thought he might have had a cracked skull.
Don't let me wake you up. I just want to hold you.
You're a good friend, Speedy.
Didn't know if you'd come
Too
back.
good a friend.
Yeah.
Too good a
would
friend.
come back.
Wasn't breathing. Wasn't breathing. Nothing.
8-6. He was
You're
breathing.
You're a good buddy.
866. We be big if you want to join us. Greg taking calls. Is this? You think is your name supposed to be Josiah or Joe? It says Joiah. Does it mean Josiah?
It's Josiah, yes.
Okay.
What a voice,
okay,
man.
go ahead.
Nice voice.
So I appreciate it. I was listening to y'all on WZZK, and they're doing a commercial for the Bassmasters. Well, the entire time the woman says, "Go to basemasters.com."
No,
go
you're not.
To the
You're,
lake to
you're,
see
make,
the Basemasters.
you're making this up. That's not happening. Are you serious?
I promise you. I don't know. When I first heard her say Basemasters, I stopped and I thought, "Is this like a speaker convention?" And then she goes on and says, "Go to basemasters.com. Go to the lake for the Basemasters." Please, y'all got to find that. Pull it up.
Is this an agency or somebody local on ZZK cut it?
It's somebody local on ZZK.
And they're calling it Basemasters?
Basemasters. It's a lady doing it, and the whole time it's Basemasters.
And so when you heard it with your pops, you thought, I need to go to that.
Yeah.
They're having all the
Yeah,
bass
yeah, I was
singers.
ready.
In
I
all
had a speaker and
fairness,
everything.
it is one of those words in English that's very confusing.
But you would almost have to know zero about outdoors to see the word bass involved
Especially
in this
in our
term.
part of the world.
In our part of the world,
Yeah.
in the term,
I know.
Bassmasters is pretty well known, right?
Yes.
Okay. But anyway, we gotta. But that is hilarious, Josiah.
Yep.
I can't wait for whoever's
Yeah,
responsibility.
we'll try
it is.
to track it down.
Yeah, or not. Let it ride.
But I want to hear it.
Oh, well, that's what you mean. Track it down. To
yeah,
hear
I
it.
want to check it out.
It is true.
It's true.
And who cut it? Okay, never mind. I think I know your answer. Zach, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
No longer here.
You're right.
Hey, all I wanted to say is that it's Pride Month. Speedy's just embracing it.
My gracious.
Who says we don't care about Pride Month?
I'm sorry.
Thought my buddy was dying.
Stay in that lane, I would.
Yeah, well, that's what happened.
I mean, do not get out of it either.
I'm saying thank you, Speedy, for caring.
Thank you for being a friend.
I shouldn't have cared.
Na, na, na.
Terrible angle.
Na, na,
Christopher
na.
Columbus will haunt me for that.
No, look, I will say Greenwood did have beautiful hair. John
He really did.
John in Massachusetts. John, go ahead.
I'd like for you to stop showing that.
Hi guys, how you doing?
We're all right, buddy. How are you?
Great. So yesterday you showed a tweet from a Twitter handle, No Lies with Brian Tyler Cohen. Showing,
Correct.
Trump.
Yes.
Yeah. So people are calling him out for him self-lying, but then I looked at my keyboard and I see the letter M is right next to the letter N. I think this is just a typo. I think his Twitter handle should be Mo Lies with Brian Tyler Cohen.
That's funny. That's a long way home for that, John, but that's funny.
Yeah.
Here's somebody that says, can we change Speedy's name to Calvin Speedy Cosby?
Oh, Lord.
That's rough.
That's terrible.
Trying to bring him back.
And not funny in the least.
Just trying to bring him back.
Jane and Moody. Jane, go ahead.
Speedy, I want to go on record. Thank
Good
you.
morning.
Hey, Jane, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, thank you. I tried to call yesterday when y'all were talking about the Sweet 200 finding people wandering around and wanting to help them.
All the time, yeah.
And I had a suggestion.
Okay.
Maybe y'all could send Speedy or Eddie Van Adler down to Sweet 200 and let them wander in and figure out what they do down there.
Full investigation.
Solve the.
Yeah, go in there. That way we know how many agencies are housed in that suite. It must be unbelievable.
Oh yeah. It's one of those that rent out their own space.
Don't read your email.
Emails are very funny.
Stacy in Huntsville. Stacy, go ahead.
He was lifeless, y'all.
Yeah, I was calling about when you fell in, or when you were moving the hair and everything, and at least it wasn't like when I was in the Navy. I fell backwards in a chair, hit the drain cap and the floor, and next thing you know, I'm opening my eyes and someone's coming to do mouth to mouth, and I'm like, no, I'm awake, don't.
Yeah, you know how Ryan Greenwood felt.
So can I ask you this?
Oh, she's gone.
Oh, I wanted to know who was coming in to do the mouth to mouth.
Yeah. I don't think it's good when what we just saw, for anyone to look at it and go, that reminds me when I was in the Navy. So
you know why, Rick? You can sail the 7 seas.
Who played this flashback?
You can put your mind at ease.
Who did it?
In the Navy.
I thought we were workplace best friends, Adler.
I want to know who did it.
We looked up and saw it playing on that YouTube channel guy thing that is clearly using copyrighted material.
Right.
We'll be
played
back.
it, Adler.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Mainly work nights, so you're probably not familiar with the television series The Bachelor. Are you familiar with it at all?
Is this one of them ones where all the greedy girls show up and they're all fighting over some guy that don't deserve it?
Yes.
Bingo.
You may be talking about Joe the Millionaire.
I've seen variations of the show.
Yeah.
This is the original.
This is the one where they had the Bachelorette. She was picking guys, and there was this endearing at the time, overweight guy that we of course told the world she will keep him around because he's somebody who's so funny and he's a good friend, but he will never get the girl.
Right.
Because the chunky funny guy, what we had to fight our whole lives was being cast into the he's so funny, he's my friend mode.
Right.
Once that happens, you're done.
Yeah, you're over.
Yeah, so what they did so much, they trimmed him down, which bothered me a little bit. Because I thought if they really wanted to make a statement, let's have a fat guy picking these girls.
Yeah, it wasn't like Jackie Gleason never, ever got late. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And so they trimmed him down, and he came back, and he's looking Christopher Columbus. Sometimes with him, you just keep it moving, Chris. But it's a great point. And so, anyway, it got down last night. The 2 girls were left, and he had to pick one or the other. And as in true fashion with this show, they always pick the girl that the rest of us scream, don't pick her. And it happened
Bob
again.
picked Estella, the Beverly Hills mortgage banker.
Coincidence? I think not.
Well, Rick, we were all pulling for the perky, very fun-loving Kelly Jo, who is actually from his home state, which you think that would make a lot in common. She now lives in Illinois.
I'm going to tell you what happened on this one.
Wait a minute. Did Bubba just say Illinois with an S?
Yes, I did. Much like you said Walmart's a minute ago.
I said Walmart's?
Yes.
Well, I meant Walmart's record various artists section. I had
apostrophe S.
It was apostrophe S.
Possession.
It's not Illinois. My brother says Illinois all
there
the time.
He sits,
My
right
brother
over
sitting over there, Tony Wilson.
Yeah, hey,
he always
Tony.
says Illinois. Well, you went up there to Illinois. I go, it's Illinois, and it's salmon.
But why does it have an L? Why does Illinois have an S on the end?
Well, why does house have a U in it?
I know.
Knows,
Oh, I agree.
But
yeah, sure. English. That's easy to understand.
Yeah.
No, it's not Selma, Alabama. It's Selma, Alabama.
Now you're now you're about to get in a fight now.
Now I'm playing.
Yeah,
but
right, sure.
Last night I don't
Illinois.
want to interrupt y'all's.
Illinois.
Oh, no.
I don't want to interrupt y'all's Bob the Bachelor thing.
I knew you weren't going to like it, and I told him we should wait, but the people want to discuss this. Look at the phones.
Well,
it's a
then
very...
I'll hush about salmon patties, and y'all talk about Bob the Bachelor.
Illinois.
Yeah.
Anyway, we always want to be factually correct. Tim.
I'm just
Thank
glad.
you.
I'm just
Anytime.
glad that I didn't have to sit anywhere with you in that hairdo, Bubba, watching.
But anyway, on this show, let me tell you this is my prediction, because I think you know how good it is you'll meet somebody and you really like them, and it's because you haven't met the other person yet?
Yeah.
I think if this girl had got to meet his family first, Kelly Jo, that she would have won.
Her mom, or his mom, really threw things off with that. Kelly Jo didn't try to get to know me, which I don't know what that means.
Well, here's the problem.
Is that because she didn't walk through the woods with her? She walked through the yard with her dad.
Right. Now, you notice the day she was flirtatious with the dad, but what she made the mistake is Bob is going to listen to what Mama says. Don't lose the fact on this show, Mama was in the game early. They brought her in to weed some people out early, so Bob will do what his mama says.
I think his brother-in-law liked Kelly Jo better, too.
But the problem, and we said it early in the program, but it was off the air, the problem with going with what girl your mama wants you to be with, your mama's looking for a buddy, she's not going to make out with her. You know,
That's
so
right.
You really don't want your mama making the choice on who you know, because anybody you can get through and get some PR with your mom, you know, but then you have to go and
live with
them. So that's the problem.
A couple of things, Rick. It was pointed out, we had joked about it when they had the reunion show, that Bob did not pick any blondes. Okay, he was not into the blonde.
Yeah.
Kelly Jo had a little bit of blonde going. She was the closest to a blonde we had left. And Estella looks, almost a dead ringer. Could be the sister of his ex-wife. They look extremely
I've never seen a picture of her.
Well, just look at Estella, and that's pretty much her.
Well, let me say this. Bad call there.
I know. Why are you going down that road again?
If I eat that again.
Well, I'm back to what you were talking about letting your mama pick out a girl for you. Okay?
That's not
Trust me on this. Your mama's never going to go for the Mexican stripper. And that's the one that I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's who we're going to eat dinner with and who we're going to go back in the bedroom with.
Yeah.
And mamas shouldn't have anything to do with anything past the bedroom door.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about. If you're going to marry this woman, you know,
better known as living with her.
Yeah. Mama's gonna see her a few times a year.
Right.
We're back 8 minutes to the top of the hour. So, if you're watching on YouTube, either live or archived, enjoy those flashbacks in the break. And when we see one that's solid gold, we'll bring it out to everybody at the same time. All right, so working our way back, more stories. Now, we're supposed to talk next hour with comedian Leanne Morgan. So she is coming to Huntsville on her just getting started tour, and, of course, going to be in Chattanooga as well right before that. So a lot of Rick and Bubba market. She's already been in Birmingham, and she's going all across the country, and you can find all that, too, at her website. So a couple of things that we were watching. These oil protesters, what a wacky bunch. I mean, is their whole...
You saw them destroy or try to... Well, they did. They spray-painted Stonehenge.
Yeah.
And then they also spray-painted some private jets.
Yeah. Is this part of the whole... does it call for this? I mean, are they...
Well, you know, I think
do they hate oil because of...
Isn't today the summer solstice?
Yeah, it is. It's summer today. Yeah, and what would spraying Stonehenge have to do with saving the world?
Well, people dancing naked bothers them.
Yeah,
Don't they get around Stonehenge on the solstice and dance naked?
They do all kind of weird stuff. But still, you don't need to be painting the thing.
But why
it's
are they
been around
attacking
a few thousand years.
They also painted like someone's private jet.
Yeah, 2 of them.
What?
2 of them, yeah. Probably drove there.
Burn, baby, burn.
Yep. Yeah, here we go. Burn, baby, burn. The wacko oil protesters, they damage a couple of private airplanes trying to save the world, I guess. And for some reason, is this that angle where they go and they spray paint the Mona Lisa and all these famous things because they think it brings them attention?
Yes.
But do they realize that you might get some of the leftists who honestly think that man-made climate change is a thing? You might get some of them maybe to pull a heartstring here or there on a private jet. But to me, I think when you go after these world-renowned items, doesn't it just make people hate you? I mean, you probably somebody who even who
well,
says
you're not going to destroy Stonehenge. It's been there a long time. The paint won't stay. I mean, they have updated their painting ability. Although that guy needs to get a little more upwind, I think.
I was going to say, it's blowing more in the wind.
You would think climate people would know more about the wind.
See, just some people there to visit interacted to stop him. Now, what I wish they would have done, I wish they would have took that paint can away from him and put it somewhere else.
Yeah. Let me tell you this:
while it's still running.
If I was there, I would paint him head to toe with it. After I took it away from him.
Yeah, when the authorities got there, he would look like Orange Justice.
Yeah, I would.
That's funny, Bubba. Now the Just Stop Oil protesters have demanded the incoming government sign up to a legally binding treaty to phase out fossil fuels by 2030.
That's good.
And
let's do that.
They say that the orange powder paint sprayed on the Stonehenge has been removed, and luckily there's no visible damage.
Yeah, I mean that's a pressure wash. It's no big deal. Now the people doing the jets, that may be a different thing. But
they're mad at the Druids.
Yeah, I don't get this. And again, Rick, let's just say I think burning fossil fuels is bad for the planet. Okay,
it's hard for me to imagine.
Let's just say that's my worldview. That's fine. We can have a discussion about that. But you're not going to stop drilling. No. Even if we outlawed all combustion engines, you're still going to have to drill for oil because oil is used in plastics. Guess what all these battery cars are made of? Plastic. Know what all of our medical supplies are? Plastic. Look at everything we got in here. It's got plastic on it. You're never going to get away from putting a pipe in the ground and getting out black gold Texas tea, even if you don't make gasoline. And we've pointed out before, half of every gallon that comes out, or a little more actually, goes to plastics over petroleum anyway.
What do we need?
And you know the windmills, they need to be oiled. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Right. What
Cars still got to be oiled.
Yeah. What do we need to keep aging celebrities going? Plastic.
Right.
So it's but back to this again. These people are so stupid they make my head hurt.
Yep.
If we said right now, to Bubba's point, let's give you exactly what you want, oil is gone in 2030. They would be the first one complaining about all the things they don't have.
Yeah.
This isn't any fun. Well, no, because you didn't think it through, you Nimrod.
The official Just Stop Oil Twitter account said the orange corn flour we used to spray on Stonehenge will soon wash away in the rain, but the urgent need for effective government action to mitigate the catastrophic consequences of the climate and ecological crisis will not.
Big words, sounds scary, can't support it.
Bet they drove there, can't walk to Stonehenge. Hinge hedge.
You've called it Stonehenge for years.
I know. I've tried to fix that, and it's just not going to happen.
I thought that was it.
But a lot of people don't realize that's people.
It's
travel
more
all
of
the
a
time.
hedge than a hinge. I'll tell you that.
I don't know what this thing is.
I'm not sure.
The real crime here is that man boy wearing those pants.
Yeah, look at that.
Right.
Rick, I'm kind of done. Look, at this point, you're not a protester, and we all believe in people's right to protest and share their view on things. But when you start destroying property and blocking traffic, you're nothing more than a criminal at that point.
Look how quick that man snatched.
I kind of wish they'd get their I dotted.
You know, when you see the youngster doing it, you think, yeah, he's young and stupid.
Yeah,
but you see a grown man doing it.
Y'all, the lady trying to defend Stonehenge.
That's fantastic.
It is.
She's working hard.
Right.
Bless her heart.
I can't criticize her. I was trying to help Ryan.
But I don't understand that. I don't understand why they're not realistic in their look. Again, I can have the discussion. You don't like combustion engines. You think it's doing this and that. There's really very little solid proof on it.
Good luck holding my
theory.
attention. Yeah.
But we can have that discussion. But I think you've got to take off the table, we're going to not drill anymore, because that's just unrealistic and it's not going to happen. And you can set all kind of dates and you make promises. Listen, as long as we're giving IVs, we're going to be drilling for oil.
Mm-hmm. There it is. There's your bumper sticker.
It's true.
There's your bumper sticker. Can you imagine one of these idiots just going, hey, I need an IV. Well, we don't have any. I'm sorry. We stopped drilling.
And just like in the Gulf of Mexico and the Bermuda Triangle, if we don't go out there and drill for natural gas, it bubbles up anyway and gets in the water. So, that's why all them ships disappeared.
All that stuff they were spraying was going off into the environment.
I know.
I know.
They can't
no telling how many birds got into that.
They can't cure homelessness or cancer, but they can change the temperature of the planet, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so if you like what we do around here and you want a great way to let other people know what you're watching and listening to, you're going to love all the Blaze Media merchandise available by simply going to shopblazemedia.com. Everything from the Blaze Heritage and Blaze Media collections, really cool jackets, T-shirts, hoodies, socks, mugs, candles, flags. There's a lot more there, too. So you're going to love these items. Let everyone know what you're listening to and what you're watching and why by going to shopblazemedia.com. Let it be heard, let it be seen, let it be so. Shopblazemedia.com. Use the promo code BLAZE10. Get 10% off the entire order. That's shopblazemedia.com. Promo code BLAZE10.
You got a better chance of making somebody who mama doesn't like work in that small portion of your life than mama picking a girl you're going to hate in the rest of your life, the other 90%.
You know where I thought, too, that Estella had blown it is when they were asking where they were going to live at.
Yeah.
And she was very vague because she's got her career out in, Hollywood. She's a mortgage,
Beverly Hills
person.
mortgage consultant.
So,
better known as Coldfish.
Hey, she is not going to leave that job for Bob and the lake in Michigan. It just ain't going to happen.
Well, there's a mistake right there. You don't ever marry anybody or go out with anybody expecting them to change on your behalf.
That's true.
You better like what you got because it ain't going to change.
Well, no, that's how the women,
That's the way it is. I was
for
married
us,
to a woman.
we want you to stay the same.
I'll tell you what, I was married to a woman. First off, she was an Israeli Jewish woman.
Yeah.
I was Leonard Skinner Baptist.
Yeah, that's...
Now, you can't go in there thinking I'm going to have her, going to see the Gospel of John with me.
Yes.
And all that kind of stuff. It ain't going to happen. Second of all, the loudest woman that ever lived. I was married to this woman for 14 years, and not one time did she ever have laryngitis. Yesterday, my daughter got in the truck. She had her tonsils swole up. I said, you must have got that from me because your mother doesn't have that gene. Okay? And it never changed for 14 years.
Plus, she was a better shot than you.
She stayed Jewish. And she stayed loud. I mean, I'm talking about Ella Fitzgerald piercing the ears, busting ball jars and stuff,
Did she stay on you, Tim? Is that what I'm hearing?
Buddy, I guarantee you, this woman could chew rear end. I mean, I'd have the phone up the ear, and you'd think she was hollering at you, Bubba. You can still hear it. One time, this is how bad it was. One time, I was getting chewed so bad, I actually took the phone, put it down on the bed, went over to the bathroom, used the bathroom, came back, picked up the phone, and she was still going and didn't realize that it had been going.
And you didn't either. It was like, you set it up like a little CD player over in the corner. I mean, you could hear it fine.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, I loved her, and I still love her a little bit, A little. I mean, I don't want to be married to her, but I mean, I love her. But you don't expect people to change. They're not going to.
But
it ain't going to happen.
But a woman's thinking is she thought she could change you.
Yeah, that's where she went in there thinking, I'll
we
get
want
this
our
worked out.
wives to stay just like they were the day we married them. And, of course, they want to change, but they think we're going to change, too.
Yeah, they think I'm going to drop this.
Right.
Hey, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, and we think they'll never change that perfect hairdo that we thought they really looked good in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that hairdo's going away.
Now, some of us are willing to change hairdos, aren't we, Bubba?
Well, this is only minor.
Some of us are willing to go get our teeth fixed, aren't we, Bubba?
Yes. What's Tim on me today? What is it?
I like the way he says, Bubba. We'll come back.
I'm on you, but I think it looks great.
We'll come back. We'll take phone calls
with
expert commentary from Tim Wilson. He's at Zany's this week, tonight through Sunday night. So make plans in Nashville to go see Tim Wilson live on stage.
Rick and Bubba.
David Copperfield will be calling us. David Copperfield.
Yeah, but you called him the great David Copperfield. When I got here, I wasn't the great Tim Wilson.
Yes, you were. You didn't hear me mention
from the entertainment capital of the South.
Just because David Copperfield's a little more handsome than me and gets better-looking women, has got more tigers and a bigger show, doesn't mean he's great.
David Copperfield joins us now. David, what's up?
What's up, man?
Hey, it has been a while since we have visited with you.
I know. How's it going?
I'm good. We understand, too, that you have removed all tigers from your act. Is that correct?
Never was in there.
I know. And you know what? And I think you stand vindicated today, sir.
David, we had a good time when you come by before. We enjoyed the fact that you made our producer, Speedy, disappear.
Yes.
And apparently you've done it again long distance because he's not here today.
I know. I can't say where he is, though.
Dave, you sound tired. Can I just say it? Is the road, has it got you wore down?
I'm road beat.
Yeah. brother, hang in there. Your show.
I'm trying to sound sexy for all the women out there.
Yeah, this is what you did. You do this on the show. You do this poor, pitiful David thing. The women flock to you. It worked before. And, we are fired up that you're, I know traveling around the country. I got an email last night. We're in a number of markets that not only you're going to be in Birmingham coming up this week, but you'll be in Louisville, Kentucky, a big show coming up there as well. So our affiliate up in Litchfield, Kentucky said be sure and remind everybody to check out all the dates of the David Copperfield Show. Bigger and better than ever. Still enjoying it, except even though you sound tired today, David?
I don't sound tired. I'm really trying to sound sexy, and it's not working, I guess.
Yeah, well, you're on one of these digital phones.
Yeah, where are you at, David?
That's right, baby. 6 minutes past the hour. Here we go. Well, Bubba, it was 2 weeks in the making. We all got excited a week ago today about Leanne Morgan. We now are getting confirmation from her returning to the Rick and Bubba Show. She says that we're right. We did interview her a long time ago.
Bubba was right again.
And
Right again.
Leanne Morgan is here. We did it. Leanne, we did it.
How are you?
Honey, I'm so tickled to be with y'all. I told Speedy, I wish I was in studio with y'all. Okay, I was there years ago. Little Kelly Pickler had just won.
Right.
Whatever she won. And she was sitting out front, and she was worn to a frazzle. She was so tired, and I remember thinking, I wish I could be that tired. I wish somebody cared about me like they do Kelly Pickler. And I went in and had that interview with y'all with Etta Mae and Karen Mills. We were the Southern Fried Chicks, and I felt like I was with Elvis and Justin Timberlake. Oh, I shouldn't say Justin Timberlake. Oh, God love him, bless his heart.
Bless his heart, Leanne.
I felt like y'all were my, rock stars.
Well,
and I was on with y'all. It was a big deal for me.
Well,
thank y'all for having me.
Well, it's a big deal for us to because unlike all of our other people that we've helped launch, they usually forget us. They don't return. We haven't heard from Zach Brown, and I don't know when. He acts like he doesn't even know us.
I still got an axe I need to return
right.
to.
Larry the cable guy, apparently different number now.
Oh, my Lord.
So thank you for returning. Look,
Leanne, congratulations on your success. We caught your show the last time you were in Birmingham.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm going to tell you, my wife and I both laughed. We literally were sore the next day.
Yes.
Oh, you angel! I wish I could have seen y'all.
Well, we
were
shouting
in Birmingham.
Yeah, we were shouting over
you
here.
Angel.
Leanne over here. And
there was only about 3,000 in the room, so it was kind of hard.
Well, isn't it interesting? And I know that you know this. You've even talked about this, and you even confirmed that you were here. And of course, our wives fell in love with what you're doing, came in, hey, do you know this person? Hey, yes, she's hilarious. Hey, we got to go see her. So we all went on dates. And I'll tell you this, too, and I know that comedians everywhere love to hear this. We've got some friends that are going through a very difficult time with him being diagnosed with ALS, and we took him and her to your show because I think everybody, when if all else fails, if I could just laugh. And it was wonderful to have them there with us to see your show, and we all just belly laughed. And that's one of those things. You probably hear that all the time when people say, I needed a laugh. I don't want to go super serious with this, but, and comedy's always there. So do you hear those stories, I'm sure, all the time, and boy, they mean so much, don't they?
They do. They do. And y'all, I've been doing this for over 25 years, and there were times I couldn't get arrested. Nobody cared. I got to be on y'all's show, and then there was a dip where nobody cared, and I couldn't. I was doing anything I could to get on stage, and I was raising my children, and I kept thinking, I feel like God kept giving me little nuggets that made me keep going. And then I was just about to quit and go to work at Target, or I was going to pop popcorn at NASCAR track because I thought that'd be fun. And I knew I'd raise my. I knew I was going to have a grandbaby, and I wanted to help with my grandbaby, and I was just about to give up, and then this thing took off. And I'm 58 years old, and yes, people say that kind of stuff to me all the time. And at first, it really, I thought, I'm not worthy. What in the world? How do they feel this way about me? But now, I mean, I just receive it, and I'm just so thankful if I can help a little bit, because life is hard and kicks you in the teeth, and there's terrible things that happen, and I do think humor and laughter helps, and I do, and that's how I've always coped with everything. So thank you for telling me that. These people are precious to me. Did y'all see people blow kisses to me, women standing up, throwing their purse in the air?
Yes.
Oh, it has been the wildest ride for this to happen to me at this point in my life. But it has been wonderful.
Leanne, I know a lot of people.
And more stuff keeps happening.
I know they probably think you're an overnight sensation, but you have been working at this for a while.
Right.
And but Leanne, I heard a story, and I don't know if it's true or not, and I was going to ask you, your job prior to this, were you selling jewelry door to door? Is that right?
Yes. Chuck Morgan moved me, my husband, Chuck Morgan.
I love Chuck, by the way.
Thank you. He is big on a budget. He likes, I tell people he doesn't believe in joy. But, okay.
My wife thinks budget is a 4-letter word, and I said it's really not.
But he moved me to Bean Station, Tennessee, when we graduated from the University of Tennessee, and he bought a used mobile home business that refurbished old mobile homes, and he resold them. And I wanted to get my hair highlighted and buy my little baby, my first baby, an outfit. And so I started selling jewelry in women's houses like Mary Kay or Tupperware. And that's where I developed a shtick. I mean, I had a living room every night with my demographic, with women, and we talked about breastfeeding and hemorrhoids and all that kind of stuff. And women thought I was funny and started booking me about a year in advance. And the company noticed and asked me to start speaking. Now, I had always, since I was 8 or 9 years old, I told my mama, I'm going to Hollywood. And she would say, oh, yes, you are. You've got blonde hair on your body, and you can photograph well. That's how Marilyn Monroe made it. And I thought, well, that's got to be. Well, she's right. Lucille is right. I'm going to Hollywood. So I always had that dream of wanting to go into show business. But I was a little girl from a town of 500 people that farming outside of Nashville on the Kentucky-Tennessee border that grows dark fire tobacco. Right. So it took me a long time, but y'all know that I'm in a movie with Reese Witherspoon and Will Ferrell.
Look, what did you think when you walked on that movie set and you're like, well, there's Reese Witherspoon and there's Will Ferrell and I'm in this movie after all you just said? Yeah. Was that one of those moments where you said, Mama has arrived?
Yes, I thought, what in the world am I doing here? And I was scared to death, but it was a ball. I mean, we had a ball, and they knew I didn't know what I was doing. And Fortune Feimster, a wonderful comedian, a good friend of mine, said, get on that piece of tape, Leanne, right there. That's called a mark, and say your line. And I was like, what? I didn't know anything, but they all wanted to see me win. And I tell you, little Reese Witherspoon got me that part. I played her big sister, Gwyneth. Yes, I met her before the pandemic at a party that I wasn't even supposed to be at. Right. I was lurking around.
Yeah, we've all been there. Yep. Yeah, we've all been there.
And she and I started talking, and I know that she did that for me. And Will Ferrell was darling. Everybody on that set was darling.
Well, that's
so it turned out great. That comes out next year. Yeah. I can't wait for it to come out.
What is the name of it?
What's it called?
It's called You're Cordially Invited, and it's a wacky wedding movie. And to me, I think it's like Bridesmaids meets Father of the Bride meets stepbrothers.
Got it.
Oh, wow.
That's a loaded show right there.
yeah. So,
Leanne, let me ask you about this. You've done the comedy club circuit, and you've been to some great comedy clubs. I know you've been to Birmingham before, which is a great room. But when you go in there and you're at a place that's got 3,000 people, 10,000, 17,000 playing arenas, I mean, how surreal is that when you walk out?
Oh my gosh! Every night, like I'm in Grand Rapids now, and I'm doing 2 shows here and then 2 in Detroit. Every show I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what in the world? And I know I say what in the world all the time, and I don't mean to be cheesy, but that's the name of my book that's coming out in September. But honest to goodness, y'all, every day I go, what in the world? I mean, I just grew up my people saying that, but it is honest to goodness, and I'm not trying to be and I'm humble. I mean it every day. I walk out there and go, how did this? It's just a God thing. I mean, I just think. It is just is. I feel like through all of this, I just feel him. I just know that this is what I'm supposed to be doing, and it was hard and long and a lot of no's. And back then, Comedy Central, they didn't want to have anything to do with me. I was a mama with 3 babies with a kitten heel on and a capri with birds on it. They didn't want me. Everybody on Comedy Central was home marijuana. I just through the years, I thought, well, I just kept going. And I thought, I would get a lot of no's. I mean, a lot of people going, yeah, we don't want her. But then I'd get these little things like ABC would want to do a sitcom with me. Then it wouldn't make it. Right. But I would keep going. And then, and now all this has happened to me after I got to raise my own children. And let me tell you all this. Reese Witherspoon every day on that set would look at me. And she came to my waist, by the way, and I outweighed everybody on that set by 70 pounds. But anyway, she would look up at me and go, you got to raise your own children, Leanne. You got to raise your own children. And I think that's the blessing in all this. Amen. I got to have a normal life in Knoxville, Tennessee, with several toilets that don't work because Chuck Morgan says, lift that top off, Leanne, and just... You can just pull that thing up. Nothing's wrong with those toilets.
I know.
Pull the chain. Pull the chain. Yes.
Tell Chuck Morgan we can spend a little dough now. Mama's fine. Hey, thank you, Leanne. I know you're out of time, but I want to talk about Huntsville.
Oh, y'all, darn it. Okay, let's talk about Huntsville.
Yeah, Huntsville, the 29th. Now you're going to be in Chattanooga the 28th and the 27th. That's our people too. But Huntsville, the 29th, 2 shows, Propes Arena. If you want to find out about wherever Leanne's going to be on this outstanding tour, just go to LeanneMorgan.com. LeanneMorgan.com. Chattanooga, the 27th, the 28th, and the 29th is Huntsville. And, of course, I know the people in Grand Rapids and Detroit will get to see you before that, but then you get to get home to your home folks in Tennessee and Alabama. So if you want to find out about those shows, go to LeanneMorgan.com. And, Leanne, thank you so much for being back on the Rick and Bubba show, and we are so proud of you, and we enjoy what you do.
Come see us if you're in the neighborhood.
I would love to, boys. I would love to, and I hate that. I'm sorry if I dominated this. I could have talked for 4 hours with y'all.
Well, I think everybody wanted to hear from you. Yeah, they wanted to hear from you, not us. They hear us all the time. Leanne Morgan.
And let me tell y'all real quick. Okay. I have got a television show. I'm shooting a Netflix sitcom with Chuck Lorre in the fall.
Oh, cool.
She's everywhere.
Y'all pray for me.
We are praying for you. Thank
You're going to own it, girl.
Thank you, Leanne Morgan.
About?
Leanne Morgan.
Love y'all.
Leanne Morgan. Bye, Leanne. Thank you.
Oh, bye, y'all. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I have no idea.
David,
Life on the road.
Where are we?
We've been there, David.
Nobody else knows.
The digital phones were great technology because they felt like we could get a lot more people on.
Yeah.
But there's still just a hint of Darth Vader with them
Yeah,
if
sure.
it's not quite dialed in. So,
especially if you breathe heavy.
I mean, right now, this could be my cousin calling, and
we couldn't even tell.
And there's no way I would know whether it was really you or not.
Well, I got to tell you, your cousin sounds tired. I'm in Chattanooga, by the way. I'm Chattanooga, just so you know.
Handed him a note.
So now, David, the last time that you were in Birmingham, Alabama, and were on tour, all kidding aside, he took Speedy and I guess how many ever other listeners of the show and made them all disappear. What have you got the same type stuff going on this time, or any new illusions that have been added?
Lots of new stuff. I show you how it's possible to win the lottery.
You show us how it's possible to win the lottery. Everybody take a note on that one.
Now, David, one of the things, too, we took Speedy and threatened to beat him up unless he told us how you did it. And how about this? He doesn't know how you did it.
Speedy is so cool.
No, he really did. He said, you know, guys, I know that right now y'all have me in this trash can and you're filling it up with worms.
Right.
And I would tell you, but I don't know what happened. I was just here, and the next place I looked, I was somewhere else. So he's not tattling.
Okay, that's good. Save the trash can, though.
Yeah, I will. So can you go into how you show them how to win the lottery, or will we just leave it at that kind of tease?
Well, I have, my grandfather's dream was to win the lottery and to win a dream car. Cars appear, motorcycles appear, a black African scorpion. I get a girl pregnant during the show, all kinds of new stuff. And I make people disappear, too.
That should sell a few tickets.
Let me tell you this. I mean, so this all happens without her knowing it? Because that's actually
unfortunately, that's kind of my normal routine.
Well, that's what I was about to say. That's exactly how I had my third child.
I thought we saw the video of that on the internet.
Hey, dating any big celebrity babes anymore, or you kind of got that dialed down?
No, my girlfriend is a private matter now.
Okay. Well, you know, can I tell you, David, that is...
But you know
she's more beautiful than all of them.
I started to say, you know she's got it going on.
Yeah, oh, sure. Well, I mean...
Because if she didn't, David would like to do a trick and she'd have a new face.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Because I think Copperfield might have gone secret now with his relationships, which was the right thing. But he still showed us his bar.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sure.
Where everybody's being measured by. But anyway, so congratulations to you on that, David. We're very excited.
Here's the question for you. I got a question for you guys, okay?
All right.
When I'm in Birmingham, where should I take my girlfriend?
You know, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but if you really want to bring her to town and really show her a good time, we wouldn't mind you taking her to Dreamland Ribs. And, you know, and y'all have some barbecue ribs, and we'd like to take you deer hunting this weekend. Dreamland Ribs.
Dreamland Ribs?
Yeah, it's a landmark in this part of the world. And funniest thing, when we go, ribs disappear. And
and I don't want you to get overwhelmed with excitement, okay? Because I'm about to give you a real high and followed by kind of a low, okay? So be careful. I don't want to tamper with your emotions.
All right.
But back up.
And we know how you like those statues.
But the bad news is they don't have the part ready for you to actually go and see it, so you have to look at it from your car.
Okay.
So just
don't miss that.
The Man of Steel is back up, and we'd like to see you come back maybe next year and make it disappear.
Where is it?
It's on the top of Red Mountain. You'll see it.
It's like the second largest statue in the world.
But he has no pants on. That's the part that's uncomfortable.
Yeah, if you don't mind a Roman god of fire overlooking your city, it's fine.
Right, yeah.
All right, I'll take you your word for it.
So with your girlfriend, y'all going to eat Dreamland Ribs, and then you're going to go see the Vulcan. And if you got some time, you know, Saturday, we'd love to take you deer hunting.
Take what?
Deer hunting.
Deer hunting.
Yeah.
Yes, hunting season opens this weekend, David. I know it's a little hard to fathom, but
we'd be happy to take you if you'd like to go.
All right, you got to talk to Pink about that.
Well, David, look, how many shows we got going this weekend? Should I ask someone?
5:30 and 8:30 at the Civic Center.
And that's Sunday night.
Sunday night.
Yeah, 5:30, and also another one at 7:30 at the Civic.
No. Let's get it right. 5:30 and 8:30.
How was you gonna? Because the show's 2 hours long, and so 5:30 and 8:30 you get tickets to all the normal ticket locations, and y'all go out and show David Copperfield a lot of love. As you can hear, the poor man's he's on the edge of death. It's 24 minutes now past the hour, so we're a little over on this segment. But I mean, Leanne Morgan, I know that we waited 2 weeks
for that interview. And Speedy, you got to feel better. You feel good?
I do.
Leanne called. She gave us a ton. Seemed to sort of remember us.
Yeah.
And she seemed excited to be on the show.
Yeah.
And I think the audience got a lot of Leanne. We let her talk. I know.
Yeah.
When we get excited about guests, sometimes we just kind of hang out with them. So I think she talked a lot, and that's what the people want. So the 27th and 28th of June, Chattanooga. And Huntsville, I'm asking, are there tickets available still for Probst Arena? I mean, usually she hits anywhere. It's a hard sellout now. But if you don't have tickets, look and see if there are some by going to LeanneMorgan.com, and you should be able to find those there. But I thought that went well.
Yeah, I will tell you, it's kind of funny off air because I said, hey, look, I just want to give you a heads up because I never want anybody to come on live and then be hit with something. She said, well,
Yeah.
I said, your people did great. It's not on Alan, who I went through to get this. This is all on me, but I promoted you being on last week. And she said, oh, this makes sense now. I said, what? She said, I saw some activity on social media, maybe on Twitter and everything. And she said, I couldn't quite figure it out, but now this making sense. I was like, oh, yeah.
We promoted it for 2 days.
I said, we put it in our network promo.
Sure
It goes down to all our affiliates. All morning long we promoted it.
Yep.
Put links in show notes.
Yes.
And then realized minutes before the interview that I had the wrong day. And she thought that was...
Did you get a bless your heart from her? Hope?
Bless your heart, sugar.
Right,
love y'all, that kind of thing. But she said it makes sense now because flashback a week ago, she said she did see activity as to what's happening.
Probably made her think she forgot.
Yeah, but then she quickly said, hey, I've been on with you guys before. And then when she brought that up, that does make sense. And I do remember.
I'm glad she remembers being on the show.
Yep.
And I'm glad when I stepped out and said I thought she had been on the show, I was right.
Yeah.
Because I was pretty far out on that limb, even though I said, hey, I'm out on the limb.
And I heard right again.
Well, do you remember do you remember how we do the you see where I was wondering because I remember that bunch coming through.
Oh yeah.
But I didn't know if she was one of that bunch,
Right.
but she was. So that worked.
And
out.
I think if she said the other lady's name Karen, I think is that the opening act she has now?
Yes.
I think that's
You're right.
Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah, very funny lady.
Yeah. So that was good. That all went well. So
that's a good show. I'll tell you, I wasn't exaggerating. We laughed really hard. And if you get a chance to see her in person, I would see it. She's got a great Netflix special too. If you haven't seen that,
yeah, very funny.
Funny in the break. You know how Greg is. He said, "Man, I tried not to like her."
No,
and he
that
said,
ain't what I said.
It was.
It was. He said, I went
normally-
in, with a kind of, I tried not to like her, but man, I like her.
No, I didn't. It wasn't quite that drastic.
But Helmsy,
pretty drastic.
No, I was just saying everybody's all about it, and I was like, and I thought, there ain't no way she's that funny. Well, I watched the Netflix special. She's hilarious.
Right.
I was dying laughing.
Yeah.
Lisa don't think anybody's funny.
Mm-hmm.
She's the worst to watch a comedian.
Oh, really?
Oh, terrible. But she loved it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's a high standard, and she meets it.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Yeah.
And it's just real life stuff,
Yeah.
And the way she talks about Chuck, I want to meet Chuck.
Oh,
really
Chuck.
bad.
And she falls into that category that you can her stuff is funny enough that you can kind of tell and it still be funny, but it'll never be as funny as if you just heard her say it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And once you find that pocket, you got it. And we ran out of time, but I wanted to ask her. I was there, you were there, Bubba. I get how she's just beloved across the South. I'd love to know how the Detroit audience and Grand Rapids, Detroit especially, would respond to Leanne Morgan. I bet it's a novelty, isn't it?
She's big with Muslims. She'll be fine.
Greg.
Detroit.
I think, Rick, there's a misnomer that she is a Southern comedian and won't play up there. Because I've been through there. I mean, there's rednecks everywhere.
Sure,
there are.
I've seen cars on blocks in all 50 states. Yeah. So they're anywhere.
Well, just like us, we watched Seinfeld, and that was New York humor.
Right. It was Northern humor, but it sure was funny.
But funny's funny.
Yep.
And but I think that would be quite a novelty too, though.
I bet she has sold out shows left and right. She's hit that point now. I
hope everybody heard there were a lot of no's before anything good happened.
Yep.
There's always a lot. Nobody And she said, I just kept going and I just kept going and just kept going. And about the time I was going to sell popcorn at the NASCAR event.
I see.
She goes, which I thought would be a lot of fun.
That's funny.
Yeah, then start getting some yeses. Bottom of the hour, we'll come back. Bubba's got an update from space.
Do I? Oh, yeah.
Oh, you were just talking about. They can't get back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I know this. If half his crowd's missing, they're all going to be at Dreamland Barbecue.
David, thanks. Y'all be careful.
Come see us next time you're through town.
And next time, get here early enough so you can hang out with us here on the air because we really had a blast with that last time.
Take care, guys.
All right, man. Thank you, David.
Bye-bye.
And there's why we don't do phone interviews much.
Wow.
But,
well, that was tough for us. How about y'all?
Look, I'm sweating. I was working so hard to pull anything out of David Copperfield. I wanted him to disappear.
See, now let me explain something to you.
But can I tell you something?
And this is from years of experience.
His show,
David did not want to do that.
No.
And I hated that he had to do it on our behalf.
Who forced him to do it? Who forced him?
Hey, David Copperfield is arguably the greatest magician that ever lived.
Unbelievable.
And a highly handsome man. Okay?
Unbelievable.
If I was gay, he'd be on my list. You know what I'm saying? Highly handsome.
Yes.
But he ain't funny worth a damn. Okay? And what happens is, and here's what happens. And here's what happens. He gets the real smoking girlfriend.
Right.
And he won't even take her to eat ribs. But he still gets the smoking girlfriend.
But
and
hanging on
ain't
to
funny.
him's the key.
Right. So, see, that's what we were talking about earlier. The guy who won't go to a barbecue place, don't know where the top of the mountain is, don't know what deer hunting is, and ain't funny worth a damn, ends up getting the good-looking woman. Why? Because she says, oh, he's got a great sense of humor. It means he'll laugh at stuff she says.
Right.
Well, you know, it doesn't mean that he actually has a professional sense of humor.
Yeah.
He's just willing to laugh at the crap she says.
You're right.
Well, let me tell you what happened last time. He came in.
He was great.
And he's a nice guy. You can tell.
He was very much like that when he got here last time, but he warmed up.
He warmed up. You know
we
how
had a
this
good
room
time.
is. You know how the
we
room
had a good
is.
time.
Right.
Hey, this is different from any show I've ever been on. I usually don't do radio. Hey, this is fun. And apparently he didn't feel that same way today.
Well, it's the phone. So
I know,
no
you
offense.
can't. You're on a bus somewhere.
I love cell phones. They're very convenient, but you can't get a feel of what's going on.
And you feel like you're inviting yourself to somebody else's party.
Right. So, you know, we talked about
That's
this.
why I never do call-ins to the Rick and Bubba show. Never
Thank
do.
you, Tim.
Because Rick, plus two, Rick makes you feel like an idiot on the phone.
Yeah, because you know why? I'm dying. I'm dying. Did y'all feel me dying?
Yes.
I mean,
see, he could have had a whole bit lined up, and
but he's
you,
David Copperfield. He don't have to.
And you
I
panic.
panic
And
because
you-
it's a phone.
Right, because it's a phone.
And
That's why I never call.
I don't even give anybody on the phone a chance. I'm so certain it's going to bomb that I'm already ready for it to bomb. And that to say I'm very phone
We should
sensitive.
ask him if he watched Bob the Bachelor.
The self-fulfilling radio phone prophecy. You're so sure that it's going to suck.
Yes.
That you overdo to compensate.
You're right.
Well, no,
Guilty.
look,
Guilty.
sometimes that might be the case. That one was doomed. There's nothing you could do.
I actually, be honest with you, Rick, I thought you pulled that one out. I thought you were the magician on the phone that time.
Yeah. Can I say this?
Anybody who can make that entertaining is a professional broadcaster.
I'm not sure I did, though. Let me
you
say
did.
this. I'm going to
did.
rank this one, and you help me because you remember it maybe better than me, and Dee, I'll need your help, too. The author of 1995. Was this worse? Remember that author we had?
No, that was worse.
All right, so is this number two?
You know, I'm with Tim. I think we're probably being overcritical of it because we had such a good time last time.
Because he was great in the studio. He really was.
Well, first off, I'm positive David Copperfield's a nice man. I can tell by talking to him, he seems like a nice guy.
He is, and the show will absolutely blow you away if you've never seen it.
Right.
Unbelievable.
I mean, you're not going to be entertained. Let's put it this way. You know, I'd be embarrassed if you came to my show instead of going to see David Copperfield.
Yes.
Okay? David Copperfield's more expensive.
Right.
How much are tickets?
Oh, I'm sure they're up in the $50, $60.
What do you think it
Right,
costs
and they
to get
are
David to put on
well
a show?
worth it. They are well worth it. David Copperfield shows, it's like going to see Daggum Houdini. It's awesome.
I would say
Except he's alive.
I would say his guarantee for a show is somewhere on the size of venues he's going to. I would say his guarantee is probably $150,000 to $200,000
a night
to come. Yeah.
See, and his daddy's sitting around worried about hitting the lottery. Okay? if his son was worth a damn, he'd have sent his daddy enough money where he wouldn't be thinking about the lottery.
Well, it's strange you said that amount, Rick. That's about what James Gregory gets, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. Sometimes. Well, Sorry.
If he's got on those pants.
But look, again, once again, I'm more confident than ever on why I don't like phone interviews.
But I tell you what, and I'm not just trying to suck up to you and blow smoke, okay? You pulled it out. And what did it was when you brought up Dreamland Barbecue.
Well, Bubba was giving me signals. That's the only place we had to go.
Well, you figured out a way to put David Copperfield and Dreamland Barbecue together, and that's funny.
Minutes now past the hour. As we work our way back, simplysafe.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe. The technology that they use right now, you combine that with their 24/7 live guard, 24/7 monitoring. They can see things happening in real time. They can even communicate with an intruder that's coming into the property saying, hey, we see you there. We see what's going on, but think about it. They also could catch in live time, Bubba, something like, hey, there's a pipe that's burst. There's water coming out. We can see it. Hey, there's a fire. There's a medical emergency. And you get help quicker with this incredible technology. And you do not have to take a system and just go, well, this is the way the system is, and we'll just have to make it work on our house or at the property. All of it's customized. You don't have to have any entry point that doesn't have a sensor, that doesn't have a camera, indoor, outdoor. They have it all. You can take it with you if you move. If you're renting property, you can still use it. So we can get you an exclusive 20% discount right now on a new system if you go to simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Now, Bubba, I know that you don't like to report on things.
I know. I don't.
You
I don't like it.
I know. And right now you can't. It's too serious. You just they're floating. Bubba, and the word Boeing has become a bit of a punchline these days, and this isn't going to help.
The Boeing Starliner return date has been delayed again as NASA races to fix thrusters and plug leaks amid fears its astronauts could be stranded in space. That's the headline. I didn't make it
Say
up.
that again.
That's
you say
the Daily Mail story.
In space?
Rick, when the capsule leaves the space station, they have to be able to maneuver it for re-entry. And, you know, you got to be at the right angle on re-entry or things get a little warm. So it's very critical they can do that. And I think they were supposed to stay 8 days to begin with, and right now it looks like it may be a 20-day stay, what they're predicting. You know, you can't just go out there and change the oil on that thing. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that.
When you're saying stranded in space,
well,
you mean like I can never come home?
Well,
I mean, am I now
Rick,
in space?
Here's the problem. When the capsule comes in for re-entry, they have to be at exactly the right angle, exactly the right speed.
Understood.
Or they could, one, come in too sharp, and it would be an overheating situation.
Not good.
Or if you're too shallow, you will skip off the atmosphere of the Earth and be knocked out into space, and that would, I think, fall under the stranded scenario. So them being able to drive the thing is very important.
All right. So
now most of that's computer done, but it still has to have the thrusters to get it at the right angle.
All right. What am I doing right now if I'm there? And I'm in it? Where am I?
Somebody has probably said, hey, can y'all go out there and put some glue on that thruster?
Go out there?
We got a helium leak. Can somebody get in there and fix that thing?
Wow.
Yeah.
We need some of that tape that'll stop a leak.
You need that Gorilla Glue.
What is that? What is that stuff that they sell? The infomercial seals everything.
Yeah.
You know, they put it over that pipe, just pouring water.
Flex Seal.
Yeah.
What's it called? Boeing what? Star what?
Starliner.
Starliner. Checking on the helium leak.
Not too good. I'm telling you. We got trouble out here, I'm telling you.
So, well, we talked about this weeks ago. We still don't have this resolved.
Well, it's It's a problem they're gonna have to address before they come back. And look, safety.
Before they come back.
I give them props. They're working through it. They want to be sure they got it fixed before they.
Can you rescue
tell
me?
the astronauts to get on there?
Can you rescue me?
Like in what way?
Like, all right, we can't get the thrusters fixed. And am I just floating around out here? I mean, can y'all come get me?
Well, they have extra food, water, and air on the space station, so they can stay longer if they need to. I guess, and I don't know, I would have to ask somebody smarter than me on this, but I guess in a worst-case scenario, they would catch a ride back on another ship.
So I can just hang
send
at the
it back remotely and just, see how it does.
So I could hang at the space station, watch some reruns of Skinwalker Ranch.
Right.
And then
look out the gondola at all the pretty sights.
And just wait on the next ride?
I guess theoretically you could. I'm sure they have,
That's a pretty important answer that I'm looking for.
Well, about taking a duffel bag of some extra clothes.
Hey, first thing they'd hear from me,
Hey, can y'all come get us? I'm gonna head back to the space station. Send somebody.
I'm out of underwear.
Ride with Russians, do something.
And
I mean,
Boeing is a great country, and they have done company. They've done so many good things, but man, they're taking it a tough beating right now. I don't know if you saw the CEO in Congress on the airplanes.
Did
this
not.
week.
Not good.
Not good. Not good.
Not happy.
Was it Holly we played yesterday? What's his name from Iowa?
Josh
Hawley, yes. Oh,
hey, he gets after that CEO. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Oh, we have it. Oh,
it's worth playing. I don't know if this is it.
Bubba, here it is.
But this actually, I'm talking about the actual hearing.
Yes, the actual hey, I'm on you.
Yes, yeah. Want to know how much
you
made,
in the room?
And I mean, it was funny.
This clip is from CNN with Jake Tapper, and he's just talking about Boeing's more of their planes, but it is about Boeing.
Given the complexities of the industry and the landscape of production globally, what realistically can the U.S. Senate do to make it so Boeing and other plane manufacturers are not only reliable but transparent?
Well, I tell you one thing that I've talked about with Calhoun, with the CEO, is this. Boeing used to, Jake, manufacture almost all of their planes themselves in-house. Now they have over 600 separate suppliers, probably hundreds of more subcontractors worldwide, including many, many in China. I think that we've got to make clear to these guys, you need to bring that production back home. If that means tariffs on the parts that are made overseas, we should do that. If that means that we have tax incentives to make sure they actually make things in this country and pay their workers well, we should do that. But I think the message to corporate America needs to be this era of offshoring and outsourcing, look where it leads. It ends with planes falling out of the sky. That's where it ends. It ends with workers in this country not able to make ends meet. We've got to change all of the above.
Do you think now that flight attendants, how they used to tell you what plane you're on?
Yeah.
If it's one of theirs, they just don't do it anymore. We'd like to welcome all of you today. We'll be flying on the 730. Did you say Boeing?
Today we're on a really big and safe plane. Enjoy your flight.
Yeah, did you say Boeing? Well, tell us about the plane. It's a nice plane, big plane, a lot of. Let me show you the exits here. What kind of plane are we on? Well, we're actually on a big, nice plane. And did you say Boeing? But Boeing's a lot of them. We get on Boeing planes all the time.
Well, them and Airbus, two biggies. And they're building stuff in Alabama now too, Mobile. So
I'm flying to Houston in July. What am I on?
Yeah, quick question. Hey, what am I on?
Anyway, y'all could reroute me on an Airbus.
Rick, in the story, it goes on to say you were asking about a rescue, and it's funny. They said that
that's a legitimate question.
They said they hinted here that Elon Musk has said that he would be more than ready to send a rescue mission if they needed it.
Yeah, I know it's not very.
Her Blue Origins.
I know it's not very.
They can't get there.
Here's the closer.
No, they could not get there. That one's great.
They haven't got that high yet.
Right.
No. Yeah. They're just doing joy.
They said they're having they're saying they're having issues, but it happens all the time.
Nothing to be ashamed
nothing to be embarrassed about.
No, at all.
Especially as the rocket gets a little older.
Sure.
Right.
Sure. It's not unique.
No.
So,
don't know where to look.
but I'm just thinking about. I'm just thinking about us. I'm just thinking about us. I know it's not very astronaut-like, but I would shoot so far to the.
Yeah.
Okay, can I stop you right now? All right, I got you. We need the thrusters working.
Yeah.
Got all that.
Roger that.
I got bouncing out into space.
Yeah.
Got all that. Let's say that we can't get it done. All right,
Yeah.
thrusters won't work. I want to talk about that. So
Yeah.
then we. Am I lost in space? Am I back on the space station?
Do we have a Dr. Smith here somewhere that keeps messing everything up?
Thrusters won't.
That's for you Lost in
won't.
Space fans.
Thrusters won't work. So
well,
bounce into space, burn up. Got it. What about?
Well, Rick, space flight is a very complicated
it
thing,
is.
and it's
Sure
tough
is.
to do, and you have a lot of engineering involved, and a
You
lot
do.
of manufacturing processes, and look, we're pulling for them. Come on, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. We need them. We need them.
You want to try that thruster again?
Still nothing.
So I like where you say, there's something funny in the air in here, huh?
Yeah.
Well, there's something in the air. I'm not sure what it is.
Now you think it's a helium?
Maybe. Could be.
Your phone calls are next. We go phone trolling. 866-WE-BE-BIG if you want to be on the Patriot mobile phone troll. All 10 lines available. We chat with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 13 minutes to the top of the hour. Tim Wilson is our guest. Tim's at Zany's in Nashville this week, Thursday through Sunday night. He also has put together a CD that we will love featuring Greg Allman, T. Graham Brown, Jimmy Hall, Ronnie Hammond, Amy Helm, Levon Helm, Russell Smith, Mike Stewart, Bobby Whitlock, Kim Carmel. The list is on and on. Some great rock and roll classics along with a few originals. It's called the All Night All-Stars, and it's available wherever you get CDs. So check it out wherever you pick yours up. Tim, we do have callers standing by talking about a number of topics. So.
Hey, Rick, just quickly, I want to mention the part of the White House was evacuated a few minutes ago due to an emergency situation. It seems that a aircraft flew into the restricted zone or the restricted airspace around the White House. Although there was no problem, apparently it was just an accident that they got over in that space. We've had about 3 or 4 of these,
Yep,
and it's pretty clear. It's marked on all the aeronautical maps. Stay clear of that. If they would shoot one of these Cessna sightseers down, I'll guarantee you they'd get out of the area.
That would get the message across, don't you think?
We'll keep waiting. We'll keep waiting and wait too long on one that's up to something. So there again, another good one flying through there.
Tim, you went with the hat now.
What happened is I was sitting around picking on Bubba's hair, and then I looked over at the monitor and saw this. This is when I get this going, because I got about 12 hairs hanging on right here.
Right.
There's 12. I've named these 12. That's Leon. Right there. If I ever get to heaven, I'm gonna find a hair angel and whip his butt. So I decided I'd go back out and get my General Custer uniform, which is just the way I dress when I.
To me, you look more like Billy Jack.
Yeah.
Billy Jack, I'm going to put this foot on that side of your face, and there's nothing you can do about it.
You know, he looks like that lawyer that defends all the wackos.
Yeah.
That wears that jacket every time.
Well, that guy's old. That guy's old.
Yeah.
Well, Jerry Spence has got white hair, but if I had white hair, I'd kind of look like Jerry Spence.
You would.
And I like to argue about as much as Jerry Spence.
Yes, you do.
So I think I'm going to just be the young Jerry Spence.
My favorite thing, anytime I run into anybody that knows you, I go, you just can't get Tim to give you his opinion on anything. And then you start laughing hysterically. And that's when I know they really know you. You know what I mean?
The other day I was walking in someplace and this little 16-year-old girl jumps up and goes, "Look, Mama, it's Neil Young."
You do.
It's
like
the sideburns.
Let's go to Angie in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where David Copperfield's bus was just rolling through. Angie, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hi, great. Monkey grass.
Hey, thanks for calling. We appreciate that.
Love you guys. This just goes to show Bob the Bachelor. I'm talking about Bob the Bachelor.
Yes.
This just goes to show how fickle men can be.
How fickle we can be?
Exactly. Not all men.
Right.
Bob the Bachelor. I'm talking about Bob the Bachelor only. Kelly Joe, or him.
Well,
he missed it.
And
why can't guys see that?
Well, it seems so obvious when it's all edited and you get to watch.
And I thought Kelly Joe said, well, you didn't wear this outfit right. She went back. She got that bathing suit on again on that last visit.
Yes, she did.
You know, she would go that two-piece pretty quick, which I thought she got good points for that.
Wore the right dress.
Good-looking red dress at the end, you know, with the, you know, the back show. That was a good. That was a good pick.
Estella was trying to get him to, you know, give her some answers before he made his choice or as he was making his choice. Kelly Jo didn't do that.
I'm gonna tell you that she looked like his ex-wife. He is just into the dark hair, tall and light complected look, and she was. I mean, that was it. Rick, you got to.
Well, you know,
I don't want anybody that looks like my ex-husband.
Well, here's the thing too. You got to remember, Bob doesn't really want to get serious with anybody. I mean, he gave her a 2-carat friendship ring. He basically said, "Let's just see how this goes. I want you to wear this on your finger just in case."
I think he made a mistake too, Rick, because now when he actually, if he does want to propose to her, she ain't going to accept just putting it on the other hand. Is the way. I mean, you got to have more jewels
right.
in.
Yeah,
you know, that's
he actually they give him an engagement ring, and if they want to propose, they can propose. He didn't propose, but he said, "I want you to wear it anyway."
On the right hand as a friendship ring.
Do y'all notice y'all are having to explain everything on this show to me?
I know, Tim, and
why? Because there's no way in hell I would watch this show.
I know, Tim, and I'm sorry about that. And we don't watch it either. When's the grand finale next week?
Well, they're doing an after the ring show, Rick. First time that we're going to have a locker room report.
Yeah, let's go to Marvin in Scottsboro, Alabama.
Marvin.
Yeah, I got 2 things, guys. One, Tim, you are possibly one of the funniest men I've ever seen in my life.
Well, we got to get you out more, Marvin. Where's Marvin? Where are you?
Scottsboro, Alabama.
Scottsboro, Alabama? Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people funnier than me in Scottsboro. There's a guy.
And here we go, Patriot Mobile Phone Troll. Make your phone money matter. Make the switch to patriotmobile.com/BigVox today and get free activation. To the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. The buzzer is our friend, and that means no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. We're talking about, hey, we're making comments, we're bringing in information. Here we go. Rapid fire. We'll get started with James and McCalla, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. James, welcome. Go ahead.
Hey.
Hey.
I appreciate y'all replaying that Leanne Morgan segment from last week because I missed it last week.
You know, I did some checking. So in Huntsville on the 29th, the evening show is sold out, but it's the matinee that has tickets. So there's a 4 p.m. matinee, and I think there's about 1,000, 1,800, something like that, tickets left for a 4 p.m. matinee. So if you've never seen her and you're like, man, the ticket's hard to get, in Huntsville on the 29th, that 4 p.m. matinee actually has some seats. So there you go. So just go to leannemorgan.com and you can go ahead and get those, or just go wherever you get tickets. Let's go to Huntsville. Speaking of Huntsville, Brian standing by. Brian, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to offer Speedy some consolation over his alleged compromising position situation earlier.
Yes.
Because at least it was a person and not a trash can. Y'all have a good one.
All right, that's 2 days in a row for you, Brian, on the trash can joke. Good job there. I got a funny email. Somebody said, in this particular moment, Rick, I guess you're okay with the phrase "could care less." And that's true. Let's go to Robert in Clanton. Robert, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Just wanted to tell y'all, look, I've had high cholesterol for probably 10 years. 2 months ago, I just got tired of taking a Lipitor. I just quit taking it. Kept hearing y'all talk about the field of greens. I started it 5 weeks ago. Just went and got to the doctor. My cholesterol for the first time in 10 years off medication is in the high side of the normal cholesterol range.
Good deal. Wow, that a way to go, buddy. You know, it's funny because there's a typo. I kid you not, Speedy typed in, guy wants to talk about Field of Dreams. And I thought, well, has this guy been out in the cornfield somewhere? And it was Field of Greens. It's okay, Field of Greens.
That's close enough.
Yeah, so it's good. Apparently, Speedy thought he said that Field of Dreams had lowered his cholesterol, which is a good movie. I don't know if it's that good.
Watching baseball will help your blood pressure.
How about it will, Bubba?
By the way, that game tonight, in case y'all are wondering.
Is it really? What a strange twist that is. Drew in Alabama. Drew, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just wondering, man, if Donald Trump is convicted and he gets to win the election again, we'll have a convicted felon holding the highest job you can have in our country. But here I am, a convicted felon, working all week long and can't even get a good enough job to pay my bills.
You should have run.
Change or...
You should have run for president.
I know it.
maybe you're aiming too low.
Right. Let's go to Charlie in Fairhope. Charlie, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good. Two things about pickleball.
Oh, boy.
The pickleball fanatics are trying to get it in the Olympics.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to allow it in under a skilled activity. It is not a sport.
No.
Because you can smoke a cigarette while you're doing it.
Right.
And your performance does not go down.
Right. I'm not sure.
Well, so could a lot of the Oakland Raiders, but we didn't hold that against them.
Right. Yeah. Look, pickleball, I'm sure, has its place in society as soon as we finally all agree to change that name.
Yeah.
But Olympic sport,
I'll put it ahead of breakdancing,
well,
which
that's
is
true.
an Olympic sport.
Well, you're right. No, you're right.
But let me tell you
once we
what.
started that, everybody can come in.
Let me tell you what. You don't think I won't be tuned into that?
Well, of course
To see the best breakers in the world.
Oh, my goodness.
You think there'll be a pop and lock division?
Oh,
or,
yeah,
or the guys that spin on the
robot
floor?
division.
Was that your?
That'd be under pop and lock.
Okay.
That was your area, wasn't it? Because you strictly popped and locked.
I
Didn't
didn't get.
You
on
didn't
the
spin?
Spin on your head?
No.
Let me tell you, your pop and lock is as good as anybody. Yeah.
We all have our gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to Russ.
It's a natural.
In Moody. Russ, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good morning. How y'all doing?
We're good. We're good.
I was actually calling to see if y'all knew anything that was going to happen big in the stock market today, because part of my job is to go in businesses and speak to the owners and partner with them and things like that. But one of the owners took the whole day off today, or actually this week, because he said something big is going to happen in the stock market today. Have y'all heard anything about that?
Well, Nancy Pelosi texted me a minute ago. I thought that was odd.
Told me to buy.
Yeah, but no,
why would you need to take the day off for that?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm
stock market finds you wherever you're at.
Yeah. I'm a little confused by your question.
Yeah.
Can you give us more information on that?
Well, I don't really have more information. I was just wondering if anybody else was thinking that something huge was going to happen today.
Are you a broker, or are you just looking after your own stuff?
No, I'm actually an insurance agent.
He said he goes into businesses, I guess, to talk to them about their insurance,
Yeah.
and you're saying some of them took the day off.
I think they're all playing golf and didn't want you to go.
Yeah,
that's it.
You know what? It could have been that.
I think that's what's going on.
I think they took this June 19th thing to a whole new level.
Yeah. They're actually
Just
now can take.
took the week.
They wanted you to hold down the fort. They're playing golf.
Yeah. You how about? Yeah.
And that's what they told you. They said something really big's going to happen this week. We need you on the desk, ready to go.
Get in there.
I mean, you have to remember, you're an insurance guy. I mean,
I don't work there.
Yeah, but you
this
had
is another business that I partner with.
But if you've got an appointment though that you are trying to get off the list, if the week's kind of not going the way you want to, it's the insurance guy coming by. And so I mean we know.
I mean you spend money with you guys, you don't get anything,
right?
Unless it's a disaster. I mean
right.
It's not like you buy something you get that immediate joy from it.
Right, and then we make a claim, and then of course y'all give us the runaround.
Right.
Sure. So the. But I haven't heard that. I know we were supposed to World War III was supposed to have started Tuesday,
but
it didn't. So
but he left an alternate date.
Yeah, he did. The 29th went the next one,
something like that.
And
why don't he just pick? Let's see, how many's in here? 365. Won't he pick about 100 days? And his chances are 3 and 1. He'll get it right.
And we know World War III is not going to start on the 29th. That's when Leanne's going to be in Huntsville.
I know.
That's true.
Everybody knows that.
Christy in Florence, listening to WLAY. Christy, go ahead. Christy.
This is Mike.
Hey, Mike.
I don't know why it says Christy.
Doesn't sound like a Christy.
You do not sound like a Christy. You do not sound like one.
Hey, this is Christy. Have y'all heard anything about the stock market today? All right, go ahead.
I just got a question for you, and then I'll get off here and listen.
Sure.
How's this going to work? If the election was to roll around right now, could he even vote for himself?
Because he's a felon. Well, he's convicted.
Good question.
Yeah, that's a good. That's funny. But aren't we in the?
And when it's on appeal, do you?
Well,
on
it
appeal?
varies. See, the judge has discrepancy in that, from what I've read.
Yeah.
On July the 11th, he can put him in jail, or he can say he's going to leave him out pending appeal, or whatever. Now, do I think this guy wants to be known as the guy that put Donald Trump in jail? Absolutely.
Oh,
Will it help Trump's fundraising? Absolutely.
Oh, his speaker fee will go through the roof. Yeah, if he's the guy.
Oh, we ain't seen nothing yet. Just hang on, everybody.
Baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. Top of the hour, if you're done with us today, hey, thanks. Catch any part of the Rick and Bubba show you missed, either on the YouTube or podcast archives. You never have to miss a minute. Go catch any of it you want to on your own time. If you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Angel Studios, they've got an outstanding Sound of Hope. It is the story of Possum Trot. Now, are y'all familiar with this story of Possum Trot? It's a true story of a bishop and First Lady Donna Martin in their tiny Bennett Chapel church in the town of Possum Trot. I actually saw the trailer for this. They're in the woods of East Texas. Now, 22 families from a rural black church linked arms and with great courage adopted 77 of the most difficult to place children in the local foster care system. By doing the impossible, the first 76 kids were adopted between 1998 and 2000. Another was adopted in 2011. So they proved with real determined love the battle for America's most vulnerable can be won, and this ignited a national movement that is continuing with foster parenting to this day. If you'd like to see the story, then you can order your tickets now to see Sound of Hope, the story of Possum Trot today at angel.com/Rick Bubba. That's angel.com/Rick Bubba. The fight for kids begins on July 4th when Sound of Hope opens in theaters everywhere.
Guy over there is Scottsboro, is where between Chattanooga and Huntsville.
Yes, that's it.
Or you turn left in there.
Right, yeah.
Well, there's a gas station out there. Right before you turn left to go to Scottsboro, there's a guy punnier than me in that gas station over there.
What was your second thing, Marvin?
And two, Rick, I got to apologize. That wasn't David Copperfield. That was my cousin that called.
Thanks, Marvin. Let's go to
David Butterfield.
Let's go to Duff, Jacksonville, Alabama. Duff.
Hello, guys. Good to talk to you.
Hey,
Ladies
Duff.
and gentlemen, it's Duff Manners, the walking, talking legend from Jacksonville, Alabama.
It's me. It's Ernest, too.
Jacksonville, Alabama. My daddy played football at Jacksonville Teachers College back in the 40s before it turned into the university.
Yeah.
My daddy actually started in the second football game he ever saw in his life in Jacksonville, Alabama.
Duff, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted, last night we didn't watch this Bachelor thing at all.
Well, we shouldn't be watching it.
No, us either.
And then we watched it last night, and I just think that girl took some notes from Helene. And I think if what's his name was the young man Bob there, if he was as gun shy as everybody was saying he was, he should have took some notes and watched, and then maybe he'd have figured out who he should have gone with.
I give them another few months max after they've done their PR tour, and the friendship ring will get hawked at some pawn shop. And I'm gonna tell you what I wanted to see, and I really thought she was the best choice of all the bachelors that's been on. I really thought there was a chance with her being very similar to my wife, the very athletic, feisty approach, that she would be the one to slap Bob right there, right in front of the swimming pool.
Oh, she wasn't happy.
No.
She didn't go out very graceful, which I love.
Yeah.
I wish she had hit him. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't that have been great?
It would have been great TV. I mean, because this is all this is about anyways, entertainment. Let's try to talk her into maybe pushing him in the pool or something. That would have been great.
Down that cliff behind him.
Oh, yeah. TV, I know you leave us now. Don't forget Tim Wilson, Nashville, Zanies.
Tonight, you CD he's got out, All Night All Stars. Look for it wherever you pick up CDs. If you have.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right, baby. Here we go. Thank you for being with us. Dun, 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 dun. So we start a brand new hour. We're glad you're all here. The gang is all here today. We have much to run down. In case you're joining us late, yes, the Leanne Morgan interview did happen. If you missed that, go catch it in the archives today. We did it on the right date, and it's interesting how well things work if we get the date right, and that did work out perfectly. And so you can catch that. Also, Bubba, you know, we've heard it's a listener out of Illinois. He loves the show. He's in the grocery business. He's called in several times. He's also donated to some incredible charities to come and walk inside the ropes on some celebrity pro-ams.
Yep.
Well, he and his wife, Carrie, are having their 15th anniversary today.
Huh.
And so his wife is emailing, and she said, I know that, you know, you guys don't do shout-outs and stuff on the phone trolls, and I've tried to get in, and I can't. But we've already sang Happy Anniversary, Baby to each other. But I would love for him to hear his favorite show, sing it to us on the air. So for Derek and Carrie today, I don't know how you say their last name, Peadro? Pedro? So anyway, 15 years married today. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. And we wish them many more. And thank you, Derek, for all the many times you have donated money to great organizations and support our program.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we do have the Biden. This is the latest.
Let me give you the update from last hour.
Oh, that's
right
one
quick.
thing.
Let me tell you this. The caller asked, could Trump, if he is put in jail, vote for himself, or being convicted, can he vote for himself?
Mm-hmm.
According to a story in the Miami Herald, It is entitled, Florida Would Restore Trump's Right to Vote If Conviction Becomes a Problem, DeSantis says. So apparently the governor can override that. I don't know.
Yeah, so that answers the caller's question. So
he would be able to vote in Florida if he can get there.
Even if the conviction stands, the governor will give him his right to vote back.
That's what it says.
So there you go. We got Biden today.
Where did he go?
Here we go.
Where did he go?
Where'd it go?
A basement Joe.
Now, we do find it interesting that guy, whatever his name is, Trevor something on Twitter, actually did manipulate a photo of President Trump shaking hands with his son as if his son was helping him off the stage. But then when we look at footage of Biden struggling, we're now being told by the Biden administration all this is altered.
Deep fake.
It's deep fake. This is not what we really see. So here's the latest one that they're saying is not true. It's the president. Now, just look at him just already. Mouth uncontrollably open, can't even close it. Which is always a sign. You see everybody concerned, so he gets to the SUV.
Watch how long it
takes. And he's trying to lift his leg up, Greg, which we know is part of the issue when you start struggling with this about being able to lift up your leg and step up into. He can barely get in the SUV. Look at how he is right now. Watch the guy over on the other side. See him looking at him like, oh boy, oh boy. And the guy's uncomfortably holding the door. There's the guy behind him trying to
run interference.
But you also
he didn't
protect
use
the
the
president.
step either. So.
Yeah, and he's trying to. Boy, he's struggling.
I looked for the longer clip. I can never find out if he actually made it into the SUV. Nobody knows.
Right.
The clip ends before he's comfortably seated.
He may still be on the tarmac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Greg said he counted 20 seconds.
Yes.
20 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what they said.
So, and then the other one is, they keep claiming that the Biden at the G7 when he froze on stage, that's been digitally. Thank you, altered. But they're showing us the raw footage, and it looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Yeah.
There's no difference in the two.
Yeah, and this is when he was looking at the parachute guy, just kind of off on his own world.
Yeah.
So here's CBS claiming that was digitally altered.
Mm-hmm.
Cheap fake clips went viral on social media and were picked up by some news outlets. Take a look at this clip, for example. It shows Biden and other world leaders watching a skydiving demonstration.
So on the top, CBS News is calling this a digitally altered video. Right. On the bottom, here it is.
The real, and it looks exactly the same.
It's the same. Maybe you could say like they cut half an inch out of the edge of the screen right here, but you can still see the parachutist that the president is weirdly staring at.
Before the president is seen walking away and looking in another direction. Outlets claimed that he was sort of just aimlessly wandering away. The clip amassed millions of views within just a few hours, when actually if you widen out, you can see that he was talking to one of the members of the military that was participating in that.
I see what they're saying.
They're saying he wasn't wandering. He was talking to the other
he had a destination. Of course, you do wonder why the person turned around and said, over here, please.
Right.
If where he was going was cool and it made sense, why would you correct where he's going?
And we showed the one that had the parachute guy in it, and it's still weird. It's still awkward. And to call this digitally altered that's
you see the
false.
parachute guy in both footages.
Yes, you do.
It's not like it's been cut out.
Exactly.
And
we
also,
didn't cut it out either when we played it.
Also, watch this. Watch the guy who is folding up the parachute. He doesn't even acknowledge the president, and they're not carrying on because the guy. Watch the guy. It's almost like he doesn't even know the president's there.
Right.
He's supposed to be congratulating this guy like everybody else is. Mm-hmm. Now, see the guy right there? Is he even looking at the president at all?
No.
So is he engaging him?
No.
No, he's
he
not.
never looked up.
No,
never looked up.
No, he's not engaging him.
We all know they got in a big conference room wherever,
and they said,
they said, look guys, this is bad. This is real bad. So here's what y'all go with me on this. We're gonna say everything's fake. All right,
digitally altered,
and we're going to go with that and say that they're playing clips, not the entire clip, and we're just going to go with that, and everybody's going to repeat it, and let's see if that sticks.
Help me
That's
here.
What they're doing.
I didn't see any difference in the video.
I didn't either.
There's not. They didn't clip out the paratrooper on the other side. I mean, it looked exactly the same every frame of it, right? Am I missing?
No.
Help me, is it me?
No, Bubba, what I would do to Speedy's meeting, I would call another meeting. Hey, guys, we can't show the raw footage and the edited footage and it be the same.
Right. There has to be
I
some
said this is
difference.
what we're going to start saying, but don't do that. Just don't show anything.
Yeah.
Just go out and say it was altered.
Yeah.
And there's no, if you're going to show something that looks different. Thus, why don't we alter the one that we say is raw? Do something.
And let me ask you this. I thought it was deep fake.
They're trying to make up.
Yeah, they're making up their own word, calling it a cheap fake.
This is, they do. They play on words.
What's the difference?
They're saying it's
because you're
a
doing it
cheap
to the
fake
president. You're trying to make the
But
president
deep
look
fake is altering video.
Yeah, but it's cheap when you do it to the president.
You know how they got to have their own word. Hang on.
Because they love
it was
words.
in the talking point.
Just telling you what.
A deep fake would be like a fake face on a different person's body. That would be more along the lines of a deep fake. Now they're trying to take that deep fake term and turn it into cheap fake and say, oh, everything that portrays Biden as old and feeble and lost, that's a cheap fake. So that would be their
cheap shot.
They're trying to they're trying to take that term deep fake and trick you into thinking that
Chip
everything
fake.
you see of Biden is not real.
All right, up next, Karine Jean-Pierre is going to try to convince us that the president is doing debate prep. So he won't hold any press briefings because he's away for debate prep, which means how can we get him through this debate? But here she is.
Do you intend to brief during the time that he is away?
We don't typically do traditional press briefings when the president is away, so we do not have a scheduled formal briefing to speak of, but obviously we will continue, the press team and with our policy folks as needed, we'll continue to hold briefing calls when appropriate to preview upcoming events, upcoming announcement. That is something that we will do, and if you all have any questions, we will be here to answer any of them.
Thank you so much.
Of course you will.
Do you ever wonder?
He doesn't have to be there anytime, really, because he doesn't contribute.
No.
She went on to say that when you look at the White House, you will see that the lights are on, but no one is home.
Yeah, you're awful.
That's
terrible.
That's good.
Cyber attack, Bubba, is that what we had next?
Yeah, I think so. How about that?
Got another cyber attack.
Try to buy a car. Did you notice the computer's running a little slow?
Mm-hmm. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Central Virginia on 105.3. Nancy says she is the key to getting us on the air in Central Virginia, and she says we owe her a favor. Nancy, welcome to the program. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba. How are y'all this morning?
Nancy, we're wonderful. We're wonderful. How are you doing?
We're doing very well, and we welcome y'all to Central Virginia. And we would like to say best wishes to Mickey Dean. We wish him a very speedy recovery. We're all praying for him over here.
That's good. What was that noise?
That was Sharon Stanley in the background. She's hollering at me.
Buy something. Okay, well, good. So you're looking for favors since you did the work to get us on the air. Is that the
I'm
bottom
looking for special favors. I didn't do the work to get you guys on the air, but, y'all are the reason that I had to reschedule my mornings. So we kind of think, maybe if you can't lick them, join them. And we want a complete makeover. I really need one.
So y'all want extreme makeovers like Bubba just said?
I do. We've been looking at your website here, and those nice white teeth and the new haircut.
Look at that
I think that new haircut kind of making your lips look a little thinner.
Nancy, do you get the TV show in Virginia?
I
looking at the
haven't seen
website.
it personally, but I
Because
think
when
you
I
can
smiled,
get it
you
with
said something about
a
teeth. I thought, wow.
The timing on that was incredible. Yeah, he smiled and you mentioned teeth, but you saw his pictures on the website, the before and after.
I did. This boy is looking good.
Well, Nancy, send us a picture, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, we need pictures.
Now,
of
what
you.
all do you want done?
Well, I'm a white female, 51 years old, really gray hair, about 50 pounds overweight. My teeth need a little whitening, and my clothes are termed
Did she say shave your mustache? What did she say?
I can take care of the mustache. That's not a problem. But the clothes and, I always wear clogs. I don't wear socks.
I got to tell you something. Comedian Lavelle Crawford is coming in the studio and sat down. he's hearing what you look like now, and I think he's pretty excited about what you are right now.
Oh, yeah, I love lady with mustaches. It means that
Well,
you're more
you know,
very sexual.
And you know what? It tickles when you kiss her.
Oh,
You know?
yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. I got one, too. We could just get tangled up in our mustache kissing.
But, you know, I strive to be the perfect Bubette.
Oh, well. Okay, well,
and I need a little help.
All right, so we'll send us a picture, and then we'll see what we can get done for you.
Oh, I love it. Well,
And Nancy, thank you for putting us on, and we're looking forward to a long partnership there in Central Virginia.
Well, we thank you. I got to go now because I got to go TT.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, boys.
And thanks for that visual.
All
There
right,
she goes. Nancy with 105.3 in Central Virginia. Lavelle, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, man, thank you very much. I heard it was too sexy, big fat man up here, and I love fat people because they make the world what it is. Fat people save the world.
We keep it held down, don't we?
No, we save the world because it wasn't for fat folks, it wouldn't be nothing good in the world. For real, drive through at the restaurant. Fat people invented that because we ain't walking in there. We know what we want. We want to eat, and we want not get out of our car and catch a cramp.
That's right. He's right about that.
For real, fat folks invented the cruise control. How lazy you gotta be not to put your foot on the pedal and press down. You're already sitting down. We want some extra lazy stuff in our life. Fat folks, we made everything like the television remote. God bless fat people for making that. Thank you. You know, if it wasn't for fat people, we wouldn't have nothing that we want. Nothing.
Cookies?
Cookies. There you go, cooking. Well, I don't know. Skinny people like cooking, though. They got to diet cooking, really. That's almost messed up, man. Ain't that messed up? Who would want to diet cookie? What's in there? The chocolate, ain't nothing happy in it. You're going to be miserable eating the cookie. I want to have a sugar rush. I want to fall out. I want it to be fantastic, but they try to dog fat folks. I love Ruben Studdard, your Birmingham boy, and they thought I was him when I was at the airport for a minute. I was almost famous.
I bet you got Mom. They said Ruben's home.
Yeah, they said, hey, why don't you sing? The guy said, could you sing Sweet Home Alabama for us? I said, sir, if I sing it, you won't like it. But if it give me a free plane ticket, I'm gonna jump right on it.
If you just hum somewhere over the rainbow,
Well, see, we were fired up for Ruben, and a lot of people thought it was because he was a homeboy, and that that's all right. We were pulling for him because he's fat.
Right. There you go.
I mean, the person who was going to be named the new American Idol be a fat guy. We loved it.
Now, granted, at least finally we honest.
Yeah.
At least America honest because we throw away Big Macs at the end of the day when they don't sell them. Can you believe that? That is horrifying.
"21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. Bubba, cyber attack?
Cyber
attack.
Well, we hear about them every day, don't we?
Oh, everywhere you turn, there's a cyber attack.
Some of these people got to change the username from admin, when they put this thing together.
Sure.
I mean, they're just staying with that, I guess. Rick, the U.S. car industry was thrown into chaos yesterday after a cyber attack targeted one of the leading software suppliers. The hackers broke into the systems of CDK Global, which if you're in the car business, you probably know who that is. Potentially putting sensitive financial details for millions of customers at risk. This is a story from Daily Mail today.
Yep.
The software company had to shut down most of its operations by 2 a.m. on Wednesday, leaving 15,000 auto retail outlets offline and customers angry, demanding an update. CDK said their first priority is the security of the customers and that their actions reflected their obligation to them as a trusted partner. But I think the bottom line is it left many dealerships across the country unable to buy, sell, or move cars.
Oh, wow.
And that's a problem.
So this is a pretty big operation too. So
yeah, most General Motors dealers use their software, it says in here.
I'm looking at it right now. So it says that was and think about this too. And I know we're some of the worst. You're there, you finally get the person closed. Okay, you finally get them closed. You've got them down. All you got to do is finish the paperwork.
Yeah.
And they're in. And what happens? You know what? I ain't sitting here all day. I'm out. Think how many times people just said,
Well,
you know what? I wasn't sure about this anyway. I'm out.
Yeah. Well, let me say this. How many times have you been to a business or you call one on the phone needing to do something, and they will say this, boy, our computer system's slow today. Almost every time.
Single time.
Can't get this thing to work.
I'll tell you what you never hear. Well,
We're
our
zipping.
computer system is flying today. Good
We're-
news.
we're zipping.
We're on fire. Our
We are
internet
zipping.
connection's good. This
Never hear
usually
it.
takes 15 minutes. Going to get done in 8.5 today.
Never.
Never happens.
Have they
Never.
ever looked up and said,
Never.
hey, good news. We're zipping today. Oh, sorry. Everything's moving slow. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Of course, I always utter under my breath. Microsoft.
You just going to say that.
Because you did it. You've done it to me. Now you
Well,
might be paying attention to that all the time.
Well, it's DOS. Look,
Sure.
it's
Microsoft trash.
somebody told me, I don't know if it's true or not, so I probably shouldn't say it.
Go ahead. Let it out.
Well, I think the new version of Windows, they're dumping DOS
Here we
as
go.
the
Here we go.
as the structure under it, and they're going to Linux like everybody else in the free world,
Yep.
or a version of it.
Sure.
I'm sure they'll have their own version, but if they do that, it'll make it a lot better. I don't know. Do y'all know anything?
I don't know.
Anybody?
Adler,
Somebody told me that in the latest version because it's going to make old programs obsolete, a lot of them. So, but if they, Apple did that too at one time. They had to scrap their operating system, and that's when it took off.
Sure.
When they redid
Everybody
it, because
knows
it was
that.
actually
How out of
better.
the loop I am. I thought that already happened.
It may have. I may be behind
Seriously,
on it. I may be
I thought
behind.
it already happened. But
I
I'm
don't follow.
so far
I
out
don't
of it,
follow
I don't know.
Microsoft stuff really close,
Right.
honestly. So
Yeah.
somebody. It was just one of them. Somebody said.
Sure.
And you can't always trust tech talk down at the Feed and Seed, but sometimes they're pretty sharp.
They know more than you think.
Every now and then they know.
I don't, and Adler, I'm not
The
asking you.
co-op, they know a lot about these operating systems.
They do.
I'm not asking you to look for a picture of this because, frankly, I don't think I want to see it.
Oh.
Bill Belichick, 72. And girlfriend, 24-year-old.
Sure.
Rick, did we not
Boy,
talk
Bill.
about this on the show, or was it off the air?
It might have been
It
off
was
there.
off the
I
air.
never
We
heard
didn't
it.
talk about
it
it
wasn't
on.
on there.
I never heard this conversation, and I wish I didn't know it now.
Did you
What a
see?
lovely
Did you
couple.
see the?
No.
Did you see the Ring camera footage
No.
of him
Yeah.
leaving her
No.
place?
I did.
Yeah.
No. No.
Talking about his granddaughter.
I don't
mean,
want to
leaving,
Yeah, his date.
leaving shirtless, by the way. And
He's
but you know where all this? You know where all this came out of?
Watch it.
You know where all this came out of?
Yeah.
Tom Brady.
Yeah, I know where it all came
Tom
out of.
Brady. Well, no,
Yeah,
before, even
okay.
where the news came from, not
Right.
the cause.
Okay.
Tom Brady made a joke about it at his roast.
Oh,
and
really?
that nobody had said anything about it till then.
Okay.
And then
Daggum
all the
roast.
sleuths started looking into it, and sure enough, he's dating, it appears, a 24-year-old former Patriots cheerleader.
Oh, don't let me see this. I don't want to see this.
He's on the
I
ring
thought-
camera.
I don't want to
that's
see
him.
this.
Yeah,
Looking
I thought-
good,
At
Bill.
first, I thought it was the female.
No, Greg.
Hey, if you're gonna get caught on a ring camera, put a shirt on.
Yeah,
What are we doing?
Especially if you're jiggling like
Bill,
a bowl full of jelly.
Don't agree with it, okay? But I get it. But put a shirt on.
But shouldn't this be?
Put a shirt
Rick,
on.
it has nothing to do with the fact that he's a multi-millionaire.
No,
it has
nothing
nothing to do
else.
with it.
I bet they have a lot of interesting things to talk about.
Yeah,
24.
24.
Yeah, can you imagine that conversation?
She's over there dancing on TikTok.
Yeah.
He's
talking about when he comes
Guys,
to Cleveland.
he's made a living out of reading the other team and knowing what they're going to do, and he can't figure this one out.
Oh, he's figured it out.
I think he
Yeah,
can.
I know, I'm talking about what she wants. I know
I
what he
think
wants.
he's retired, doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
Like I think you ask
I
him
guess
about
he
this
goes-
today, he's going to say, "Hey, get ready, more to come."
Guess he's
Speedy,
just going to let him score
this
on him.
may be a willing transaction.
Great
You know what I'm
choice.
saying?
I mean, you know.
I think he's the one
Everybody
scoring.
knows what they want out of this relationship, and everybody's
Yeah.
willing.
I heard they were soulmates.
Well, they're going to get T-shirts that say
We're
forever on it.
Soulmates, yeah. Yeah, the 72-year-old.
Yeah, you're soulmate when you're worth probably, I don't know, over $100 million.
When you're 72, it looks a little silly to wear the "I'm his, I'm hers" shirt.
Yeah. Please look.
Wow.
I mean, is that on a plane?
Hey,
Yeah.
So they're not hiding it.
No, let me ask you a question. Are you 40? Well, how old are you?
46.
All right, so
I think.
when he was 48, she was born.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Shouldn't this be against the law? It almost is. It's really close to being against the law.
It would be inappropriate for me to be dating her.
Of course. But I'm just saying that 72
But he
24,
takes that's
I'm
taking
really
it to a whole new level.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
really
like
bringing
when what's her name married that old guy they were wheeling around everywhere.
Anna Nicole.
Anna Nicole.
He's just smiling.
He didn't even know. Yeah.
But again, I think it was a willing transaction on both parts.
It was.
He's just grinning here
until his son showed up and ruined it. After he died, took all the money back.
Glenn Fry wrote a song about this called Lionize.
Yeah.
And he said he wrote it sitting there observing this going on. And he wrote the song watching this happen. And it's just silly. I mean, it's one thing for your girlfriend to be your daughter's age, your granddaughter's age. I mean, at 72, you have grandchildren.
That's horrifying. It's horrifying.
That's just...
Dad, here's my new boyfriend. Oh, it's Bill Belichick in a cutoff hoodie.
Or shirtless, apparently.
Yeah.
Hey, honey, so this is your new boyfriend's dad. Why'd you bring him? No, this is him.
Oh, he just gave everybody zip right there.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah,
there he is.
Has he never been married? I don't know enough about him.
I think he was.
Sure
Okay.
He's got kids, doesn't he?
Well,
Yeah.
all the ladies
Wait,
are
we
looking
saw
at
Anna
His son's a defensive coordinator. wasn't
all the ladies are looking at him going, "What a catch!" You
That's
know?
right.
24-year-old women always dream of a 72-year-old boyfriend.
Yes.
Okay,
We'll spend the rest of our lives together. That ain't gonna be very long.
He was married from 77 to 2006.
Okay.
I thought his son was on his staff.
Now I will tell you, for Bill Belichick, for a young woman is a catch because he's not going to talk a lot. You get to talk all you want to.
Yep.
Yes.
And he's probably a good listener because he just sits there and doesn't do anything.
I'd like to get a look at that prenup.
What do you think I was going to say?
I bet he's got a solid one.
It's as big as a phone book.
I wasn't sure what you were going to say there.
I don't think they've gone that far with it, Greg. I think we're still in just the fun time mode here, you know.
But if you're her, like y'all just said, I mean, how long can he possibly live? You know,
Yeah, but that video, I mean, he's keeping himself in shape pretty good.
I'm trying to figure out. You think he left his phone in his car? Is that what he was going to get?
I think he was trying to figure out who he was, what his name was.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
They throwing away Big Mac. It's a Big Mac got thrown away last night. Last night, somebody threw away a Big Mac. That's horrifying. We are a rich country. Then we go over to Iraq and throw a bomb at them while they trying to eat a goat. We the meanest country in the world. I was at that down one night when they were throwing away hamburgers, and a homeless guy went up there to try to get one out of the trash can, and they shooed him away. I said, what the heck? It's in the trash. Get away from that trash. That's good trash. It kills me. I said, we are the richest country in the world where you throw away food. That's why it's about time Ruben is the American Idol. He's what represents us, all these diet commercials out here. Lose weight in 24 hours. Why? What I'm going to do? I can't lose weight in 24 hours. I sure didn't get fat in 24 hours. If I did, I'm really mad. I'm going to look back at what I ate. Was it these lemon cream cookies? Did I eat my other self?
Well, have you always been fat?
Yes, sir. I always been fat. You know, I was small one time. I had a small moment, but you know.
See, that's me. Most fat people see. That's one thing. Bubba see.
It just lasted for the first 9 months.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Bubba's late fat. He got fat late in life.
I grew into it.
See, I was a fat kid, but you're right. And I found one of those pictures. Have you ever found it? That slim moment.
Right.
You know how
like,
it happened?
You be like, dang. I wasn't that big.
I looked. I said, man, 7th grade. What happened?
And you always wonder what meal was it I ate that made the turn.
You talking about 7? You talking about 7th grade? No.
You know, it was that third trip to the buffet at Shoney's. I knew I shouldn't have got that biscuit and gravy.
It was 7 months. When I was in my slim moment. 7 months.
7 months. I was fat, and then at 7th grade something happened. And here's what I think it was.
Right.
Our lunchroom up to that point was whatever you have. You know, the lunchroom lady said, "This is what we have today. Eat it or don't."
Right. Yeah.
And then our school, everybody thought it was good, and I guess it was good, but it was bad for me. They went with an a la carte line. So if you wanted to, you could come every day and eat pizzas and hamburgers.
Right. So you had your choice.
I had a choice, and then I went to that choice and got back fat again.
Right. What is a la carte anyway? You know, what is that? What does that mean? Is that French for go on and eat and get fat? You fat. Whatever. I'm trying to keep. I ain't want to be mean or but ain't nothing wrong with being fat. I think it's all right. People always got problems with fat. They say stuff to fat people don't make no sense. Like, why you breathing so hard? So I can live. I mean, I'm a big guy. I need oxygen everywhere in this body. I can't just.
Why you breathing so hard?
And one guy, and then my girlfriend I broke up with, she gonna tell me, "Wake up, you're snoring." That's what you're supposed to do when you sleep. Well, when you're awake and you're snoring, that's when you're too big. Like my uncle, he snore while he awake. That's scary, man. He be, I said, "You sleep? What the hell? What, you going to sleep infections? You need to lose weight with me." And I'm trying to diet like Al Roker put his throat in his stomach to lose weight, but now he got all that flab around his neck. He look like a turkey. He look like he got on a meat necklace. It look horrifying. Necklace, that look horrible. You know, it just shaking down there.
Oh, come on.
Oh, that looks nasty.
That's attractive.
He need to make a fat comeback.
Fill it up. You gotta fill it up.
He need to get back fat. Stretch that body back where it's supposed to be. He got like 1X bones on a 5X body. The 5X skin, it just hanging off like a baggy shirt. It looks horrifying.
You're right, Roker.
He looks like a skateboarder.
How about this? Roker really was more attractive when he was fat.
He was to me. I ain't a gay man, but I mean, hey,
you know what I mean.
He looks sexy like you guys. I'm trying to get sexy. I'm working on it, man. I got to get my nails done.
We'll be back. More with Lavelle Crawford. He's live at the Comedy Club Stardome. If you're listening to us or watching us in Birmingham, you're looking for plans this weekend, catch Lavelle Crawford at the Stardome, 444-0008.
The Rick and Bubba.
South. $35 minutes past the hour. Tax Network USA. I know. Yeah, if you're dealing with the IRS, good luck to you. See you, wouldn't want to be you. Do not talk to the IRS by yourself. Don't do that. You need warriors on your side. You need taxnetworkusa.com/bigvox. This team has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited-time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. So join us and find out if you can qualify before it's too late. Never call them alone. Never, ever, ever. Do not. taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox says we know the agents that you want to deal with, the ones you don't. We've got a preferred line. We know how to handle this. Work with us. Let us help you resolve your situation. They've already resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and have the best-in-class guarantee. So why don't you schedule your free consultation today? No obligation, but you can hear what they're willing to do by calling 1-800-245-6000, 1-800-245-6000. Visit taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox or get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, the Supreme Court rulings, what we got over there?
Well, we got two of the more minor ones they have released so far. Everyone is still on pins and needles about the immunity for the president, which could play into some current events.
That's your big boy.
Two decisions they did pass down. They upheld by a 7-2 vote that the Trump-era tax rule on foreign income is legal. The tax was created in 2017 during the tax code overhaul enacted by Donald Trump. They did uphold that 7-2. Also, Rick, another decision. I don't think this will affect Trump directly, but it might after you hear what they ruled on. It has to do with the city of Napoleon, Ohio, which deals with special stipulations in which someone who believes they have been wrongfully charged may bring a malicious prosecution claim.
Mm-hmm.
Just listening to that one, you think, well, that could play.
We definitely did with that.
So everybody's kind of waiting on the immunity case, and I don't know if we'll get it today or tomorrow, but they are releasing. I got several more they're expected to let go today, so we'll find out.
Let's go deep to the heart of Texas, where Coach Steve Sarkisian, interesting, as in one video, he talks about the NIL should be the last reason why you choose to go to a school. But then 11B kind of shows something that means, is he doing this tongue-in-cheek? Is he being humorous? So here we go.
In this environment, how do you grow, also adapt to not be a dinosaur, and succeed even with these things that he was talking about?
Well, I think this. I think, one, why did you choose to come to Texas? Right? And there's a formula to that. If you lead with NIL to get a young man to come to your school,
then that's why he came there.
Then a year from now, what's he going to ask about first? NIL. And so our kind of perspective on this and our approach to this is we've got an amazing product here. The history and tradition of Texas football is second to none. The education, the quality of education at UT is incredible. The coaching staff we have, the development of our players, the trajectory of what we've done from year 1 to year 2 to year 3 of our program, the city of Austin, all these things that we're talking about, that's why I want you to come to the University of Texas. NIL doesn't come up. That should be the last reason to choose to go to a school.
All right, so
now that sounds good.
It does sound good.
That's solid.
Good
I don't
for
think
him.
anybody disagrees with that.
Good for him.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you go to visit Texas, this is what you have to walk through to get to the locker room.
Lamborghinis.
A row of them.
So there go the recruits right past a lot of Lamborghinis.
Yeah, it's a nice story.
Come on in.
Come on in.
Recruits.
Deep in the heart of
Texas. Come here because of our wonderful city, our wonderful education, our wonderful tradition.
Second to none. Right?
There's a Lamborghini that is Texas orange.
Yeah. Several.
Yeah. So there you go.
Lamborghini Austin.
Yeah, there we go. Now, what is that thing they're walking into? Is that a dinosaur? What
no,
is that?
No, it says
the
horns.
Is that the horns?
I think that's their athletic.
Look them, baby.
Oh, I see. There's the horns.
That's the Texas football building.
Yeah, so I have Lamborghinis, and now people,
Yeah, NIL should be the last thing.
Yeah, that shouldn't.
Maybe you're sending a mixed message.
Shouldn't even let that.
Now, I agree with you, man. Look, this is the world we live in. I'd have them lined up out there, but it seems a little mixed message from what the speech
It does. Well, Bubba, let me say the right thing and then actually get the job done.
Right. That's all anybody
for
cares.
a school like Texas, the money's going to be there anyway.
Sure it is.
Yeah. So it's easy for, honestly, I like Coach Sark, but it's easy for him to say that because the money is there.
Yeah.
And to his credit, he is selling the university. He is selling that side because the money is not an option there. It's not even a big deal to them.
Yeah.
At all.
No issue there.
Oh,
you
which want
school?
$1 million? Okay, good. Now let me remind you why you're here. It has nothing to do with money because we're going to have that for the entire time you're here.
You remember when the rules were still in place, the NCAA still had some control of it. They would not come out and say that, but they would leak it to the media so that somebody in the media said, hey, if you're a lineman at so-and-so school, you're going to get a minimum of $75,000.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that number has skyrocketed now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm hearing some of these numbers for even basketball players that are
mid-major guys leaving and getting $300,000, $400,000.
I mean, that's
dollar checks to go Power 4.
I mean, I bet some of them don't want to go to the pros. I mean, they're going to take a pay cut.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Oh, sure. Yeah. If you don't believe that, ask Caitlin Clark.
Mm-hmm. Right, there you go. Boston Celtics head coach. Here's a more breath of fresh air. Dropping, is it Mazzulla, as I say his name? Joe Mazzulla?
Yeah, I don't know.
He's
That sounds fantastic, though, the way you're pronouncing it.
Feeling kind of confident.
Yeah, it sounded confident. It sounded good.
So here he is again. He's very, very open about his faith. Just won the world championship. And here he is in video 10, Adler. Go right ahead.
Is there something you're doing over the last 48 hours to keep yourself away from just being consumed with this? Are you watching different movies?
Honestly, I met 3 girls under the age of 21 with terminal cancer. And I thought I was helping them by talking to them, and they were helping me. And so having an understanding about what life is really all about and watching a girl dying and smiling and enjoying her life, that's what it's really all about. And having that faith. You know, the other thing is you always hear people, you know, give glory to God and say thank you when they're holding a trophy. But you never really hear it in times like this. And so for me, it's an opportunity to just sit right where I'm at and just be faithful. That's what.
He's right about that. It's when times are tough and it's when it's all on the line, that's when people look to the authenticity of your faith. The other stuff everybody would enjoy.
You know, I love what he said. He's absolutely correct, but he is the best at just a deadpan look he's given it that I have ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, just straight-faced, no emotion, just straight up.
Lodge deadpan.
I mean,
cast iron.
He's got it.
That is.
He's got it. I mean, he is absolutely has it. And just don't you know the reporters? They just loathe him.
Oh,
you know.
Well, you know, and they're going to try to trick him and trap him and get him to say something he doesn't want to say.
Yeah.
But I tell you, he's handled this excellent so far.
Yeah, and he just anything. He's at that point now, you know, because you can tell that he's probably thinks quite a lot of the Apostle Paul. He's gotten to the point where he's like, this is all that really matters to me. And if you take the rest of it away, you know, I certainly enjoy them, but it's not what I base my life on it. And like when the Apostle Paul says to the Philippians, you know, I had all this incredible stuff. I've lost all of it, but look, I've gained Christ. So I consider that other stuff just to be rubbish, that I've gained Christ. Now, keep in mind, he's saying that from jail. I'd keep that in mind.
Right.
And he doesn't even know if he's coming out, dead or alive. And do you love what he says? Now, if God determines that y'all need me to keep discipling you, then he'll let me out. But if he doesn't, then I'll be dead, and that's good too. So
all good.
I would rather go to the Lord, but if he needs me to stay with you guys, then I'll celebrate that. But if he takes me to him, then I just gain Christ. So to live as Christ, to die as gain. If you can ever get there, there's nothing that can stop you. Nothing.
Rick Adler, what is that?
It's just a quick after their win. It's just a quick clip of him just talking about being humble even when you win.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll come back. We'll get some of your final phone calls in. We'll play that clip. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. If you have something on your mind you want to chat about before we wrap up this hour, you certainly can when the Rick and Bubba Show continues with your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Comedy show, and you said you're actually on there too?
Yeah, I did it like about 6 months ago.
Really?
Yeah, I was on there. It was quick. It was like about 7 minutes. 7 minutes. It was fun though.
But how can you get rolling in 7 minutes when you're comedian?
I barely could though, cause it was hard. It was horrible how they had it. Cause at first I was supposed to go last, then I was last, and then I was too last to know where I was going. But when I came out there, the people gave me a lot of love. But it was just like, man, you know, and tape it can go awry at any time. It can't hold up. We don't have enough light. Hold up. We need makeup.
And then you got to go do the joke over.
Yeah. Oh, I'll never do the joke over. I say, well, I'm gonna do what I want to do now. Y'all making me mad now, and I'm only getting 85 cents for this.
This is one of those deals, and we've all dealt with it when you work in this business. Somebody goes, you go, how much money's in it? They go, well, now, hang on a minute. You wouldn't believe how much promotion this is going to be for you.
Yeah, well, no, I ain't complaining. Trust me. Trust me, never complain. I'm just saying that they keep on, you know, you're a comedian. When you get on the road, you know, you want to get in and hit it, you know, fresh and clean. But I learned to adapt, you know, because I know it helps out. Because I ain't been in no movies yet, and people still come out and see me. That's a great thing.
How long you been doing this?
Well, hopefully I'm doing it tonight.
But how long you been?
Well, I've been doing about 14 years.
So where are you from originally?
St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah, that's my home, St. Louis, the Midwest, baby, with Nelly and all that Nellyville thing.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Well, you know, look, I think, I think Reuben and all that, I think it's going to be a good year for us big guys.
Well,
you know, D had his year with the light-skinned brothers.
Light-skinned and
you know, and I think...
it was the light-skinned brothers are over, baby.
We're back out again.
Really? Is it over?
Yeah.
Light-skin was in for a while.
The DeBarge and all that.
Yeah, Billy D. Williams kind of started it, you know.
We were owning it for a while.
But now...
But I think the big brothers in there because, you know, Clay...
Big dark brothers, too.
Clay is outselling Reuben in records, but Reuben got him a movie deal. Do you see that?
See there?
Hey, there you go. Well, you know, I hope I could get in there with him, though.
But now somebody said it was going to be... somebody said it was going to be a sequel to Jurassic Park. I don't know if that's going to be a good role.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be a big old dinosaur. As long as I'm in the movie, because I'm going to take off my hood. Mama, it's me. I'm the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Oh.
Let me see. Put it back on.
Cut, he's messing up again. I don't care. I get ate up by the monster. I don't care. Give him a belly ache. Oh, he's sick from eating the big black guy.
Let me tell you this, though. The reason why you know it's us, like even Nelly. Nelly finally wrote a song fat people can relate to. It's hot in here.
That's right. That's honest.
Gosh.
I want to take my clothes off, so everybody close your eyes.
Cut the lights off.
But how many times when you're fat do you say those words? Man, it's hot in here.
All the time.
That's right.
Fat people say that every time. Fat people are the only one that complain about a headache for sleeping too long. You know, you gotta get up and have a headache. Or wake up too fast. My head killing me.
I better lay back down.
Yeah, let me lay down for another 45 minutes.
Just ease up.
Wake up too fast. Like ice cream. Oh, what the?
I mean, you know, that kills me. You know, like now they got this click it or ticket in.
Don't get me started on that.
Man, they killing me because, you know, I ride in cars where the seatbelt don't fit, okay? I'll be like, okay, you're going to have to give me a ticket, baby, because I can't click it.
Well, the good news is
I can put it around me.
I don't think
like I got it on.
I don't think you're gonna slam into the dash if you're wedged in there to start with.
Well, I got to build an airbag, baby.
Baby, you see me ride, you hold it right here.
Right. Oh yeah.
I thought y'all give me more on that, by the way.
It's like when you're on the airplane, when she starts telling you how to connect, and you just go, that's a waste. Let me read this magazine.
Exactly. Because, I mean, then they come up and try to embarrass you all out. Do you need a seatbelt extension? I'd be like, well, you knew I needed a seatbelt extension when I got on this plane. You see me walk through that door sideways. You seen the terror on these people's faces I walk down the aisle? Because you know they be praying, please, God, don't let them be saving me, please. Please let me be walking to the back, Lord. I'll do anything you want. I'll stop smoking marijuana. You gotta walk to the back. Lord, he got a bag of chicken in his hand, too, Jim. And people always polite to fat people on the plane. I'm gonna see if there's other secrets.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. If you want to join us, Helmsy's taking phone calls. You can get in right now, and we'll chat with you as we wrap up this hour. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, a brand new one, is coming out this weekend. We'll interview Mel K today, host of the Mel K Show. And that show, of course, is heard by tens of thousands of people all over. And we'll talk a little bit today about the border, about this attempt to cover up Biden's health. Anybody think he'll be the candidate? Coming up in November, we'll have those discussions with Mel K. That'll be out this weekend. Don't forget, next week it's vacation. Bubba and I will be off, so best of shows. There'll be no Rick and Bubba University next weekend, and there'll be no new Bible study next Wednesday, so you can go back and catch all those archives that you may have missed. Also, if you're looking for a man church to plug into, Andy Blanks speaking at Twickenham Church of Christ in Huntsville, coming up this Sunday evening. Details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So, Adler, I know you had another video you were going to show of the Celtics head football coach, and this one,
basketball. What am I saying? And I guess I'm thinking.
Stand up, Chuck.
Of the only thing I consider a sport. But anyway, Joe Mazzulla now talking about humility after winning. So again, here comes straight shooter Mazzulla.
Praise and criticism are both just as dangerous if you don't handle them well. And I think we talked about that as a team this year. Like, winning is just as dangerous as losing if you don't handle it well. And I think our guys handled winning the right way by, whether we won or lost, we just moved on to the next game.
There you go. So also we have we didn't finish this story. We mentioned it, but I don't remember us talking about it on the air. Video 7. Bubba and I have been talking for years. We actually know people, sadly, who have loved ones that have been severely injured, and I actually know someone whose loved one was killed while cycling. I know that bike people, y'all always, and look, the drivers of automobiles need to be respectful, and in this case, they certainly don't need to be drunk. But the problem is those kinds of idiots do exist behind the wheel of automobiles. And I just can't. I don't want to put myself on a bicycle. And like I said, we ride bikes a lot. We'll do it next week on the beach trip, but we'll be on the bike trail, not out on the road. When you're sharing the road with automobiles on a bicycle, there's nothing between you and an idiot but a bicycle. Yeah. And so here it is. It's only about 11 seconds, but I guess one of these cyclists has a camera on, and you're going to right there, and you're going to see a guy just come up and hit and then run over the other one. And we understand this is a driver who was drunk behind the wheel. And so you can say all day long the driver shouldn't have done that, and you're right, but now you've been run over. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, and so there you go. What'd you say?
And about the blue shirt guy, how'd he end up? The other guy looks like he's okay, but he gets run over right here.
Yeah, he didn't die.
Did it run over? Did it run over the bike, or did it get his body?
It ran over him. His hips, it looked like.
Yeah, his hips.
Oh,
Good.
the guy, and that guy, I think. See, you see him on the side over there. He's like, wow. Ooh, see.
Yeah.
And apparently the driver kept going, and people who witnessed this ran him down and stopped him.
Yeah.
Dang, man.
Well, I mean,
speed bump city.
And when you see
and
that,
look, he accelerated as he came across.
He's trying to get away.
Yeah, and so apparently,
man,
and you can look. I agree. The guy should not be drunk behind the wheel. I hope he's prosecuted to the full extent of the law, but you still got run over on a bicycle.
Yeah, the stats here, according to this story, say that roughly 1,000 bicyclists are killed each year.
I know, man.
And I'm like you, Rick. Look, I know you want a good place to ride, and there's some bike trails, probably not enough.
Let's do more bike trails. Let's don't put you out there in traffic.
Yeah, and neighborhoods, side streets. But boy, you're on a big highway like that. That is
no.
Any road that's got yellow stripes on it, you're asking for trouble.
That may be too much.
Yeah, and some of y'all that ride on these on these roads that
on the shoulder,
there's no room, there's no shoulder. I mean, these are curvy roads. There's nowhere for anybody to go. I don't understand it.
1,084 bicyclists were killed in crashes with motor vehicles in 2022.
Have you seen what Charlie Woods has done? He books his place in the first USGA championship at 15 years old, and it looks like that he has a top score among all who qualify for the tournament.
Yeah, he was in a qualifier, and so that's Tiger's son.
Yeah, so Charlie.
So they give him a nickname yet?
He needs one. What do you think?
Cheetah, Charlie the Cheetah, instead of Tiger.
Cheetah Woods?
Would
you call him Cub?
Yeah,
there you go.
He'll eventually grow out of it.
Charlie the Cub?
Yeah, he'll eventually grow out of that. Now, I know that there's a tournament coming to Dothan, right?
Yeah, that's is
this it?
The future Masters.
And people are wondering where the Tigers can come to Dothan and watch Charlie play. I mean, I want you to picture it.
Yeah,
I know.
Madhouse.
So,
what else is in Dothan, Greg?
Never mind. I've already.
Please let's not do that again.
No, Greg, come on now. So Netflix.
Is that where you had your membership card?
Yeah.
Laminated. Netflix and Bubba, this is your area. I know you love Mission Impossible movies.
I do. Yeah, I really do. I think they're pretty good.
Apparently, the last one did not do great compared to the others. I didn't know that, and we're talking about at the theater. So now they
thought it did.
They released it. They said it did not do
Is
well.
that the one where he jumps off the cliff in the motorcycle?
Dead Reckoning Part 1,
Yeah.
whatever that is.
Yeah, because they left
there's
it,
another part coming?
Yeah, they left it hanging.
Yeah. So they're saying that based on the others, now you remember what you're comparing yourself to. It grossed $567 million at the box office, but they said it lost around $100 million because of the high production cost and the marketing expenditures, and it did not do as well compared to the others on the profit margin. And so they said they put it on Netflix and it's exploded.
Well, so this is supposed to be the last one, but it was a two-parter.
Right, correct. And so they said it's gained new life on Netflix. I bet it did. I don't know what it is about these movies, and I know, Greg, you were kicking the tires on it. These Mission Impossible movies, every single time I get involved in them, I love them.
Yeah.
What my problem is, I can't make myself start. I don't know why.
Which
every
one
time
was
I do,
that?
I'm glad I did it.
I've never watched them.
Which number?
And I don't know why.
Oh, you've never watched any of them?
No.
I don't know.
Oh, the first one, Greg. At least.
The first one's good. That's the one John Voight's in, right?
Yeah.
And then the second one is the
How
deadly
many are
virus, Crimea.
MI2, yeah.
I remember it. What was the
many?
third one, Adler? Is that where his wife had to shock him back to life, and he put that stick in his mouth because he had that thing
forgot
shot
about
in his
that.
head?
I'm pretty sure, and this
That
is
was the
based
third
on
one, right?
something we've already done. Now, there is one that's in production right now. It's called Mission Impossible, the Bill Belichick story.
The one we're talking about was the seventh one, Bubba.
Seven?
See, I remember about
Good
4.
night.
I
I've missed a
remember.
bunch.
Right.
The one they had, I remember one of them with the guy. It was a bad guy died during production. Philip, what was his name?
Seymour Hoffman?
Yeah, and they had to digitally,
I remember that, right,
do him in the end of it. I can't remember what
The only part
that's
I've ever
about
seen.
4 or 5 of them. I remember.
And tell me if this
Fallout.
is the first one. I think it is. When he came through the ceiling, he couldn't touch the floor.
Yeah,
That's one.
that was the first
I
one.
saw that scene, but I've never seen it.
And he's got a drop of sweat about to come off of him.
Catches its sweat.
And the guy up in the cross space is struggling.
Yeah, it's so good.
Again, they're good movies, but I can't. I just can't commit to them.
Do y'all
Something
remember the
about it.
originals?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
I didn't like those at all.
When the message would
Yeah,
self-destruct.
it actually starts smoking the tape.
Yeah.
I never liked that TV
And
show.
then they would light the fuse. Yeah, but you won't watch any movies. That's good.
Watch it, Greg.
I don't know why.
You'd
Why?
like it.
Because I'm not a Scientologist.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.